Takeru Kamishiro lived a gray life as an office clerk, crowded subway rides, endless work at the monitor, and sleeping right on the floor. But deep down in his soul, he longed for something else. Even if just a little to step beyond the mundane, the white bird seemed to bow its head as if hearing his thoughts. Takeru opened his eyes and found himself sitting under a giant tree. Around, the noise of a foreign, unfamiliar forest echoed. The wind played in the treetops. The boy looked around in confusion, following the bird with his gaze. A huge planet with rings hung in the sky. He was definitely not on Earth. He lowered his gaze. Instead of a business suit, he was wearing comfortable and soft fantasy clothing. He also noticed that his legs had grown longer, just like everything else, which made him blush deeply and rush to find a mirror. He reached into his waist bag and felt a complete emptiness there. Inside was a strange dark space. The fingers slipped deeper. Suddenly, a semi-transparent game interface with item icons flashed before my eyes. Takeru quickly oriented himself. He chose a handheld mirror from the menu. It materialized right in his palm at that very moment. A completely different young man was looking at him from the reflection. Black tousled hair, clear skin, expressive eyes. He looked about 10 years younger. The guy honestly admitted that his new version is much more attractive than the previous one. In the inventory, there was warm clothing, a tent, blankets, a container with hot rolls from God, and some twig. He clicked on the Yggdrasil branches icon. A wooden stick appeared in the hand. The boy carefully examined her. Yggdrasil is the world tree, but this branch did not look like a weapon at all. He needed to look for a human settlement because he lacked the courage to spend the night alone in the forest. He stepped onto the path, pondering where to go next. The gaze fell on the branch. "Let God decide," he muttered. Takeru placed the stick vertically on the ground, and, with a dull thud, it fell. "It is decided. He will go where this improvised compass pointed." The boy cheerfully strode forward, holding a stick and slinging a bottomless bag over his shoulder. He even started whistling a cheerful tune. The forest lived its quiet life. The white bird carefully watched the traveler from the branch. "And this will be fun," thought the blonde god, watching the boy through the magic sphere. On the table in front of him lay an earthly resume. Takeru Kamishiro died of heart failure at the age of 28. God brilliantly managed his transfer to the planet Medeus. The creator was sitting relaxed in an exquisite heavenly gazebo. Taking a sip of tea, he decided to see how the world would change due to his intervention. In the heavenly residence, absolute tranquility reigned. Worrying about the guy was pointless. God had bestowed upon him so many abilities that it resembled a game with cheats. I remembered their agreement. The deity chose Takeru precisely because no one on Earth would mourn for him. Then, in the white space, the clerk still did not understand what was happening. The blonde young man approached closely and calmly stated that he governs the entire solar system. A hologram of a planet appeared above his hand. The civilization on Medeus repeatedly destroyed itself. Therefore, God decided to give her development a little push. Takeru was a perfect fit. His knowledge of earthly fantasy and games provided an excellent foundation. It turned out that earthly myths and pop culture are drawn from real events on other stars. The borders between worlds turned out to be very thin. Medeus was a classic fantasy world of swords and magic. God wanted to throw only one drop there, the soul of Takeru. Who will send the first ripples across the calm water? The darkness of space hid countless secrets, and later this drop will turn into a wave that will change the whole world. The deity unconditionally demanded that the boy complete this mission. The prospect of disappearing forever terrified Takeru to death, so he desperately argued. Upon learning about the monsters and his permanently erased hard drive, he nearly burst into tears. But God smiled and handed him a form. "Write any superpowers, and I will give them to you." The boy gave in, as deep down he had always dreamed of breaking free from the routine. God immediately granted him knowledge of all languages, immunity to poisons, and a strengthened body. Takeru requested search magic to gather resources for sale and an infinite bag. The creator carefully placed hot buns in this bag and securely tied the artifact to the owner's soul. The boy with burning eyes also begged for the ability to cast spells. The list has been updated with gaming spells and instant item recognition. In the end, the deity made it so that wild animals treated him kindly. It seemed the conditions were perfect, but Takeru still felt something was missing. In his imagination, cute elf girls and sorceresses appeared. God laughed and promised that in time he would definitely meet faithful companions. The boy blushed happily. Suddenly, his body began to rapidly become transparent. God thoughtfully scratched his head, suspecting that he had bestowed too many gifts, but he waved it off. As a farewell, he shouted, "The main thing is not to commit genocide there," which completely bewildered the hero. The darkness has changed into a new dawn. Thus began the story of Takeru's rebirth. God planned to make him simply a strong traveler who would find his happiness. But he did not yet know that thanks to these cheats, an ordinary Japanese person would become an entity of global disaster level. A giant planet with rings majestically hung in the sky above him. The boy confidently walked through the forest thicket, leaning on a stick. He carefully descended the winding path into the depths of the forest. He wiped the drops of sweat from his forehead. The trees parted ahead, revealing a steep descent. The young man stopped, admiring the scenery and hoping for a valuable find. Suddenly, he froze. He turned sharply. Far below, between the mountains, lay a peaceful settlement. "Wow, a real village," he exclaimed joyfully. The beginning of the second chapter. The hero sits on the ground, surrounded by his equipment. In the distance, cozy houses with chimneys were visible. The villagers were calmly working in the streets. Nearby, carefree children were playing. The boy sighed sadly. Without money and in dirty clothes, he wouldn't even get a bowl of soup. In his memory, a god emerged who granted him the magic of search. He decisively thrust the stick forward and shouted the spell. The magical wind blew through his hair. In a second, the young man blushed deeply, realizing the awkwardness of his pathos. Squatting down, he began to draw in the sand, searching for the right English word for scanning. A magical symbol of a clover detached from the tip of the stick with a quiet sound. The forest instantly burst into flames with dozens of glowing marks. Symbols hung over ordinary leaves and bird feathers. The boy blinked in surprise. Among the bushes, only one flower was brightly shining. He focused and issued the scanning command. A report unfolded before my eyes. Moongrass, rank B. A smile blossomed on his face. The very first harvest turned out to be rare. Although the system did not show the price, this will definitely be enough for a hearty lunch. Inspired, he set about collecting other glowing mushrooms and plants. The inventory quickly replenished with a collection of bizarre finds. However, all of them had a significantly lower rank than the first flower. Suddenly, his gaze caught a few round objects in the grass, over which heart-shaped badges were hanging. Maybe that's how rarity is marked? The boy pondered. Suddenly, he noticed a strange object. He rubbed its smooth surface with curiosity. Then he cheerfully activated the scanning. The answer was stunning. It was the excrement of a rank C anteater. "What the hell? This is just crap!" he exclaimed. The young man held the find with disgust, using 2 fingers. Fortunately, he remembered the stash of empty bags. The valuable manure was carefully moved to an isolated container. Sighing wearily, he understood the logic. Clubs represent plants, while hearts represent animal waste. The boy decided to check other heart-shaped badges. Beneath them lay a mouse skull and simple feathers. It remained to decipher the symbol of the diamond. It turned out to be ordinary iron ore. Everything fell into place. 3 types of symbols for flora, fauna, and minerals. His stomach rumbled loudly. The boy sat on a stone and took out the God-given mandu from his bag. A transparent container appeared in the hands. He opened the lid. Warm steam hit his face. The sweet aroma of baked goods made him squint with pleasure. They were still hot. He opened his mouth wide, preparing for his first meal in the new world. A deafening roar echoed from the forest. The boy froze in horror. Did the monster smell the food? He grabbed the buns and carefully retreated into the bushes. The new powerful roar made him flinch. If you sit quietly, the predator will still track him by scent. Gritting his teeth, the young man decided to face the fight head-on. The plan was simple: throw food into the monster's mouth and run away. In his imagination, a giant wolf was already painted, ready to tear him to shreds. "Hey, who's there?" he shouted nervously into the thicket. Instead of a monster under the tree, there sat a weary elf. She barely lifted her half-closed eyes to him. From her belly erupted the same deafening roar again. The boy smiled nervously. The terrible predator turned out to be just a stranger's hunger. He cautiously asked if she was alive. The elf girl mumbled that she hadn't eaten for 3 days. The young man stared in shock. Just a little more, and she would have died. He instantly took out and handed her the water skin. The girl clung to him and began to drink greedily. Water water dripped down her chin. She drained the container with a loud gulp. "You saved my life." The elf breathed out with relief. Her stomach growled again. The girl blinked in surprise. The young man silently pointed with his gaze at his container. Having sacrificed his own lunch, he offered a manzu to the hungry elf. She stared mesmerized at the divine pastry. She gently blew on the hot bun, and she took a small bite. Her eye widened in shock. The girl clutched her chest, unable to comprehend this taste. Angels played in the imagination. Divine cuisine literally elevated her to the heavens. The elf melted in pure delight, while the young man submissively rummaged through the bag. He handed her more water. The girl greedily washed down the sweets. Weakened, she sank to the ground. With tears in her eyes, she confessed that she had never tasted anything more delicious. The boy remarked in confusion that the village was not far at all. He began to scold her for her recklessness. Going into the woods without supplies was pure foolishness. The girl instantly boiled over, defending her personal reasons, but she immediately calmed down, sincerely thanked for the rescue, and waved goodbye. In an instant, she dashed into the thicket, leaving him alone. Now the rescuer's stomach growled loudly. He sighed heavily. He would have to sell the gathered herbs and manure to get money for food. The sun was leaning towards the horizon, and the young man set off towards the village. The system generated a final list of trophies: moongrass, anteater droppings, and mushrooms. In the second tab, explosive nuts and healing leaves appeared. The story of the wandering collector continued. A lonely guard was bored by the wooden gates. The bored man yawned longingly. Suddenly, a young man approached the gate and greeted. The guard raised his eyes to the tall guest and asked if he was a traveler. The guard explained that this is the quiet village of Tormi in the Rezuvaiha region. He inquired about the purpose of the visit, and the guest introduced himself as Takeru. Takeru admitted that he is traveling alone and is having financial difficulties. The guard was surprised by the guest's height, but Takeru modestly referred to himself as a materials collector. The rare profession of a collector sincerely impressed the local resident. The guard, introducing himself as Marlowe, warmly welcomed the rare guest. He opened the gate and advised to go to Jerome's shop, where they buy any raw materials. Takeru breathed a sigh of relief. The first person he met in this world turned out to be friendly. The young man stepped onto the village streets. Thus began another journey of the collector. He moved forward slowly, searching for the right shop, but could not find it. The local architecture immediately caught his eye. The peasants stared in astonishment at the unseen tall stranger. Understanding the reason for the extra attention, Takeru smiled warmly. Suddenly, someone's little hand tugged at his cloak. The boy was surprised by the sudden interest of the kids. He wondered why he had not been popular among children before. Takeru realized that the children's affection would lower the adult's vigilance and decided to take advantage of it. One of the children eagerly reached out to the new acquaintance. Squatting down, the young man introduced himself as Takeru, and the children joyfully welcomed him. Then he asked where the general store was. The children immediately raised a commotion, arguing over the right to become the leader. To avoid offending anyone, Takeru placed two small dogs on his shoulders. He asked little Rick for directions, but he forgot about them from laughing at the guest's height. Takeru really towered over everyone. The locals barely reached his chest. He walked down the street like a giant among the inhabitants. Finally, the child's finger pointed to the right building. The young man thanked the children and brought them down to the ground. The door of Jerome's shop opened with a quiet creak. Inside, there were piles of all sorts of goods. Takeru could barely contain his laughter at this chaos. The store resembled an amusement park. From the depths of the room, a massive owner emerged with difficulty. The boy greeted and introduced himself. Jerome squinted suspiciously at the delivered goods. As soon as the shopkeeper examined the item, his eyes widened. It was the droppings of a giant anteater. The old man showered the find with compliments about its perfect shape and color. He agreed without hesitation to buy the material, having not seen such good condition for a long time. Kramar was even worried that the guest might lose the find somewhere. Jerome offered 5 silver coins for her. Takeru was stunned. He didn't understand the prices of silver and asked if there was an inn in the village. A night at the Gallop Tavern cost only 500 lives. The suggestion to break the amount into coins completely puzzled the guy. Takeru awkwardly admitted that he hadn't held coins in a long time. The old man kindly began to explain the local monetary system. In the young man's mind, a clear clear math of the course quickly formed. The realization hit like lightning. The aftermath cost 10 times more than a night in a hotel. In his mind, he compared this to Japanese prices for the cheapest hotel. It amounted to about 50,000 yen for a regular delivery. And overwhelming silence prevailed. Jerome called him, and the boy, coming to his senses, agreed to the deal. Kramar happily rubbed the find against his cheek, while Takara watched this absurdity with disgust. 5 shiny silver coins with a jingle lay in his palm. The young man looked at his first earnings in this world with satisfaction. Inspired by success, he thumped his huge bag on the counter. When the mountain of grass and seeds spilled out, the shopkeeper gasped in shock. Jerome greedily sorted through the rare leaves of the leola and mouse fangs, and the moonlit grass so amazed the old man that he almost lost his mind from delight. He couldn't believe that the flower had bloomed in the distant Barakian forest. Kramar was surprised by her freshness, as if just picked, and asked where she had been kept. Peering into the bag, he was stunned to realize it was a spatial bag. Jerome shouted fiercely and directly asked if the boy was the bearer of the gift. Takaru carefully avoided the conversation about his past. Kramar refused to believe that a bearer of such power was wandering through a remote village. He realized that the young man was completely unaware of his own worth. The old man decided to reveal the harsh truth about the gift to the naive traveler. Gift is absolute magic, with which only 1 in 100,000 is born. Such carriers had the power to overturn entire states. In the neighboring city of Belkame, influential guilds relentlessly hunted the bearers of Daru. From such a perspective, Takaro truly felt a sense of dread. Moreover, the spatial bag could immediately reveal him completely. After all, everyone recognizes the bearer of the gift as soon as they see this magical thing. Kramar strictly advised to keep this ability a closely guarded secret. Then he took a thick manual of magical items from the shelf. The book contained all the basics needed for a beginner. Jerome gave it away completely free as a sign of gratitude for the rare resources. But in exchange, the old man asked for one favor. Kramar stated that after such materials, he could not be deceived, while Takeru distanced himself from the title of specialist. Jerome pleadingly clasped his hands, praising the benefits of the deal for the collector. The boy became alert. Is he being used, perhaps? The old man assured that this was a regular order from a city client. It was only necessary to extract ore in the western mountains. The familiar word mithril from games and manga sounded too unreal. Takaru hesitantly agreed, asking for a map of those mountains. Instead of a map, Jerome decisively placed a deposit on the table. The guest could keep 10,000 labels even if he didn't find any ore, and the promise of another 100,000 upon success made the young man's eyes widen. By the way, the merchant noted that there are D-rank monsters in those mountains. He suggested thinking it over, as the road is dangerous because of those monsters. The young man nervously flinched at the mention of monsters. Jerome just burst out laughing, considering these fears ridiculous for such a strong man. He slyly hinted at the hidden power of Takeru, not giving the boy a chance to recover. The shopkeeper began counting the money for today's herbs. The sum of 360,000 lives ultimately paralyzed Takara, cutting off the paths to retreat. Takaro entered the inn, gallop, and called out loudly for the owner. The spacious room was quiet and empty. Suddenly, a woman's voice responded to the call. The plump owner of Konfia emerged from the kitchen, recognizing the traveler from the rumors shared by the children. Takaro politely introduced himself and inquired about a vacant room. The woman offered accommodation with breakfast for 500 lei, giving a discount for Jerome's sake. The boy figured that 1 silver coin would be enough for exactly 2 days. He placed 5 silver coins on the table, paying for 10 days at once. He also asked to replace tomorrow's breakfast with a lunch bento. Konfia agreed and explained that food should be picked up in the cafeteria. Then the owner took him to the restroom. She strictly reminded to always cover the hole with a wooden lid. Looking at the primitive village toilet, Takero almost shed a tear for Japanese bidets. The woman warned that in the evening the hall becomes a noisy tavern and asked to let her know if it gets too loud. She placed the key to the farthest room on the 2nd floor in his hand. Thus began the 4th chapter of the collector's journey. Takaru walked down the long corridor to his room. He stopped by the right door, inserting the key into the lock slot. The lock yielded with a quiet creak. The room turned out to be surprisingly bright, clean, and cozy. The boy smiled smiled contentedly. For 500 lives, it was an incredibly profitable deal. Finally, he had his own corner, so he decided to change into his home clothes. Takaro activated the status window and began to review his clothing. Seeing normal boxers instead of traditional fundoshi wraps, he let out a sigh of relief. After taking off his heavy coat, the boy changed into a regular shirt and comfortable sleep pants. Exhausted, he fell onto the bed and dreamed of a hot bath or shower. However, there was no hint of plumbing in the room. The boy took the book given to him by Jerome, hoping to find answers there. The cover featured intricate local runes. They instantly transformed into familiar hieroglyphs. The inscription proclaimed, "Basic knowledge for adventurers." Takaro just smiled crookedly, still amazed by his cheating ability to translate. He turned the page, realizing that it was more of a guide than a dictionary. The text clearly distinguished between ordinary travelers and registered guild adventurers. Now it became clear why the peasants called him a wanderer. He didn't even have any weapons. The guild offered jobs for every taste, from herb gathering to monster hunting. On the fields, a fanciful drawing with a tassel was visible. It turned out that sometimes adventurers even get involved in real wars. All seekers had ranks, from novice level F to elite level A. The edge of the page was adorned with the silhouette of a warrior in a long cloak, but there were also the legendary ranks S and SS, before which even kings bowed their heads. Takaro was shocked to read that there were only 4 such superhumans left in the world. The imagination painted a hero who shoots lasers from his eyes, and the boy quickly flipped to the section about money. The book described all the coins from pennies for the poor to continental gold for the nobility. The boy calculated that 1 lei was approximately equal to 10 yen. Remembering the potion from Jerome for 1,000 labels, he pulled it out of his bag. This turned out to be the cheapest medicinal tincture of rank F for first aid. Compared to Japanese medicine, local medicine was incredibly expensive. Herbs were divided into 4 levels of quality. The average elixirs healed wounds and burns, but cost 10,000. High-quality herbs cost a staggering 100,000 and were mainly sold to the military. They could instantly neutralize deadly poison and even regrow a severed limb. And the highest, legendary potions have long since disappeared, remaining only in ancient myths. Taker understood why there were no doctors in the village. They were replaced by medics with elixirs. And those who healed wounds directly with magic were called healing wizards. On the page stood a majestic capital cathedral, and nearby, a modest local clinic was visible. Pharmacists and alchemists were engaged in the preparation of healing infusions. But no matter how powerful the magic was, it did not resurrect the dead. The boy was surprised. If a hand can be sewn back on, why can't life be returned? Putting aside gloomy thoughts, he decided to be careful not to spend money on treatment. After all, in this world he will have to earn a living on his own. He categorically did not want to return to the office routine and the daily shouts of the boss. He was eager to explore this world, and the profession of an adventurer seemed like the perfect option. He flipped to the last chapter of the book dedicated to magical artifacts. It was about magical stones, crystallized energy that powered all devices. Takaro realized that these stones work like regular batteries. Upon discovering that his bottomless bag was worth a fortune, he decided not to take his eyes off it. Weary from closing the book, the boy sighed. There wasn't a word about the bath. Suddenly, there was a quiet knock at the door. At the doorstep stood a lovely maid with a bowl of hot water. The girl explained that she brought water for washing. Takaro awkwardly asked her about the local customs, citing that he knew nothing about this country. The maid laughed brightly, covering her mouth with her hand. She explained that this water is used to wipe the body and dusty legs. The boy asked in confusion if she even knew what a bath was. The girl replied that baths are a luxury only for the nobility, and she had never had one in her life. "There's no bathtub?" Takaro's world instantly shattered into pieces. The maid added that they simply wipe the body and wash the head with water from the well. The boy's imagination painted a cold stone well outside. The soul of a die-hard Japanese man who loved hot springs above all nearly left his body. However, the girl recalled that true wizards can cleanse the body with magic. This news instantly brought Takaro back to life, and he bowed low in gratitude. While the maid was still there, he quickly took out his bag of money, and he handed her 50 lei, although a bucket of hot water only cost 30. He said that this is a tip for useful information and future care. The girl girl was taken aback, thinking the amount was too large. She looked uncertainly at the shiny coins in her palm, and then she joyfully shone and tightly squeezed them in her fist. Calling herself Ellie, she happily ran down the corridor. Takeru smiled warmly after her, acknowledging that small children are indeed adorable. He returned to the room, extremely pleased with the new discovery. Now it was necessary to come up with how exactly the cleansing magic works. He was choosing his words. Cleansing sounded too much like lifting a curse. So I tried simpler synonyms: to wash, to clean. The boy decisively shouted the command. A magical whirlwind instantly enveloped his body, blowing away all the dirt, while Ellie blinked in surprise on the stairs. The magic worked perfectly. The hair and skin shone with crystal clarity. Takeru victoriously clenched his fists, struck by this fantastic convenience. But in a moment, he was enveloped by a deep disappointment. The magic cleansed perfectly, but it did not replace the pleasure of hot water, and the boy vowed to himself to definitely find a real bath. A little bird landed on the windowsill. Morning light filtered through the shutters. The boy continued to sleep soundly under the bird's chirping. He lazily stirred in his sleep. Takeru slowly opened his eyes. The gaze slid across the unfamiliar room. A completely different landscape appeared outside the window. This was definitely not a dream. The young man sat on the bed, finally accepting that everything around him was real. One magical word, and the water in the bowl instantly boiled. The boiling water bubbled loudly. Takeru washed his face with warm water, once again delighting in the convenience of household magic. He noted how much this magic simplifies his daily tasks. Outside, the peasants were already getting to work, and the local greeted him. High in the sky, the sun shone, resembling Saturn with its rings. Takeru decided that it was time for him to leave as well, and he started to get ready. The main hall of the tavern was already crowded. He entered and greeted the hostess with good morning. The woman said that the soup was ready and asked to sit down and wait a little. Takeru sat down at an empty table, looking around. The man next to me was calmly reading a newspaper. Another visitor greedily devoured the bread. The young man wondered if it was also someone from the guests. The hostess rolled over the cart and apologized for the wait. She began to arrange the steaming dishes in front of him. A whole mountain of bread and meat has grown on the table. The woman urged not to be shy and to eat to one's heart's content. It smells so good. Takeru reached for the food. He greedily took a bite. He chewed contentedly. The taste melted in my mouth. He closed his eyes in pleasure. The soup turned out to be rich, just the way he liked it. You could drink it by the bucket. And this is incredibly delicious too. The young man slurped the broth greedily. He admitted to himself that he secretly feared what the local food would be like compared to Japanese cuisine. All fears dissipated as the plates emptied one by one. The mistress was taken aback to see how quickly everything disappeared. It seems everything is fine. She broke into a happy smile. Then the woman brought him a large bundle of food for the journey. I was worried that I did too much, but it seems I was wrong. Haha, thank you. She asked again if he would really go to the western mountains for mithril ore. Takeru recalled Jerome's assignment and confirmed that he would be gone for 2 to 3 days. In response to the question about the equipment, he said that everything is already ready. The hostess reproached him for not saying earlier she would have prepared more. She decided to pack some more meat and spices for the trip. Isn't that too much? Takeru felt awkward that she cared so much about him, a near stranger, but the woman just waved it off. Whatever you say, please let me know if I can help with anything. In response, he asked if there was time to gather all the edible things for the tavern. I understand. I won't take payment for the room for now. Just come back alive, she winked. Takeru stepped out of the Gallop Tavern onto the sunlit street. He was relaxedly reading a book on the stone bench. As soon as he stepped off the road into the forest, he immediately came across mushrooms. The system suggested ordinary and wild mushrooms are a wonderful treat for the hostess. The young man moved on, leaving the village behind. Before him stretched endless wild expanses. These lands, along with the village of Todai, were called the Great Forest of Barakia. As far as the eye could see, there were only forests and grasses. In Japan, there would definitely be power lines and helicopters flying here. But this world was completely different. There wasn't a soul around. Takeru decided to test the magic of search and infused it with more power. Now he could assess the value of even an ordinary roadside stone. It was worth putting in all the strength, and everything around burst into flames with marks. The space brightly lit up with a multitude of markers. And I can also spark a flame, like from a lighter. He snapped his fingers. A tiny spark obediently flared at the tip of the finger. She could grow into fire, and then into flame. The next moment, everything turned into a powerful, fiery explosion. Domestic magic in his hands turned out to be a real weapon. He mentally went through other skills: ice, shield, barrier, and also shadow, light, and other combinations. By combining water heating with wind, he could weave a curtain of fog, perfect for hiding. For self-defense, this will be enough for now, Takeru decided. He promised to consider other ways of application later. What pleased him the most was that now he could create fire or water literally from nothing. Out of an excess of energy, he jumped along the path like a child. A small figure cheerfully marched through the thickets. Thus, he reached the desired place much faster than he thought. From the dark thickets came a sinister growl. He decided to set up camp before it got dark, as wandering in the forest at night was dangerous. The young man dropped his bag on a comfortable clearing by the road. First, let's make sure it's safe here and set up a barrier, he said. Takeru placed magical markers in a circle. There, and there. All right, I will activate the barrier. The marks flared up, raising the defense. A transparent dome suddenly covered the glade. Everything turned out exactly as he had planned. He hesitated a bit about whether it was worth spending valuable magical stones on this. Then he placed the small pot directly on the pile of those stones. Well, it's time for dinner now. First, he poured water from the flask into the pot. The stones, heated to a high temperature, quickly warmed the water. Following them flew the vegetables gathered along the way. Next are the spices from the hostess. And finally, large pieces of meat. Takeru clasped his hands and thanked for the food. He scooped up some broth with a spoon. It's time for the meat. The juicy piece just melted in my mouth. He bit deliciously into the meat. The juice of the meat and the broth complement each other so wonderfully. It's simply incredible. And the vegetables I gathered along the way are so crunchy. In conclusion, he took on the tavern's signature sandwich, gallop. The simple ingredients turned out to be surprisingly delicious. Having had his fill, Takeru gazed at the evening sky, delighting in his new life. After the meal, he simply used the cleansing magic. The plate instantly shone. Then the small pot gleamed. You don't need to clean up after eating. That's the pinnacle of happiness. The magic even brushed his teeth for him. With such magic, one can live quite lazily. He sprawled out on the grass. It made me so drowsy that I don't even want to get up. The young man was looking at the stars. He lay admiring the night sky. Takeru decided to wake up earlier and move on, because he needed to burn off what he had eaten. He lingered a little longer, unwilling to move. The night slowly retreated before dawn. In the morning, the young man stood before the gloomy forest of white trees. Am I really going to venture into a forest that hasn't even been mapped? But that was exactly where mithril ore was found. According to the map, one had to go straight east to reach the canyon. Even during the day, the thickets stood dark and impenetrable. And yet, the forest of the ancient dragon is simply wonderful. A daring smile played on his lips. He moved forward, realizing that an ordinary collector would not survive here. Mithril ore was too valuable to retreat. Only those who had enough knowledge and experience could find her. Thus, adventurers and material hunters avoided this forest like the plague. But it was precisely here, risking one's life, that one could quickly become wealthy. Takeru's eyes narrowed with determination. Well, the hunt for materials begins. Takeru was peacefully sleeping in a hammock, swaying between the thick branches of an old tree. He wandered through the dark forest, wondering how the dense canopies let no sunlight through at all. He created a magical light sphere. The glow snatched from the darkness the fantastical intertwining of gigantic roots that covered the ground. The boots sank into the wet mud. He activated the search spell, expanding its range. Markers appeared around, but there were no signs of ore. We will have to go deeper into the valley. On the way, Takeru skillfully picked rare herbs, knowing that Okami would be delighted. He found increasingly rare herbs and counted in his mind how pleased Okami would be with such a collection. He was collecting mushrooms and even anteater droppings, rejoicing at the prospect of a stable income. The rumors about local monsters were unsettling, but the dead silence was even more frightening. Suddenly, something rustled in the bushes. However, there was no danger, and Takeru cheerfully jumped forward again, deciding that the tales about monsters were just someone's invention. On the ground lay a torn skeleton. The system carefully informed that the victim was mauled by the snake eaters, but Takeru did not need such gruesome details at all. The presence of the corpse confirmed the worst. The monsters are indeed here. He smiled nervously, hoping to spot the predators in advance. And the search did not disappoint. Nearby, the silhouettes of two monsters were glowing. Takaru looked around in confusion. The radar showed that the pack surrounded him in a wide circle. The animals watched him closely, but for some reason kept their distance. When he stepped forward, they retreated in perfect sync. The predators slowly backed away, not daring to come closer. Takaru turned pale from a sudden realization. The monsters were repelled by his own terrible stench. In his memory surfaced the twisted faces of peasants and the disdainful looks of merchants. He stank worse than the droppings of an anteater. He grabbed his head, realizing his bitter fate. Let it be, he decided optimistically, shifting all the blame for the smell onto God. Realizing that the attack posed no threat to him, Takeru dashed forward. He raced through the forest, kicking up clouds of dust. The body felt incredibly light. The legs did not feel tired at all. He quickly reached the edge of the forest. The forest abruptly ended in a deep abyss, and Takeru flew into the void at full speed. He screamed as he fell down, desperately grabbing at the hanging roots, but they snapped with a crack. Panicking and going through the spells in his head, he rasped the levitation command. The fall has sharply slowed down. He carefully opened his eyes. The magic worked. He glided smoothly along the cliff. Takeru carefully lowered himself onto the hard surface. The boots touched the stone ledge. He has firmly stood on his feet. Takeru struggled to settle on the ground, trying to calm his racing heartbeat. He breathed a sigh of relief. Due to his carelessness, he descended much faster, but he promised himself not to take such risks again. Looking back, he realized that this was indeed the valley the old man had spoken of. Bright ore markers lit up on the wall of the gorge. There were plenty of them here. Nearby, there were steps carved into the rock, a clear sign that people once worked here. Takeru took a small shovel out of his bag. He struck the rock with force, chipping off pieces of stone. A piece of silver ore ended up in the hand. He was vigorously striking the stone with a pickaxe. Sharp shards flew in all directions. He sighed heavily, interrupting his work. The dust was gradually settling. The extraction was disappointing, only a little silver and iron, but no trace of mithril. You will have to descend even deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet trembled slightly. Takeru froze cautiously. The visibility below was zero, and he did not dare to fly there blindly. He summoned a few more light orbs. The spheres flew into the abyss, illuminating the way. The bottom was not visible. The depth seemed endless. He activated the search again, this time clearly focusing on mithril. A faint marker shone on the rock ahead. The signal came not from the surface of the wall, but from the very depths of the rock. The stone trembled again. The movement of tectonic plates at such depth was felt very clearly. He stared anxiously into the darkness, wondering if an active volcano had awakened nearby. Since he had no explosives, there was only one option left: to break through the wall with magic. First, Takeru carefully set up a protective barrier and gathered all the light into one sphere. Then he created a small flame in his palms, gradually fanning it. With a loud shout, he unleashed a roaring, fiery barrage straight at the wall. The rock shattered into pieces from the powerful explosion. The beam dispersed, opening a huge gap. Takeru happily rushed down the stairs, glad that he had practiced combat magic in advance. He approached the edge of the drilled hole. Behind the wall was a huge, spacious cave, resembling a real dungeon. This tunnel was clearly not a natural creation, most likely the remnants of an ancient mine. On the wall, the coveted mithril marker shone clearly. Takeru vigorously struck the rock with a pickaxe. A few small stones of mithril ore glimmered dimly on the palm. He looked disappointedly at the tiny gain. It was not enough to boast to Jerome. He stubbornly moved deeper into the dark tunnel. Takeru methodically advanced, breaking the rock and prying out precious crystals, bypassing eerie skulls. Suddenly, the wall collapsed. Before him opened a gigantic underground cavity. At the very bottom, an incredibly clear underground lake shimmered. The descent was too steep, and he didn't bring any ropes with him. The echo of footsteps resonated through the cave, and Takeru's eyes sparkled with delight at the beauty he beheld. He used levitation again, and smoothly descended to the bottom. Gently landing, he sat down right by the water. "Incredible," whispered Takeru. The lake sparkled with a soft, soothing light. He hesitated, fearing to dirty such cleanliness with his hands. Takeru quickly wiped his palms. Now they were perfect. perfectly clean. But just in case, he decided to scan the unknown liquid before touching it. The system produced a shocking result. This is SS rank magical water, infused with the energy of an ancient dragon. Takeru's names, objects of such rank, were considered mythical. He gazed thoughtfully at the water, realizing that a mighty monster once lived here. He was pondering where to gather this precious liquid, completely ignoring someone's loud voice in his head. I wonder what she tastes like, the boy dreamed, while the mysterious interlocutor was already beside himself with rage. Listen to what I'm saying, roared the giant dragon, emerging right in front of him. The cave trembled from his deafening roar. A huge monster loomed over tiny Takuru, and a system message about the appearance of a boss flashed before the boy's eyes. The gaze of the enormous snake's eye met the eyes of the young man. Taker froze, and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Thick saliva dripped from the giant, tusked maw of the beast. His black body was covered with scales resembling impenetrable iron armor. The healthy monster was several times larger than a tyrannosaurus, and the aura from it left the young man's body completely numb. Suddenly, a deep voice of the beast echoed in his head, surprised by the guest's resilience. Realizing that the giant was angry, Takeru decided to apologize immediately. He bowed low and loudly apologized for intruding into someone else's nest. In his past life, he bent over backwards for his bosses for years, but never thought I would bow to a real dragon. The giant simply chuckled quietly, acknowledging the young man's dignity. He asked if the guest knew that this lake was the home of the ancient dragon. Takeru nervously laughed, justifying that he had only heard this name in old legends. The dragon abruptly changed the subject and asked who he actually was. The boy introduced himself as Kamishiro Takeru and confirmed that he is an ordinary person. The giant explained that he woke up due to a sudden burst of colossal magic. Takeru pondered perplexedly about the source of this power, for which the dragon immediately called him a fool. The young man frowned at such a direct insult, but under the heavy gaze of the golden eyes, he quickly turned away, pretending innocence. He sincerely did not understand what powerful magic was being referred to. The beast laughed hoarsely again, and the cave began to tremble. The quiet laughter turned into a thunderous roar that made the walls tremble. Stones fell from the ceiling, causing Takeru to jump back in panic. He waved his hands, begging the dragon to stop. The beast instantly calmed down and acknowledged its wrongdoing. Not knowing something does not truly mean being foolish. He noted that the guest did not resemble an ordinary vagabond at all. Takeru awkwardly admitted that he came into this world in a special way. The dragon was indifferent to his origin. Only the strength capable of awakening him from sleep mattered. The boy recalled a recent flash of bright light and asked if it was about him. The beast denied it. He meant the magical potential of Takeru, which was equal to his own. The young man remembered that he had never really felt physical fatigue. The dragon leaned closer, doubting that there was a human in front of him at all. Despite millennia of life, the giant encountered such a creature for the first time. Hearing about the age, Takeru cautiously asked if he was the same ancient dragon. The beast blinked in surprise and confirmed that he was indeed called that once. The boy's eyes lit up with childlike enthusiasm. He joyfully exclaimed that the dragon exudes divine majesty. The giant smugly grunted at such sincere flattery. For Takeru, it was the first encounter with another powerful race. The dragon explained that lower-class monsters would always avoid the boy due to his excessive aura. The young man clarified whether this applies to ordinary animals and monsters. Takeru sighed. It's good that the animals are not fleeing from his scent, but it ruined all plans for the hunt. For years, the lake absorbed the energy of the dragon, becoming the epicenter of colossal magic. This superpower created the underground reservoir, but the excess of such energy inevitably turns into poison over time. The dragon grimly acknowledged that one day this poison would kill him. However, this did not threaten Takeru. His body was itself a mass of crystallized magic. The giant named himself Voldius, and the boy immediately shortened it to Volsan. The young man recalled the words about the monsters that would be afraid to approach him. He complained that he had planned to become a material collector, so the escape of the monsters would be a big problem. Voldius cut in that he would not be able to help with this at all. Takeru sighed. He understood himself that the decrease in his strength would lead to new problems. It is impossible to suppress what you cannot even control. Suddenly, Voldius respectfully addressed him by name. Takeru was taken aback. The mighty mighty god suddenly asked to borrow his magical power. The beast explained that only this pure power would be enough to awaken his children. Voldius sadly lowered his eyes and began his heavy tale. Once he was the Black God, one of the 4 protectors of the world, until the magical flow became stagnant. Now his own poisonous magic was devouring him from the inside, and the children still could not hatch. Listening to this, Takero finally realized his own power. All his previous magical flashes were not a coincidence. He appeared in this world completely without knowledge, but with limitless potential. If he transfers his pure magic into the eggs, he will be able to give life to a new generation of dragons. Takero became alert. Was it safe for him to absorb the already poisoned magic of the lake? Voldius dismissed his doubts. If the poison were working, the boy would have crumbled to dust at the very first step. Takeru stared in astonishment, realizing the truth of these words. The dragon assured once again that the young man is definitely not in danger of death. The boy agreed to help, but pulled out a stone and reminded about his goal, the search for mithril ore. Voldius slowly lowered his sharp claw into the black water. Wide circles spread across the surface of the lake. The water suddenly bubbled, releasing heavy bubbles. The cave shook again, and Takero barely managed to stay on his feet. Massive crystalline spikes burst out from the water with a thunderous crackle. They grew right before our eyes, filling the shore with huge boulders. The dazzling light reflected off their perfect edges. Takero lost the gift of speech. It was the highest rank SS magical mithril ore, infused with divine power. The young man muttered that he had imagined this metal a little differently. The dragon generously allowed him to take as much as he wanted. Takero refused to take a lot, understanding that such a large amount of pure mithril would simply collapse the economy of the people. Voldius smiled warmly, appreciating such prudence. In fact, the guy was panic-stricken about extra problems with the law, so he only chipped off one dark crystal. Hiding the stone, Takero firmly declared that he was ready to try to awaken the dragon's offspring. Voldius bowed his head, expressing deep gratitude. He slowly raised his massive paw. The waters of the lake smoothly parted. From the depths, a gigantic black egg emerged. It majestically hovered in the air above the shore. Takero was struck and extended his hands forward, and confidently intercepted the slippery shell. A heavy burden thudded against his chest. He felt a weak heartbeat inside, but the surface itself was dead cold. Before hatching, the egg should emit heat, and this resembled an icy piece of fossil. The dragon commanded to infuse it with magical energy. He added that Takero is to endow him with light. In the boy's imagination, a white sphere of light appeared. He had no idea what it meant. Not understanding the vague instruction to give light, he decided to simply warm the cold shell. The young man gathered his will and commanded the magic to turn into embers. Everything alive must be warm, so he decided to awaken the embryo with a fiery impulse. Suddenly, the egg activated and began greedily sucking out his life forces. Streams of energy roared out of the young man's body, and he panicked for real. Voldius silently observed this chaos. The ground beneath my feet shook from the wild magical pressure. Memories of a new life. Elves and gods flashed before his eyes as the black egg mercilessly drained his body. A blinding flash of light engulfed everything around. The decorative frame takes us back to history. In the complete darkness, lights suddenly flickered. From the void emerged the name of the manga. The fireflies continued to swirl in the darkness. They were becoming more and more numerous. From the light emerged the silhouette of a young man who floated in weightlessness. Takero slowly opened his eyes, not understanding if he was still alive. The pause hung in the air. Did he really die after all? A voice echoed from the darkness. You really did something foolish. The young man turned sharply. A figure stood before him, calm and majestic silhouette. God stood before him. God, is that you? He merely coldly remarked that an ordinary person would immediately faint or run away upon encountering a dragon. God was watching the boy closely. He stood with his arms crossed, his legs easily spread in the space. The tension has eased a bit. In justification of resisting fear. The deity objected. No skill would help there. Takuro awkwardly admitted that the dragon seemed too cool to him, and the creator just sighed with a smile. The young man's apology was instantly drowned out by a sharp cry. It won't pass so easily. Having cooled down a bit, the god acknowledged that the boy's decision was not entirely wrong. He added that Takuro is moving in the right direction. However, God was terribly annoyed that his hundreds of thousands of years of interventions did not have the same effect as these sudden waves from the boy's actions. This weakened the great blessing bestowed upon the dragon cub. Younglings? The young man asked in surprise. God hinted that this was exactly what the boy wanted, after which the light began to fade. In the end, the creator advised not to be afraid of difficulties, and Takuro was once again pulled into the darkness where a faint squeak was heard, and absolute darkness lay around. The boy suddenly opened his eyes with a loud scream. He sat on the floor of the dungeon, not understanding whether he had returned to the real world. The voice of the old dragon, Vola, confirmed. The young man is home. The body was immediately pierced by sharp pain. He groaned as he stretched his stiff muscles. The dragon admitted that he did not expect to see him alive after such a loss of magic, to which the boy indignantly reminded him of his own promises. Exhausted, Vol admitted that he hadn't felt this drained in a long time. Suddenly, a familiar high-pitched squeak sounded. Takuro thought that it was Vol making such sweet sounds and was surprised by his new habits. The cave was illuminated by a flash of magical light. In front of him sat a small black dragon hatchling with crystalline spikes. It squeaked joyfully, looking straight at him. Next to it lay the cracked shell of a huge egg. The young man was struck by a realization. The calf had just hatched. The little one, with a joyful squeal, rushed towards him. The little dragon began to actively lick the boy, although he was trying to fend it off and complained about the terrible stench. Wolf calmly noted that the baby immediately bonded with its rescuer and suggested giving him a name. The young man was surprised. Shouldn't a father be the one to name his own child? The dragon explained that the true name already exists in the baby, and he entrusted the choice of an ordinary name for everyday use to the boy. Realizing the full weight of responsibility, Takuro feverishly began to sift through the cool and grand options for the divine creation. He looked carefully at the baby. I thought even deeper. The boy was almost boiling with tension, while the little dragon tilted its head in confusion. Ultimately, the young man despairingly admitted that he had zero talent for names. Only banal dog and cat names like Pochi or Tama were spinning in my head. It was necessary to come up with something simple, cute, and related to the black color of the scales. Suddenly, an imaginary light bulb flashed above his head. "What about Black Nobby?" he exclaimed, and the little one clearly liked this option. The little dragon joyfully rushed to hug, continuing to smell unbearably. Behind, there was a muffled, restrained giggle of the bull. The cave shook with his laughter, and stones fell from the ceiling. The old dragon laughed heartily, nearly causing a landslide, while Takuro begged him to calm down. The bull calmed down after apologizing. He simply hadn't felt such genuine joy for too long. The dragon solemnly approved the name, although the boy had already begun to doubt his choice. A majestic voice proclaimed the full name, Black Nobby Voldius. Takuro tried to correct the pronunciation to Nobi, but no one was listening to him anymore. The little one was shining with happiness. The baby squeaked joyfully, fluttering in the air of the cave. The boy silently begged for forgiveness from all fantasy fans for such a ridiculous name for a legendary creature. But seeing how joyfully Nubi flies around the cave, he decided to come to terms with it. The bull suddenly called him seriously. He asked how the young man's body feels. Takuro listened to himself and was surprised to realize that the pain had completely disappeared, thanks to the absorbed dragon magic. Vol himself also felt great. His mana had been purified, and peace returned to the land. The grateful dragon offered to grant any wish of the rescuer, except for magical ore. The young man asked for just a little magical water from the underground lake, and Vol allowed him to take as much as he wanted. However, there was one problem. Takeru did not have an empty bottle. He took out his travel flask, pondering how best to proceed. The boy explained to the bull the concept of ordinary capacity for water. The dragon squinted with interest, noticing that the young man's bag was using spatial magic. He clicked his claw, and a powerful glow enveloped the bag. The wolf directly connected the magical inventory to the lake, puzzling the boy. The bag interface now features an infinity symbol. Water will never run out. out. Takeru was caught trying to understand how to physically pour liquid from a bag, having no idea about this magic. He logically assumed that since there is a direct connection, you just need to take a wooden mug and check it in practice. The boy showed the dragon an ordinary wooden mug. The boy lowered the container into the bag, clearly imagining how it filled with water. The experiment was a great success, while Vol strictly ordered to feed the cub only this water. Takeru blinked in surprise. The dragon also instructed to regularly take the baby out for fresh air, and most importantly, to share with him everything that newbie will see and feel on the surface. The bull blessed them to explore this vast world. The little dragon chirped joyfully, circling around its father. A system window popped up before my eyes. A baby ancient dragon has joined the group. The young man panicked. How could he give his long-awaited child to some vagabond? But Vol was unyielding. It was Takeru who saved him, so no objections are accepted. Meanwhile, Nobi gently but painfully rubbed against the young man, continuing to emit a terrible smell. The wolf explained that the boy infused the little one with his mana, which is why the dragonette considers him a part of itself. If the baby does not grow strong, he will return to the earth, which greatly frightened Takara with such responsibility. But the father was calm, as he entrusted his son to someone who turned out to be stronger than himself. "I am counting on you, Takeru," his voice echoed. With these words, the majestic dragon simply dissolved into the air, leaving them both alone. After such a request, the guy had no choice left. He would have to bear this burden. He resignedly scratched the back of his head. Takeru smiled at the little one and suggested embarking on a joint adventure. Nobi squeaked joyfully in agreement. But before that, the young man used cleansing magic to finally get rid of the dragon's stench. Kamisiro Takeru died at 28 and suddenly reincarnated on the planet Medius. The mysterious culprit of his death returned the boy's youth, gave him magic, a spatial bag, and sent him to travel. Now Takeru was enjoying life, collecting rare resources, meeting people, and raising a dragon hatchling. The boy exclaimed joyfully, finally emerging from the dungeon into the light. He looked back at the high cliffs. This single day stretched into an eternity. Takeru gently apologized to little Bii, for whom time in the cave dragged on even longer. The stomach treacherously growled from hunger. Takeru gently handed the little one a glass of cold water. The little dragon happily sipped water from the glass. He handed the vessel to the master. Takeru greedily took a few sips of icy water. It was too late to return through the forest, so he set up camp right in the gorge. In a moment, the bonfire was already blazing, and dinner was being prepared. On the fire, the signature milk soup with carrots was steaming, while nearby a steak with local herbs was sizzling. The cook happily rubbed his hands and called the little one to the table. Bai nodded happily. The boy doubted whether human food would harm the dragon, but still, he cautiously handed him the hot bowl. The little one greedily leaned over the soup, and it instantly burned the tongue. Takeru gently blew on the dish, indicating how to cool the food. Getting angry, the little dragon started devouring its second portion. Later, the satisfied Bii contentedly stroked his round belly. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. His companion could calmly eat regular food. He asked questioningly, looking the master straight in the eyes. He quietly asked if the little one missed his mother. The little dragon froze at first, then slowly crawled closer, and he comfortably settled right on Takeru's lap. The boy smiled tenderly at this defenseless trust. The responsibility for this tiny life weighed on his shoulders with an even heavier burden. He seriously warned Bii not to get into fights. The little dragon listened carefully, catching every emotion. The little one eagerly barked, as if offering his help. Takeru explained that protecting the young is the job of adults, and besides, the ancient Wolsan would tear him to pieces if anything happened to the cub. There was no response. The little one was already sweetly sleeping, trustfully curled up in a ball. Takeru quietly activated the ability scan of the sleeping child. Before my eyes, a status flashed. Black Nobi, an ancient volcanic dragon of rank B with hidden potential SS. A heavy silence hung in the air. Memory conjured the fiery image of the mighty bull. This little companion possessed truly destructive power. Takeru remembered God's promise to give him a dear companion and mentally scolded him for this joke. In the end, the boy smiled warmly. The little dragon was indeed cute, and the rest didn't matter. Takeru unfolded a magical barrier and placed a firestone for protection, and he lay down to sleep next to to his new friend. As he fell asleep, he thoughtfully twirled a small shard of mithril in his hands. One could only hope that the client would forgive such a meager catch in exchange for a pile of collected iron. Another problem has arisen. He needed to come up with a convincing tale about how he found and raised a dragon egg. He decided not to talk about the ancient dragon and to pass Bi off as an ordinary black dragonling. The next morning, the sun illuminated the edge of the canyon. Takeru quickly had breakfast and fed Bii. Then he easily climbed up the rock, conserving flight magic. At the top, the boy froze in shock. The dense forest around has changed beyond recognition. He looked around the thicket in confusion, not believing his own eyes. Bi joyfully fluttered into the air, and Takeru ordered him not to fly too far away. It was the baby's first walk outdoors. While the satellite was playing, the boy started gathering materials. He immediately noticed the unusual plants that had not grown here before. Suddenly, something sharply pushed him in the chest. He nervously tucked himself into the pocket of his jacket. Tears were welling up in the little dragon's big eyes. Takeru instantly expanded the radar to search for aggressive monsters. The system exploded with dozens of red markers from all sides. Just yesterday, the local beasts shied away from him due to the remnants of foreign magic, but now the energy has dissipated. The boy grinned predatorily. It was the perfect opportunity for training and farming. The map showed a huge concentration of loot very close by. He gently reassured Bii, instructing her to hold tightly to his clothing. The little dragon clung to the jacket with its sharp claws out of fear. Takeru winced in pain, asking to hide them, when suddenly a large feather fell right in front of him. A heavy rustle of wings was heard. A giant shadow covered them from above. It was the rock falcon, a carnivorous monster of rank C with extremely valuable fat. The boy stared in shock at the monster. After the ancient dragon, this giant predator seemed almost cute to him. The bird aggressively snapped with its massive beak, but Takeru saw only a tasty piece of flying meat in front of him. He stretched out his hands, coldly stating that he would kill solely for the sake of survival. The magical command tore sharp ice needles from the ground. The boy consciously refused the fire to avoid burning the forest and ruining the carcass. He smiled and beckoned the predator to him. The falcon cried out piercingly, and he threw himself into the attack like a stone. The deafening blow instantly ended the fight, and Takeru looked at his prize with satisfaction. The carcass fell to the ground, pierced through by an icy spear. Bai squeaked in awe, impressed by the master's power. From the thickets, a pack of serpent wolves silently emerged with paralytic poison on their tails. The leader snarled fiercely and lunged forward. Takeru prepared for close combat. He instantly cast the magic of acceleration, weight reduction, and body strengthening on himself. A strong push with the legs, and he soared into the air much higher than he had expected. In the fall, the boy struck the first wolf into the ground with a devastating kick. Other beasts growled ominously, preparing to leap. Another monster lunged straight at Takeru. He cold-bloodedly swung, and with one punch, he knocked the wolf away. The third predator was met with a high, sweeping kick. Even the death of relatives did not stop the last beast, which blindly charged into the attack. Takeru defeated him with a single precise move in the air. The bodies of the fallen enemies thudded to the ground. The boy landed softly in the middle of the battlefield. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and he exhaled heavily. All monsters were successfully hidden in the spatial inventory. He methodically gathered all the scattered loot from the ground. Takeru wearily dropped his shoulders. Clearing the forest at such a pace was too exhausting. The boy breathed heavily, while the worried Bi huddled close to him. The radar blared wildly again, alerting to a new wave of targets. The boy irritably reached for the collar. He asked the little one if he wanted to fly away from here. Bi squeaked joyfully. The boots slowly lifted off the ground. The little dragon flapped its wings and easily lifted its master into the air. Takeru smiled widely, coming up with a new plan. He ordered to activate maximum weight loss. A sharp whistle of the wind sounded. They instantly soared high into the sky, like an arrow shot from a bow. Takeru panicked and shouted that the little one had lifted him too high. The title page of the 10th chapter greeted us with a sleeping little dragon under a tree. His big eyes blinked mournfully. The little dragon joyfully rushed to lick Takeru's face, who was just coming to his senses. The boy grimaced at the smell but was relieved to realize he had survived. He sat down and looked around the endless emptiness in confusion. The forest was visible visible behind, so Takero assumed they had returned to yesterday's campsite. They flew an enormous distance incredibly quickly. The boy warmly thanked Bi for the rescue, but he gently reminded that he was just a fragile person, not a dragon. Flying high in the sky was beyond his reach, despite his mastery of magic. Takero asked to be more careful with him next time. The little dragon sparkled with happiness. And with a run, I joyfully crashed straight into the guy. After the gloomy forests and dungeons, Takero sincerely enjoyed his walk under the clear sky. He decided to take a break from gathering materials and leisurely head to Torm. Suddenly, his gaze caught on a strange stick in his hand. The ordinary-looking branch did not seem to be anything special. Bee suddenly squeaked restlessly. The little dragon opened its mouth wide, and he breathed on the stick with thick steam. The branch instantly transformed into a real magic wand, causing Takero to flinch. The boy understood nothing of Bee's joyful squeal. It seems the branch was just dozing off, and the foul breath suddenly woke it up. Takero imagined himself as a cool wizard, but had no idea how to use this artifact. He stared at his new weapon in bewilderment. Throwing the staff over his shoulder, he noticed that Bi had tensed up again. The boy was looking somewhere into the distance. Ahead lay only an empty dirt road. Takero squinted. On the very horizon, a tiny dot was indeed visible. With the approach, the dot turned into a covered cart, and it was not a horse that pulled him, but a real unicorn. The coachman was surprised by the lonely traveler and said that they were going to Tormi. Learning that the boy was walking, he asked him about his occupation. The man took Takero for a professional material collector, and he kindly offered to give a ride. Takero hesitated, afraid of taking up too much space. The children peeked out of the stroller and laughed joyfully at how funny their little brother was. The boy was glad that these people were not scared of him at all. The coachman assured that there was plenty of free space in the carriage. Takero climbed onto the step, anticipating his first ride in the cart. Inside, he was warmly greeted by a woman and two small children. The boy was mentally struck that such little ones were already traveling through dangerous lands. He jokingly growled at the girl, checking if they were afraid of robbers. The woman with a calm smile showed the magical bell. It contained a stone that instantly reacted to the thirst for murder. She introduced herself as Eliza and introduced the guy to the children and her husband Bolm. Takero politely greeted, while Bi quietly spoke up. The children immediately reacted to the strange squeak. The children began to persistently inquire about where the sound was coming from. Takero cautiously admitted that he was hiding a rare animal under his cloak. The children chorused that they desperately wanted to see her. Takero hesitated. Refusing now would only raise unnecessary suspicions. Eliza was not surprised at all for adventurers. This was a usual matter. While Bi was fidgeting under the cloak, she assured that there was nothing strange about it. She heard that monsters can be tamed from a young age. Takero immediately thought of beast tamers from fantasy games. He quietly instructed the little dragon to behave nicely and not to bite. The bee jumped out of the hood right into the light. The children squealed with delight upon seeing a real pocket dragon. Bolm looked closely and was surprised to recognize a rare black dragonette. Takero awkwardly waved it off, saying that he just happened to find it. Bolm asked in surprise if Takero was a dragon knight. Eliza assumed that the boy had raised it from an egg himself. The coachman noted that meeting such a knight is a huge rarity. Takero asked hopefully if they could be found in big cities. Eliza replied that they usually serve as royal guards. The boy daydreamed about asking them how to properly care for dragons. Meanwhile, Bee was amusingly dancing on a barrel, making the children laugh to tears. The little one happily squeezed the warm, soft animal. Takero breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he would be able to safely show Bi to the residents of Tormi. In the evening, the family stopped for a rest. Bolm installed a magical stone that repelled night monsters. Takero added that their little dragon will also work as a perfect alarm system. The family completely trusted the instincts of the little predator. As a token of gratitude, the boy offered to prepare dinner. He showed the astonished children his bottomless storage bag, and he dramatically pulled out a huge frying pan with food from there. Bolm good-naturedly laughed at the guests' latest magic trick. Takero got to work, sending his family on vacation. A starry night has descended upon the sky. Soon, a freshly prepared dish of game, mushrooms, and vegetables was steaming over the fire. The children eagerly pounced on the hot dish. Their eyes widened in shock. Kane smiled broadly. proudly. Yunnan shone with pleasure. They joyfully shouted that it was delicious, like in the best restaurant. The couple also took up the spoons. Bolm sent the first batch to the company. Eliza carefully tasted the dish. She sincerely praised the incredible culinary talent of the guy. The woman turned to the man for support, but for some reason, he froze. His shoulders trembled slightly. From the eyes flowed true tears of culinary catharsis. Takuro sighed with relief. He was already afraid that he had oversalted it. The coach emotionally admitted that on the road they only eat tough dried meat. Looking at this family idyll, Takuro felt a warm nostalgia. Only now did he realize how much he had missed shared dinners in his past life. After the meal, Bolm took out his guitar, and the family organized a real celebration. Takuro joined the dance, while Bi joyfully twirled in the air. The boy laughed so sincerely as he never had before. It was his first true burst of happiness after rebirth. The next morning, the journey continued without any problems. Bolm let the boy take his place and taught him to drive the cart. Takuro discovered that a unicorn can be controlled with ordinary words. The intelligent animal obediently accelerated and slowed down at the sound of one voice. Soon, the gates of the village of Tormi appeared on the horizon with a guard. The guard sweetly yawned, and he immediately recognized the familiar crew. The cart came to a smooth stop at the entrance. The guard Marlowe was surprised why Takuro was holding the reins, and Bolm proudly explained that he was teaching the boy to drive the cart. Bolm sincerely thanked Takuro for the wonderful company, and he invited the guy to stop by their shop nearby. When the family left, Takuro asked the guard about Bolm's profession. It turned out that the barber had been trading wool in the capital all winter. The guardian sighed that due to the long journeys, Bolm constantly reproached himself for the harsh life of the children. Now, Takuro finally understood the reason for yesterday's tears over dinner. Before my eyes, the image of Bolma surfaced, who was crying over his dinner. The boy silently thanked fate for the abilities that allowed him to live without worries. The guard pulled him out of his thoughts, reminding him of Jerome's task. Takuro headed straight to the collector's shop. In the shop, Jerome was humming something thoughtfully to himself. Before entering with the report, the guy first peeked in to check on the little ones. B.E. stayed outside, instantly becoming the center of attention for the local kids. Inside, Takuro dumped the gathered materials onto the table, apologizing for the small amount of mithril. Among the small pebbles lay one the size of a marble. Jerome suddenly bulged his eyes and screamed wildly. The collector, with trembling hands, picked up the stone, stating that it was by no means an ordinary mithril. He recognized the magical ore, which Takuro already knew so well. Jerome was in shock. This tiny piece was worth a legendary treasure. Takuro mentally recalled the huge chunk of the same ore in his bag and swallowed nervously. He had no idea how powerful this mineral actually was. The ancient dragon Vol gifted him a true weapon of mass destruction. Jerome stated outright that the guy is dangerous due to his complete lack of common sense. The miser grumbled that such a rural simpleton was completely devoid of common sense. Finding such an artifact was simply unreal. This crumb contained more magical energy than all the stones of the entire country combined. Such scale made Takuro slam his hands on the table. He couldn't even imagine the true value of the gift. The collector sternly advised the boy to explore the world if he plans to travel further. Crossing his arms, Jerome made a serious decision. He strongly recommended Takuro to head to the city of Belkaim. The boy thoughtfully repeated the name of his next goal. A new stage of the journey has begun. Jerome advised the boy to head to the big city of Belkaim. On the map, this settlement was visible quite far from their Tormi. The elder remarked, "It's a pity to lose such a guest, but if the young man becomes famous, the whole village will become famous too." Jerome burst out laughing loudly, while Takeru just waved it off, saying he wasn't planning to become famous. The boy decided to stay in Torm for a few more days. Before him unfolded the view of the distant great world. The Inn Galop became his cozy temporary home. He hadn't spent the night in his own room behind closed doors for a long time. Takeru stretched out on the bed with pleasure and gently addressed the little dragon. But Bai sat hunched over, completely dejected. The memory clarified the situation. celebration. The little one was playing carefree with the local children. In a surge of emotions, he accidentally knocked over the flower vase with his tail. For this damage, the owner's wife severely scolded him. Takeru reassured the little dragon. Parents always scold their children exclusively out of love. The young man shifted his gaze to the heavy bags of coins, over 800,000 leafs. He would have been saving that much money for years in his past life. In yen, this amounted to a staggering 8 million. It was strange that even in such a small village, Jerome had such wealth. There was a suspicion. Either the true price of mithril was lower, or the cunning merchant was appeasing the valuable guest with an overpayment. Suddenly, there was a quiet knock at the door. The maid Ellie, with a friendly smile, called him to dinner. Takeru cheered up the little one with news about food, and he squeaked joyfully again. The hostess mentioned that there will be meat on the table today. Seeing the huge portions of hot meat, both the boy and the little dragon jumped up. They are so appetizing. Takeru couldn't help but exclaim. The first bite triggered an explosion of gastronomic happiness in him. Incredibly delicious, he exclaimed. What kind of meat is this? It's so juicy. I've never tasted anything like it. The wolf steak literally melted in the mouth. The boy eagerly slurped the hearty soup, delighting the hostess with his appetite. She promised to give him both soup and a good piece of smoked meat for the journey. Takeru politely asked to add some wonderful soup extract as well. The hostess willingly agreed to prepare all the supplies. While enjoying the food, the young man felt a slight pang of nostalgia. He desperately wanted plain white rice. In the imagination, snow-white boiled grains were already swirling. But the woman asked in surprise what this strange dish was. Takeru tried to explain the method of cooking grains and asked if there was rice in them. From her confusion, he sadly realized the line simply does not exist here. The mistress assumed that such a wonder could be found in a big city or the capital. The capital, you say? This thought instantly returned hope to him. The young man firmly decided to find his favorite dish in the big city. Meanwhile, the full little dragon lazily sprawled on the bed with its belly up. Takeru sat down at the table and took out an adventure guide. He carefully studied the description of the small fragment of mithril. Even such a tiny piece possessed colossal magical power. Weapons made from this metal immediately gained the status of divine. Thus, the sword made from this ore is called magical, the boy pondered. I remembered yesterday's conversation about the warning bell that alerts to danger. What if we create a powerful artifact to protect the entire village? The guide suggested the properties of the object change when saturated with magic. It remained to understand the mechanics of merging ore with a regular tool. Takeru placed the shard next to the ordinary kerosene lamp. He focused on the objects, mentally commanding them to get angry. Create, he commanded loudly. There was no effect. Then he tried other, simpler words. But still, nothing at all. The selection of teams continued while the lamp stood motionless. Maybe I'm doing something wrong? No matter what I say, nothing works, while B was peacefully snoring nearby. Exhausted, the boy pondered the very essence of saturating an object with magic. He realized it should not be a verbal command, but a direct transfer of one's own energy. The mention of Bai's hatching was a revelation. At that moment, he sincerely conveyed the warmth of his hands. He carefully brought his palms closer to the lamp and formed a clear image in his mind, just like that time. Takeru focused, pouring his energy into the metal. Suddenly, the space trembled from a powerful jolt. Bright electric sparks sharply struck from his fingers to the metal. The flash instantly lit up the entire street from outside. The boy recoiled, and the room was flooded with a blinding white light. When the energy sphere dissipated, he looked closely at the table. He lit the lamp to examine the result. Instead of an ordinary tin can, there was an exquisite lamp with whimsical patterns. Under her lid, a fragment of mithril is perfectly secured. It's time to check the result. The scan confirmed this is a magic lamp capable of creating a protective dome with a radius of several kilometers. It worked! The boy rejoiced, examining the finished lamp. After reading the description of the additional effect, he nervously smiled. Instead of a siren, the lamp emitted the sound of Bai's snoring. The effect is even better than I thought. It's perfect, summarized Takeru. Moreover, such a sound is unlikely to scare anyone, he added, glancing at the sleeping baby. Satisfied with his work, he decided to go to bed himself to wait for the day of departure. The next days flew by quickly. He helped the peasants in the field and happily played with the children. Finally, it's time to pack up. The boy carefully packed the lamp, soup extract, and dried meat. He looked around the room with warmth. The door closed. "Well, let's go, bye." Takeru stepped out onto what seemed to be an empty street. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. The entire village gathered near the gate. She peered perplexedly over his shoulder. The hostess smiled and stated that they would not let him go without a proper farewell. "Why are you all here?" Takeru said emotionally. The kids asked not to forget about them. They clung to his legs in tears, and the young man gently stroked them, promising to return one day. The elder Jerome cried so openly that it looked extremely comical. Takeru approached Marlowe and handed him a bundle. The man gasped in astonishment. He had no idea that the young man was capable of creating such a thing. The boy explained that this artifact would create an impenetrable protective barrier around Tormi. Marlowe was struck by the possibilities of such an object. Moreover, the lamp will loudly signal danger. He immediately realized this was an improved bell, like in Balin's. Takeru smiled sincerely. He only wants everyone to be safe until his return. The ringing laughter of the villagers quickly dispelled the touching tension. The boy was embarrassed by his own pathos, but was glad that he was being seen off with a smile rather than tears. "Marlowe, can I take a look at this?" Jerome took the lamp in his hands. He gazed at the amazing artifact with awe. He carefully tilted the metal lid. Seeing the pure mithril inside, the elder nearly fainted. "Takeru, wait!" Jerome panically ran after him, but the boy only quickened his pace, not accepting back the priceless gift. "See you?" was heard from afar. Jerome sighed helplessly. This young man is truly something incredible. He created such a powerful thing right in the room of an inn, as if it were a trifle. The foreman only hoped that the boy would not make powerful enemies because of this. After all, in terms of its strength, this lamp was not inferior to the tools of the greatest empires, yet he gave it away for nothing. "Oh, I just hope there won't be any trouble." Jerome decisively hid the lamp under his coat, and the young man with a broad smile was already running towards new adventures. His own legend was just beginning. For the third day, the young man was leisurely walking away from the village of Tormi. He walked with a light heart, humming a simple melody. The road led straight to the cliff. Before my eyes unfolded an endless landscape with green terraces. Takeru hoped to find a settlement here, but suddenly froze. A giant armored crab blocked the way. The young man stared at the monster in bewilderment, not understanding where it could have come from in the middle of the land. The monster menacingly clicked its claws. The beast was clearly raging, even though the boy was counting on its clumsiness. The hopes turned out to be in vain. The massive body suddenly took off from its place. Takeru barely managed to catch the staff in surprise. A powerful swing struck directly against the shell. The devastating force simply crushed the monster into the dry ground. The carcass lay motionless in the deep crater. The shattered giant lay frozen as a mangled heap of armor. The young man looked at the weapon with satisfaction. The wood held up perfectly. Having instructed his companion Bai to wait, he approached the broken shell. The system issued a brief summary. Underground crab, completely edible. Takeru just shook his head, sincerely sympathizing with the inhabitants of this world. In his imagination, the monster had already turned into a luxurious sashimi. The appetite instantly disappeared after one line of description. These predators always live in packs. The anxious squeak of the little dragon made him turn around sharply. Behind him loomed another giant with a raised claw, a lightning strike, and the boy barely managed to raise his staff. The monster pressed down with all its weight. The young man resisted the pressure, but was firmly stuck in the ground. Worse still, two more armored predators crawled out from behind the hill. Suddenly, Bai sharply took a deep breath. The little dragon squeaked with all its might, wide open its mouth. An invisible wave struck from his jaws. The giant crab shook wildly over Takeru. A thick white foam fell. The predator collapsed helplessly next to the stunned boy. Takeru stared blankly, not believing that the crab had foamed up and softened by itself. The fight continued to scream, although there was absolute silence for the human ear. The guess struck Takeru. The dragon stunned the monsters with a powerful ultrasound. He exhaled with relief and thanked his little savior. He joyfully rushed to lick his master, generously sharing a specific scent. Wiping his face, the boy got to work while the crabs were still unconscious. He respectfully folded his hands in a prayer of thanks for the food. A blinding bolt of magical lightning struck straight from the sky into the prey. The armor instantly turned red, releasing thick steam. The meat has cooked perfectly. An incredible aroma floated in the air. The familiar smell of real crab brought tears of nostalgia to the young man. He gently reassured his hungry companion, promising a quick lunch. To break the armor, it was necessary to concentrate magic in the palm. A precise strike with the edge cracked the shell. Beneath it lay a gigantic piece of juicy white meat. Now it was necessary to figure out how to preserve so much meat. The young man carefully packaged the catch, wrapping it in large dendor leaves for freshness. It turned out to be a full 10 servings. A familiar traveler once suggested this useful trick to him. Having dealt with the supplies, Takeru handed his companion his portion. Not wasting any time, the friends sank their teeth into the hot meat. The taste took my breath away. Takeru was almost in tears from gastronomic ecstasy, genuinely wondering why the locals don't eat this. He was determined to share this culinary discovery with other people. For a moment, the thought of opening my own shop even crossed my mind, but it seemed too trivial for the mission of reincarnation. Noticing his pensive mood, Bai squeaked questioningly. Takeru confessed that in his past life he was surrounded by wonderful food, and now he wants to find the same here. He smiled, promising to no longer feed the dragon only fresh water. From now on, the search for new flavors has become their common goal. The dog in captivity again rushed to lick its owner. Takeru stood still in front of the giant wall, holding a winged baby on his shoulder. High on the rock hung a massive city coat of arms. It was Belkaim, a bustling marketplace and a refuge for thousands of adventurers. The young man raised his head, overwhelmed by the incredible height of the fortress. A long line of travelers was winding near the gate. He exhaled with relief, realizing the routine nature of the inspection. The city itself sprawls between a dense forest and a spacious lake. Such geography made him an ideal target for monster attacks. Suddenly, the skin on the back of the head tightened from a magical tingling. Upon closer inspection, Takeru noticed a faint flicker of the protective barrier on the wall. The queue was steadily moving forward. The stern guard loudly ordered to prepare the luggage for inspection. The young man calmly approached the stone pillar. In his bag, there were only unremarkable bundles. He silently thanked his illusion magic. It reliably concealed the true value of things. The guard looked at the burly guy in surprise, not believing his profession as a collector. Takeru just awkwardly waved off the questions. When asked about his name, he introduced himself as Takeru and admitted that he aspired to become an adventurer. When asked about home, he modestly named the remote village of Tormi. The guard nodded sympathetically and warned about the magical assessment. In his hand gleamed a strange instrument resembling a magnifying glass. Takeru blinked in confusion. This artifact could instantly read basic information about anyone. An association with the X-ray at the airport instantly arose in my mind. It became extremely interesting to peek into someone else's screen. Holding his breath, he secretly focused on someone else's status window. The man stared intently at the holographic status window. Takeru calmed down. The indicators looked utterly pathetic. The system recognized him as a 19-year-old novice without a rank, but with a gift. A thought crossed my mind. Does one's own strength affect the ability to see others' skills? While the guard marveled at the rare gift, the boy quietly rejoiced in his hidden cheating abilities. Suddenly, the man's face stretched in surprise. The artifact illuminated the red inscription, Dragon's Blessing. Takeru hesitantly opened the cloak, revealing the scaly companion to the light. The guard recoiled upon hearing the story about the egg found in the forest. The young man smiled innocently, prudently remaining silent about the magical mithril ore. The female officer confirmed the honesty of his words. The device did not register any lies. The boy hurried to assure the safety of the baby. Seeing the animal's trust in its owner, the guard took pity. However, a taming mark was required to enter the city. The mention of farewell gifts from the village children came at the right time. The hand quickly dove into the bosom for a small bag. The little dragon chirped joyfully, actively rummaging through the trinkets. A tiny wooden bracelet appeared ceremoniously in the light. Such a modest choice surprised Takeru. The ring clearly did not fit on the neck or the paw. The solution was found quickly: to attach a decoration to the tail. He carefully dragged the scale across the polished wood. The little one obediently froze, tucking its tail under the bracelet. Takeru carefully pulled the wooden ring onto the tip of the tail. The scales slid closely over the polished wood, and the bracelet fit snugly. The baby joyfully soared into the air, flaunting the new outfit. The little dragon joyfully twirled above the heads of those present. Both stern guards instantly broke into touched smiles. The guard hesitantly asked if this was enough for identification. The little creature tightly hugged Takeru's cheek, and the guard's heart completely melted. However, according to protocol, he had to report the dragon to the mayor. But he immediately reassured, registration in the guild will forever protect the baby from the encroachments of the aristocrats. He added that the mayor might also convey the news to the Lord of the Lands. Takeru exhaled the remnants of tension. He was genuinely happy to meet good people on his way. The little dragon purred contentedly, pleased with the gentle officer. The young man had already turned towards the gate when a timid call sounded. The huge guard pleaded for permission to pet the dragon. In the next moment, the officers were squealing as they squeezed the soft little baby through the iron bars. Takeru continued to rush forward, carrying the dazed favorite in his arms. The footsteps faded before the inner gates. The palm rested on the cold metal handle. The doors creaked open, letting in the blinding sunlight. A wide street opened up, bustling with the life of dozens of different races. After the quiet village, these scales simply knocked me off my feet. The boy politely fended off the local traders. The dense crowd pressed in from all sides, threatening to crush. It was necessary to immediately look for a guild and escape from the main avenue. Suddenly, my eyes caught the necessary landmark in the crowd. Takeru froze, ensuring that he had not made a mistake in direction. Ahead loomed a monumental building with a huge sign. Takeru whispered sternly to the baby to sit quietly. In his imagination, a crowd of bloodthirsty thugs awaited beyond these walls. Taking a breath, he carefully pushed the heavy door. Taker hesitantly pushed the massive doors of the Adventurers Guild. The boy was stunned by the luxury of the hall, illuminated by magnificent crystal chandeliers. A tall lizard was asking the cat girl about something near the counter. Takeru looked around the waiting area, searching for a free spot. He approached another window and greeted. The girl with rabbit ears joyfully greeted the new candidate. She gestured for him to go further. Sitting at the table, Takeru involuntarily recalled his exhausting days as an office clerk. The boy started rummaging through his bag. He calmly explained that he had already studied the local rules from books. The rabbit handed him the registration form and a pen. She asked to fill out the document in the Carfei language. Takeru tensed up, hoping for the God-given ability to understand any writing. The pen hesitantly touched the paper. Ordinary scribbles suddenly formed perfect symbols on their own. The form was instantly filled out with his name. The boy looked at his hand in awe, impressed by this magical assistance. He handed the completed document back. Takeru admitted that he plans to become an ordinary materials collector. The girl was happy, as the guild constantly needed such workers. The young man silently rejoiced in his cheating skills. The rabbit suddenly asked about his combat experience. Takeru fell into thought. He casually listed the slain monsters, a giant bird, wolves with snake tails, and delicious crabs. The last words confused the employee. She skeptically asked for any evidence. Before the young man appeared a system interface with a pair of crabs in the inventory. He got up from the table. A terrible rumble shook the entire guild building. The adventurers hurried to the counter through a cloud of dust. The experienced bear warrior stared ahead in shock. On the floor lay a gigantic, grotesque carcass of a crab. Takeru calmly added that the meat of this monster is extremely tasty. Ariana was almost crying from horror as the crowd grimaced in disgust. The big bear suspiciously asked if the boy had a spatial inventory. Takeru blinked his eyes. He hurriedly lied that he kept all the loot in a regular bag. The young man picked up a small cloth bag. The attendees exchanged stunned glances from the tiny bag to the mountain of shells. The boy nervously smiled, assuring that he bought this artifact from some young man. The bear was burning him with a heavy gaze. Zdorovan suddenly relaxed and admitted that the newcomer was not lying. The bear looked at the boy once more and muttered that he was indeed not lying. The big guy hesitated with the heavy armor in his hands and reassured Ariana that the newcomer was definitely green. The bear burst out laughing, advising to only bring a small part of the monster as evidence next time. Takeru cautiously asked why he had called him green. The warrior tapped his finger near his eye and recalled the innate skill of assessment. He explained that the green color represented an absolutely honest and innocent nature without any problems. The bear added that he sees people's personalities in the form of colors: yellow, problematic; red, hot-tempered.
Hello, I sincerely apologize for evaluating entering Takeru without his permission.
The young man recalled how the guards had thoroughly checked him at the city gates. He awkwardly asked if he really looked that suspicious. The cat girl reassured the frightened Ariana, confirming the safety of this boy. The bear asked businesslike what Takeru would do with the crab shell. The girls asked in shock if this disgusting thing could really be eaten. The boy eagerly offered them a piece of meat, but they panicked and waved their hands. Takeru sadly pressed the bag to himself, overwhelmed by the local flavors. The bear valued the shell and offered to buy it for a good amount of money. He ordered Ariana to quickly process the purchase documents. The rabbit still couldn't believe that this giant was the prey of an absolute beginner. Zdorovani only praised the boy's combat skills with satisfaction. Takeru shrank back from the whispering and excessive attention of the crowd in the hall. Ariana cautiously reminded about the wolves with snake tails. The boy reached again for his bottomless bag. A huge white skin fell heavily onto the stone floor. The bear and the rabbit lost the gift of speech. Zdorovani couldn't hold back and directly asked if the guy had hunted alone. Takeru denied it and introduced his little partner, a baby dragon. The guild erupted in cries of astonishment. The bear assumed that he was facing a true dragon knight, but the young man denied it. Adventurers instantly surrounded Takeru, eagerly offering him to join their groups. The big guy roughly pushed through the crowd, protecting the boy's peace. Takeru breathed a sigh of relief when the noisy hunters dispersed. Ariana invited him to the neighboring room to complete the registration. The seal struck the parchment with a clear sound. The rabbit reported that he officially receives the lowest rank, F. She added that if he wishes, he will be able to take the exam and skip a few steps. Takeru was completely satisfied with life at the bottom of the rankings while he studied the laws of this world. The employee handed him the guild bracelet, sternly warning him not to lose it. The last step remains, checking the magical power using a special crystal. The boy focusedly extended his hands over the artifact. He decided to simply pour energy into it, as he had done while warming the dragon egg. The crystal couldn't withstand the power and shattered into pieces. Takeru and Ariana silently stared at the fragments of stone. The boy nervously laughed, naively assuming that the artifact was already defective. Ultimately, Takeru stepped out onto the street, rejoicing in his official status as an adventurer. Now he was only interested in two things: finding a hotel and a decent bath. The boy trembled with unbearable desire to immerse himself in hot water. He survived for a whole month solely thanks to the magical cleansing of his body. With eyes burning with determination, he vowed to create the perfect bath for himself today. The final sketch featuring the main characters of the story appeared on the screen. Takeru wandered the streets of the new city, looking at the signs until his feet led him to the inn district. In his hands rustled a parchment, a map from the guild with recommended places for adventurers. His rank F guaranteed the worst shelters, which only made BII blink in surprise. The boy stopped in front of an old building that looked like it would crumble at the first gust of wind. I am not asking for luxury. I only want cleanliness, like in the village of Tormi. He sighed in disappointment. The young man turned around and set off to look for something of the middle class. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. The inn, Sea King, looked neat, sturdy, and reliable. At the doorstep, he was greeted by a girl with deer antlers who warmly invited him inside. He nodded, immediately asking about the availability of free seats, stepping over the threshold and froze. The spacious hall shone with perfect cleanliness, thanks to his gift. Takeru easily understood her specific local dialect. The little deer glanced at him and offered a large room so that the tall guest would be comfortable. He agreed to the last room on the third floor and inquired about the price. 1,500 labels. It was 3 times more expensive than his previous accommodation. However, he did not retreat, and resigning himself confirmed the reservation. The girl asked for a document, and Takeru awkwardly showed his guild ring. She quietly laughed, admitting that she had mistaken him for an official out of politeness. The medal with a bell lay on the magical pedestal. The artifact briefly froze and flashed. The registration was successful. The boy took the item in surprise, impressed by the local technologies. The little deer reminded that payment must be made in advance. I will pay for the month in advance, he confidently stated. The girl quickly turned to the table. Takeru watched in confusion as she panicked and leaned over the paper. She was listing thousands in columns, trying to calculate the total sum. Understanding the problem, he immediately calculated 45,000 1,000 in his head and reached for his wallet. Silver and copper fell heavily onto the tray. The girl shyly began to count the change, admitting that she has not been good with numbers since childhood. Takaru remembered that the guide to this world really didn't say anything about schools. The little deer exhaled with relief. The sum added up perfectly. Finally, she told about the discount on food at the neighboring restaurant for guests, and she handed over the key to the 5th room. I warned to always leave him at the reception. He eagerly climbed the stairs, and B.E. joyfully squeaked. The room turned out to be luxurious. A huge bed, a sofa, bright windows. There was even a private toilet, although it was just a regular pot. He sank heavily onto the mattress, squeezing the empty pouch. Rent and food will quickly drain all their resources. Bai nodded in agreement, supporting the idea of quality nutrition. Then it will be necessary to earn at least 2,000 labels a day. The boy spread out the quest cards on the bed. Small errands in the city brought in only pennies. However, there were exceptions with a high reward: the collection of materials. Searching for herbs and mushrooms outside the city walls was risky, but the pay was generous. He poured magical water for the little dragon to quench its hunger. Bai could only live on it, but Takeru would definitely go crazy on such a diet. The young man sprawled on the bed, realizing that his Japanese standards of comfort require money. Surviving solely on guild quests was a bad idea. He could hunt and gather food by himself. In Torm, he earned money by directly selling the catch to the shop. You just need to avoid drawing unnecessary attention to yourself and act wisely. B joyfully jumped up upon hearing that the owner was taking responsibility for their well-being. Takaru smiled warmly. In his joy, the little one dashed into his chest at full speed, nearly knocking the breath out of him. A little later, the young man stepped out onto the sunlit street. He consulted the drawn map, looking for the local bathhouse. The large bright building with the sign Abukumaru was found quickly. It is interesting how similar it is to Japanese baths. He pushed the door and greeted loudly. Behind the counter, a powerful tiger man called out 500 lives for a person and another 700 for a little beast. The wooden changing room looked old but very cozy. There were still no people, which delighted him immensely. The boy quickly took off his shirt, rejoicing in the empty bathhouse. I left my clothes in the locker and headed to the hall, humming a melody. The door slid open loudly. He froze. Instead of clear water, thick black mud splashed in the pool. This is not a bath, but some kind of puddle for washing off dirt. The little dragon was disheartened by the gloomy aura of this place. But Takeru grinned slyly, and the little one chuckled cunningly, anticipating the show. A powerful burst of cleansing magic instantly washed the entire hall to a dazzling shine. The tiger man in the corridor froze from the sudden light, and the boy was already blissfully lounging in the crystal clear hot water. B was contentedly buzzing nearby, spreading its wings. The door swung open with a bang. The shocked owner peered inside. Seeing the shining purity, the mighty tiger was filled with tears of gratitude and gave a thumbs up. From now on, for regular magical cleaning, Takeru and Bi have received the right to wash here completely free of charge. The maid fox was just taking hot cookies out of the oven. 15 days have passed since Takeru arrived in the city of Belkaim. On the table in the guild lay a perfect pile of gathered materials, healing leaves, roots, and rare mushrooms. Takeru calmly reported on his work, completely satisfied with his measured life. The evaluator Grit was shockingly examining the huge mushrooms. The fox excitedly reported, "The client is so impressed with the quality that he is willing to give the guy special assignments." But upon hearing the offer to take on 12 new quests at once, Takeru flatly refused. Such a frantic pace was absolutely unsuitable for him. The boy took a maximum of 2 or 3 easy tasks a day. He only did what he was 100% sure of. However, the quality of his work did its part. The base reward was multiplied to 4 silver coins. Takeru understood perfectly that such lucrative contracts were available to him solely due to Grit's protection. He quickly chose his next quest and was already getting ready to go. Suddenly, he pulled out a lavish bouquet from his bag. These were the famous flowers of Nebarari. Grit panicked. A person like him wouldn't even be able to pay for so many flowers. But Takeru stopped him with a laugh, explaining that it was just a gift. He advised the fox to give these rare flowers to his wife. Grit waved his hands in confusion. After all, these are precious flowers of an entire D rank. The fox was so touched by such unexpected generosity generosity that he almost cried. Instead, Takeru only asked for a little homemade dango that Greedo's wife expertly prepared. The guy explained that such buds cost a fortune, so he doesn't give them away for free. It was important to show that they were on equal footing with Grit, rather than that one was using the other. Such a simple yet thoughtful gesture bound the fox to him tightly. Ultimately, the entire local guild had already sincerely fallen in love with the guy, although it remained a mystery to everyone how he managed to find the perfect herbs so easily. Takeru diligently maintained the guise of an ordinary newcomer, hiding his origins from another world. And so far, his plan for a quiet life was working flawlessly. Stepping outside, he inhaled the fresh air with pleasure. In his free time, he often made his way to the city library. There, he eagerly absorbed knowledge about this unfamiliar world. Among the many volumes, one specific book caught his attention. It was a work that explained the difference between skills and gifts. Skills required constant training and developed gradually. There were indeed congenital anomalies that suddenly erupted with incredible force. Takeru was clearly aware that all his magic was indeed gifts, like his incredibly convenient abilities, instant search and scanning of any object. He wandered among the shelves for a long time, trying to find a description of at least someone with similar powers. Suddenly, one title caught his eye, his gaze fixed on the necessary root. The huge tome was called The Most Famous Gifts of the World, but after flipping through the pages, the boy sighed in disappointment. There was not a word about his case. The books claimed that no one would have enough mana to activate multiple gifts at the same time, and he used all three abilities in the fight with the forest wolf without any problems. His winged familiar impatiently reminded him that they had been sitting here for too long. It was already getting dark outside, so Takeru closed the book and headed to the bathhouse. Why break your head over what you can't change? He thought calmly on the way. The bright sky over Belkheim promised a peaceful evening, and this stability was more than enough for him. At the entrance to the bath, he was joyfully greeted from afar. The boy friendly exchanged a few words with the owner, a burly tiger beastman. When he first stumbled upon this establishment, everything was completely different here. Cold water, terrifying dirt, and a slippery floor extinguished any desire to go inside. All his enthusiasm then flowed down the drain along with the dirty water and the slippery floor. The water in the pools resembled a solid swamp. Angered by that horror, Takeru couldn't hold back and struck the entire building with a massive purification spell. The tiger owner was so shocked by the sudden cleanliness that he froze. He instantly offered the guy an incredibly advantageous deal. Since then, Takeru has been washing here every day completely free of charge. In exchange, he only cleaned the building once every 3 days and got himself a locker with a key for his belongings. The owner was sincerely happy that now his bath had crystal clear water. After taking off his clothes, the boy eagerly immersed himself in the perfectly hot water. The stress of the first weeks of survival was finally behind him. Now he had money, a roof over his head, and a clear schedule. His winged familiar was amusingly splashing in the water nearby. Relaxation in the clean pool washed away all the fatigue from the muscles without a trace. Now there was enough money, even with a small surplus. The boy was genuinely pleased with his current calm life. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a hoarse voice. "Yo, Takeru." From the water slowly emerged a familiar giant lizard man. The mountain of steel muscles and powerful scales involuntarily instilled respect. An adventurer named Cray casually asked how the boy's task in the plains went. The lizard irritably complained about the cowardly paladin, who simply ran away from the monster. Cray scoffed disdainfully. A true warrior would lay down their bones for the team. Takeru listened silently, not daring to scan this dangerous giant. The boy realized that Cray was one of the strongest in the guild. He had just thanked him for the wonderful clean water. The lizard was frankly surprised by the boy's lack of ambition. With such magic, one could become rich. "What an unambitious young man you are," he laughed. Then Cray directly asked why he was ignoring the invitation for a promotion. Takeru simply replied tiredly that he had been in this profession for only half a month. The boy assured that he is completely satisfied with his current situation. But Cray stood his ground. When you are truly skilled, age and experience don't matter at all. Takeru just wanted a quiet life without unnecessary troubles. The problem was that he inadvertently began to stand out in the guild for the wrong reasons. Some were already surprised at how the newcomer had earned a stable income in half a month. With this, the guy was ready to leave. Moreover, he already stood out too much because of his rare little dragon familiar. On the way, the funny little dragon attracted all the attention as always. Prey seriously warned, such stubborn refusal of fame sometimes attracts even more attention. It was precisely because of this exotic creature that local bandits increasingly lay in wait for him in dark alleys. Who even called this guy a weak F-rank adventurer? His strikes are as hard as stone. Damn it, let's run. The beaten robbers whined and fled. Krea's words echoed in his head. All of this was starting to cease being funny. The guy firmly decided to strictly filter his contacts and not to get involved with dubious people. Grit understood him well. Belkheim's pharmacists specifically ordered materials from Taker. After all, his materials were invariably of the highest quality. The boy did not want to deal with those who take on a quest and then abandon it and disappear. Many newcomers took on impossible tasks and then shamefully fled the city. Some individuals ended up on wanted posters for their antics. Everyone is the blacksmith of their own problems, the boy philosophically summarized. Grit tactfully changed the subject and handed over the tray with the daily earnings. He apologized for the grumbling, saying that not all adventurers are so conscious. The reward has significantly increased again due to bonuses for the special quest status. Takeru smiled smugly, tossing heavy coins in his hand. But the evaluator wouldn't give up, again begging the guy to take the exam for a new rank. Takeru outright refused. Loud fame was physically repulsive to him. Moreover, having gained stability, he planned to quietly move away. He thought, if people start to rely on him, it will become too difficult to leave here. Only a peaceful life, preferably at the lowest rank. He stubbornly repeated his main goal. Suddenly, the guild doors nearly burst open from the terrified scream of the guard. Goblins are attacking the city. The boy painfully grimaced, realizing that his peace had officially been multiplied by 0. The little dragon Bi was descending in a wooden bucket to the well. Takeru was sitting at the table and flipping through the bestiary guide, stopping on the page about goblins. These short monsters did not know human language, but they reproduced at a frantic pace. The book mentioned that they hunt everything alive. The goblins attacked indiscriminately, sweeping away settlements in their path. Men were killed, and women were taken captive, so they had to fight them to the death. Takeru sighed. There was simply no escape against their mass raids on villages. Meanwhile, the guildmaster Rodor was urgently gathering adventurers. He loudly commanded all the healers to step forward. His assistant, a mouse person, reported anxiously that the best fighters are currently in another city. The master was sifting through the names of rank B free mercenaries, hoping to find at least someone. He sent the girl to immediately summon the people. Takeru quietly observed the hustle and bustle, glad that this would pass him by with his low rank. But here he was grabbed by the shoulder and pulled into the thick of events, ignoring weak excuses about going to the market. In the assembly hall, the crowd buzzed with the news that reinforcements from the capital were not expected. Rodor commanded everyone to be quiet and listen to the plan, as their village was at stake. He unfolded the map. The goblins were advancing towards the river, and the guild's task was to hold them back at all costs. The master struck the table with his fist, urging everyone to stick together and not be afraid of the enemy's numbers. Takeru nervously smiled, feeling completely out of place among these hot-blooded warriors. Suddenly, a burly werewolf approached him closely and contemptuously pointed out his low rank. He grinned right in the young man's face, threatening him not to get in the way. The crowd erupted in laughter, mocking the feeble newcomer. Just then, Rodor's voice rang out as he suddenly remembered the boy's unique talent for gathering resources. The huge master loomed over Takeru. The young man awkwardly thanked and stated his name. Rodor squinted. Influential people in the city spoke too highly of this boy. Takeru just smiled sweetly in response. The master looked at him suspiciously. The young man wore a carefree smile. Rodor intently gazed into his eyes, and suddenly the master burst into a thunderous laugh. He patted Takeru on the shoulder, genuinely impressed that the boy was not at all intimidated by his pressure. The beastmen around lost the gift of speech from such a turn of events. Rodor seriously asked if the young man could cover their backs. He added, "If you have something worth protecting, risk your life for it." Having issued orders, the master set off to the front line, leaving the mouse-like Muselli in charge in the rear. Takeru blinked in astonishment. He carefully tried to calm the girl, apologizing for the commander's harshness. But Muselli was glowing with combat enthusiasm. She modestly admitted that she has some knowledge of healing magic. The mouse person was determined to prove to Rodor her invaluable usefulness in battle at all costs. Suddenly, a piercing cry rang out in the sky. The shadow of winged monsters fell on their rear camp. A huge bird with a terrible scream swooped down right at them. Muselli hid behind Takeru in panic, not understanding at all how he remained so calm. Her dreams of heroism evaporated instantly. She was in tears, trembling from her own weakness in front of the monster. Takeru sighed heavily. He realized that he would have to tell her the bitter truth right now. The young man firmly placed his hands on her shoulders. He pointed out that she was trembling all over and barely standing. Takeru calmly explained that if she panics before meeting the enemy, she will be of no use on the battlefield. No one forced her to take up arms and dive into hell. Muselli looked up at him with tearful eyes in surprise. A vulture nearby coldly pecked at someone's skull. Takeru quietly asked if she considered herself a battle-hardened war veteran. The mouse person denied through tears that she was any kind of hero. Even the strongest warriors feel an animal fear in the face of death. The young man explained that her true job is to save the lives of those who fight. He reminded her that she has the power to heal wounds. He advised her to stay in the rear and trust her abilities rather than pretend to be a hero. At these words, the girl calmed down, while Takeru barely held back his laughter at his own pompous speech. The muse shone brightly and promised to do everything in her power. The little mice ran together to the tent to set up their gear. The little dragon Bi squeaked affirmatively from his shoulder. The young man scratched his neck, glad that this tough conversation had actually worked. Suddenly, a suppressed laugh was heard nearby. It was the lizard man Clay, who was already laughing openly. He asked not to take offense, as he was not laughing at the words of the young man at all. Takeru remarked that everyone in the guild was too gloomy and overly nervous. Clay admitted that tense friends easily snap, but Taker brushed it off. Other people's fears do not concern him. Sitting on a stone to rest, Takeru directly asked why such a strong warrior did not go to the front lines. The glue grumbled that it didn't want to stick out in the front rows and remembered the wound on its back. Takeru squinted. Could the real trouble be hiding in the shoulder blade? He suggested that the old wound had affected a nerve near the shoulder blade. The young man pointed to the protruding bone and the deep scar that ran across the entire back of the lizard. Takeru recalled how he had caught a glimpse of this scar in the bathhouse. The glue stared at him in shock, so this was the wound he meant. The young man was embarrassed, realizing that he had said too much. The lizard gloomily lowered its gaze. He quietly called the scar on his back a mark of a coward who fled from the enemy and suffered defeat. But Takeru did not back down from the conversation. He gently disagreed. Such a wound can be received while protecting someone important with your back. The young man looked the warrior straight in the eye and added, "If you survived, it means you have already won. And now you can continue to protect those you love, so there is nothing to be ashamed of here." A warm, grateful smile appeared on Clay's stern face. A peaceful silence settled in their corner, when suddenly Takeru's stomach growled loudly. The young man awkwardly looked away and admitted that he was very hungry. The glue just popped. Suddenly, the air trembled from a distant rumble. The dragon immediately darkened. The defense line of Rodor had just been breached. Gray columns of smoke rose above the forest from magical explosions. A horde of monstrous goblins burst out of the thicket with a wild shriek. Muselli watched in panic as the monsters approached their camp. The enemy bypassed the vanguard and was now rapidly approaching the defenseless rear. The mouse person clutched their head, screaming in uncontrollable terror. Her scream pierced the ears, forcing Takara and Clay to cover their ears with their hands. The lizard silently intercepted its long spear. He decisively jumped off the hill, commanding everyone to stay in place. Takeru shouted after him, pleading not to strain old wounds. But Clay firmly declared that he would protect this camp, even if it ultimately destroyed his body. Takeru bitterly smiled. The local warriors do not know how to take care of themselves at all. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out above his ear. It was Muselli, trembling like an aspen leaf. She clutched 2 frying pans in her hands. She asked how Takeru could stand so calmly and begged to reveal his cunning plan. However, the young man honestly replied that he had no plan at all. Other mouse girls fell to the ground, completely pale with fear. They pressed against against each other in hysteria, shedding tears of despair. Takaru looked at them and understood. If he had remained an ordinary human, he would have panicked just the same. He asked himself why he felt so calm after the rebirth. The former him would have been no different from these girls. His icy calm was merely the result of a God-given ability to resist panic and other skills. This cruel world of monsters became familiar to him all too quickly. The feeling of boundless magical power within suggested that this battle was a mere trifle. Recent words of Rodor about protecting what truly matters surfaced in memory. Takaru always considered himself just a peaceful collector of materials of the lowest rank. He slowly squinted his eyes. The wind tousled his dark hair. The young man silently scanned the frightened girls and their small, defenseless camp. To protect what you find valuable. Now he clearly knew what he had to do. To preserve his peaceful life, he had to fight for those who were nearby. Takaru smiled easily. This decision was not a burden for him. He called Bii to follow him, honestly warning about the deadly danger. The little dragon confirmed its readiness to go all the way with a battle cry. Takeru ordered Muselli and the others to go into the tent and under no circumstances to stick their heads out. He extended his hand forward and loudly activated the magical shield. A transparent hemisphere instantly covered the entire camp, protecting it from the outside world. The young man assured that this barrier can easily withstand even the strongest magical attacks. Muselli asked in horror what he was planning to do outside alone with the monsters. Takeru replied that he was going to help Clay, and once again strictly forbade the girls from leaving the shelter. He instantly imposed an increase in speed and a decrease in body weight on himself. With a swing of his stick, the young man took off. From his starting burst, the ground cracked, and he himself turned into a blurred line. The mouse people could not believe their eyes. His speed was absolutely inhuman. Takaru raced through the wasteland, raising huge clouds of dust and stones behind him. Around lay the skeletons of dead animals, creating a depressing atmosphere of true desolation. The ground was richly covered with sun-bleached skulls. The boy raced ahead, bitterly realizing how many people had found their death here. Suddenly, he came to a sharp stop, raising a cloud of dust. In front of him stood a group of stinking goblins with a terrifying murderous aura. Without wasting a second, Takeru cast a strengthening spell on his hands and legs. One of the goblins, with a wild scream, swung a heavy club. The young man bent low, preparing to meet the blow. With a powerful scream, he punched the monster right in the face. The wild shockwave tore the goblin's body apart, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. Takeru grimaced in disgust. The enemy turned out to be soft, like an overripe tomato. He calmly licked his muzzle, surprising Takera with his predatory appetite. Dozens of goblins surged from all sides, cutting off any paths for retreat. They fiercely sharpened their fangs, anticipating a bloody reprisal against the solitary victim. Ei frowned, ready to join the fight with his master at any moment. Takeru confidently threw the stick over his shoulder, grinned predatorily, and prepared to show the monster's true strength. 3 deep, ugly scars adorned the powerful, muscular back. Takeru ordered his little dragon to drive away the goblins with spirit magic. Little B focused, gathering sparks. A powerful lightning strike incinerated the monsters on the spot. Takeru grabbed his singed hair in horror. He glared fiercely at the innocent little dragon. The boy exclaimed that he now looked like a walking ball lightning. Bai just laughed carefreely, restoring his hairstyle with magic. Takeru asked the little one to step back further next time. He sighed, examining the charred bodies of the enemies. Earlier, the system showed him something interesting about the child's abilities. The status confirmed Bii was an ancient dragon with a hidden rank of SS. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help rang out. The goblins have already raised weapons over the wounded adventurers. The monster swung the club. In an instant, a lightning strike decapitated the monster. 2 powerful beastmen burst into battle, scattering the enemies. The beastmen shouted irritably at the cowards to stop whining. He warned that panic would definitely kill them. The wolf harshly ordered the wounded to get up. Suddenly, arrows pierced the ground. The beastmen immediately reacted to the threat. The sky darkened from the hail of enemy arrows. The wolf condemned the vile tactics of the goblins. They barely managed to shield themselves with shields. The arrows continuously struck the wood and metal. The pressure was too strong. The wolf gritted its teeth, rapidly losing strength. Suddenly, arrows fell to the ground with a clatter. They were stopped by a translucent translucent magical barrier. The goblin archers blinked in confusion. Takeru commanded Bi to strike with wind magic. The little dragon joyfully raised its paws. A powerful tornado broke loose. The enemies froze in horror. The merciless wind tore their bodies to pieces. Bai landed happily next to the host. The beastmen stared in shock at the winged baby. Takeru calmly approached and asked if everyone was okay. The wolf immediately recognized him as the same weakling from the guild. The young man suggested dividing the responsibilities. He would take on the mass attacks. He entrusted the beastmen with taking the wounded to the medics. The wolf assured that the way is already clear. He indicated a safe direction to the camp. The injured adventurer called his friend uncertainly. The guys admitted that they would only be a burden on the front lines. Takeru silently agreed, while the wolf pondered. A new wave of goblins was approaching from the forest. The wolf sent the wounded to the camp, while he and his partner headed into battle. Everyone rushed to execute the plan. A huge lion suddenly started racing against a small dragon in speed. The wounded adventurers hurriedly retreated to a safe place. Takeru dreamed of normal food while running. He promised himself to eat crabs and take a hot bath after this slaughter. Suddenly, the guy noticed his own. In front, the leader of the adventurers held back the crowd. The beastmen joined the battle with a joyful shout. Takeru first saw the draconid clay in action. The warrior moved gracefully, as if the spear were a part of his body. But the boy noticed that Clay's movements were restricted by severe back pain. He asked Bi to electrocute, but to avoid the ally. The little dragon took off for an attack. The lightning perfectly toasted the goblins around Clay. The dragonid turned around in surprise. He asked what the boy was doing here. Instead of answering Takeru, he sharply slapped his palm right on his scar. The glue flinched from the sharp pain. He angrily asked if the guy even understands the meaning of this wound. Takeru blinked. The young man assumed that the scar reminded him of something important from the past. The glue cut off, which is just proof of his stupidity and a constant source of problems. Then Takeru took the enchanted water and an ordinary cauldron. With a loud clap, he united the objects with magic. The boy lifted a full pot above his head. With a shout, he splashed all the water right onto Clay. The dragonid blinked in confusion under the cold shower. Takeru calmly explained that he would heal his back now. The boy activated the spell of full healing. The body of Clay suddenly shone brightly. The warrior's eyes widened in shock. He fell to his knees, letting out a deep, animalistic roar. The tissues on his back began to rapidly fuse together. The armor could not withstand the internal pressure and shattered into pieces. The bones cracked loudly. Clay's jaw horrifyingly widened, exposing sharp fangs. Takeru shuddered while watching this mutation. Smoke poured from the warrior's mouth as he growled a question about what had been done. The boy started to nervously justify himself, saying that he just closed the wound. He sincerely believed that this would make it easier for Clay. Now before him stood not just a warrior, but a true monster. Clay's body was covered with dark, massive scales. Takeru swallowed a lump in his throat. The spikes on the back of the draconid have become enormous. The aura of power around him crackled. The boy was shocked to realize that a completely different creature was in front of him. Clay stared at his new claws in bewilderment. He admitted that he feels an incredible surge of strength, as if he has regained his youth. The conversation was interrupted by the approach of new goblins. Takeru wearily sighed at this endless horde. The glue stepped forward with a heavy step, commanding to step back. He took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with rage. The goblins froze. A powerful wave of energy swept away the first rows of monsters. Takeru could barely stand on his feet from the force of the roar. The glue whispered that it felt the blood of the first. The boy misheard and thought about some exotic dish. Draconid explained that the blood of his ancestors literally speaks to him. He rushed into battle. Now there was no equal to Clay. He left only a bloody trail behind him. The blue dragon scattered the enemies like toys, laughing loudly. A black shadow flitted through the air. A blinding flash of magic tore through space. Only black ash remained from the enemies. The might of the dragonkin seemed divine. Every movement of his brought death. Vultures have already begun to circle in the sky. The glue breathed heavily, releasing steam from its mouth. The birds landed to peck at the bodies of the slain goblins. The warrior stood triumphantly in the midst of the dead forest. The beastmen looked at him with reverence. They couldn't believe how quickly he destroyed an entire army. The leader of the adventurers approached Takeru, impressed by by this magic. He directly asked if the guy had awakened the true power of clay. Takeru nervously laughed, scratching his cheek. He awkwardly began to lie that he was just an ordinary novice healer. The beastmen joyfully reported that all the wounded are safe. The leader ordered the fighters to thank Clay and this young man. The lion denied that gratitude should be given to the weak. He pointed his finger at little Bi. The little dragon blinked in surprise. The adventurers laughed heartily, acknowledging the devastating power of this cute little one. Takeru smiled sincerely, glad that everyone had survived. The city of Burkheim survived the goblin invasion without a scratch. Rumors about supernatural lightning and tornadoes have already spread through the streets. The residents organized a celebration. The guild healers quickly got all the injured back on their feet, and Takeru and Bii finally enjoyed a whole mountain of crab meat. Meanwhile, the guild was planning a large-scale counterattack on the monster's lair. 3 days have passed. Takeru was quietly reading when Clay suddenly appeared at the door, demanding explanations. The dragonid hovered over the boy, demanding that he honestly tell about that magic. He admitted that without the scar he regained his former strength, but he added that he has now become significantly more powerful than ever in his life. Takeru recoiled in fear from the fearsome maw, pleading not to shout. The young man began to explain that his bag was connected to a magical source. He poured a mug of crystal clear water straight from the artifact. The boy confessed that it was water from the underground lake of the ancient dragon. The lake shimmered with pure magic. Takeru added that Bii is the child of the same powerful beast. The dragonid stared in astonishment at the baby. Bai sang carefree, ignoring Clay's gaze. The warrior sighed, acknowledging that Takeru was too pure of heart for lies. The boy was happy, but Clay frowned again. The dragonid sat heavily on the bed. He rubbed his temples, trying to understand the logic of the young man. The glue asked why such a priceless treasure had been poured on it. He was waiting for a serious answer. Takeru awkwardly smiled, saying that he simply trusted his intuition. The dragonid fiercely bared its teeth, releasing steam from its nostrils. The boy hurriedly explained that concentrated magical water was supposed to accelerate regeneration. He knew that ordinary healing would completely drain Clay's own mana. At that moment, the warrior was dying from hellish pain, barely holding himself together. Therefore, Takeru had to forcibly expand his magical and physical limits. The glue changed sharply in appearance. He realized that the guy possessed forgotten high-level healing techniques. Takeru crossed his arms and asked to keep everything in strict secrecy. The glue frowned, asking about the origin of these ancient arts. The boy began to talk about the natural mechanisms of the nervous system. He modestly added that he only knows basic anatomy, but he admitted that this divine gift saved his life. Klee listened carefully, but his suspicions did not leave him. He directly asked where Takeru got access to such secret knowledge. The boy froze. God did not forbid him to talk about his origin from another world, but how to explain the concept of reincarnation to a local warrior? Takeru understood that it was very difficult for Clay to control his new power right now. Lies will only push a friend away in such a critical moment. The young man sighed heavily, not daring to respond. He closed his eyes, searching for the right words. The glue impatiently called him by name. Takeru suddenly raised his head. He apologized for his deep contemplation, but the draconid irritably stood up, stating that he was not going to extract the truth from him with pincers. The glue silently moved towards the exit. He has already reached for the doorknob. Takeru called out to him loudly, daring to share his secret. The glue stopped by the door. The boy, with a serious look, prepared to tell the whole truth. Draconid listened carefully to his words. The boy tensed up, standing in front of the enormous dragon-human Clay. The young man awkwardly agreed that such news could drive anyone crazy. He averted his gaze, feverishly searching for words about reincarnation. Klee asked in surprise about the reincarnation of souls, and the boy nodded happily. He quickly explained, personality and memory are fully preserved in the new body. And finally, he exhaled the main thing. He died in a past life. Did he die? Clay whispered in shock. The guy laid out the whole truth without any embellishments. The dragon human crossed his arms in dissatisfaction, considering the story complete madness. The young man nervously scratched the back of his neck, as he could hardly believe it himself. Klee remembered how a regular treatment suddenly turned him into a supreme dragon. The boy raised his finger, suggesting the awakening of the ancient blood of the founders. The mention of the primitive form of the hut made Clay believe in the blessings of his ancestors. For the young man, all of this looked like a usual evolution of a Pokemon. Is there a classic transition from knight to paladin in a role-playing game? The dragon human apologized for the unauthorized change of race, although he took pride in his new blood. He sighed heavily. Klee pressed his hand to his chest, admitting that such power frankly scares him. In a recent battle, he nearly went insane with the desire to smash everything around him. The dragon human erupted at the boy for his irresponsibility. The young man calmly replied that what was done could not be undone. The glue growled irritably. The guy indifferently advised just to keep oneself in check and not to get carried away in a fight. The dragon human leaned in sharply, breathing steam. Don't speak about it so casually. Having cooled down a bit, he sternly ordered the boy to hide his true identity. Even the uncontrolled power of the little familiar Bai could accidentally affect allies. A few weeks later, the adventurers destroyed the castle of Gorin. The battlefield was thickly strewn with the corpses of monsters. A young man wandered through the forest, complaining about the lack of a normal job every day. He finally reached the guild building. As soon as he reached for the new task, he was abruptly stopped. The enormous guild leader loomed sternly over him. The guy was justifying that he wasn't trembling. It was just that the man was too big. The boss ignored the quest and unconditionally ordered to go to his office. The sheet was swiftly torn from the young man's hands. Zdorovany tore the paper, demanding to be heard first. They sat in the office together with the silent bear. The guild leader suddenly bowed his head low. He sincerely thanked the boy for saving the timid Muzele. The young man awkwardly waved his hands, not expecting such gratitude from the stern veteran. Zdorovan raised his hands. Muzele had magic, but was absolutely unsuitable for battles. However, the news of his leadership in the rescue team surprised everyone greatly. The leader gulped down the ale, stating that in war one must use any resources available. Even if he dies? The young man asked gloomily. The man slowly finished his drink, and then he burst out laughing, calling it just a common lack of luck for an adventurer. His face instantly became cold. The interests of the country are always more important than one life. The boy averted his gaze, categorically disagreeing with such cruelty. Zdorovany leaned back in his chair, waiting for the young man to scold him for sending the weakling to his death. But he smiled slyly. Such a risk still brought victory. The man suddenly changed the subject, directly pointing to the boy's magic. He asked harshly who he really was. He added that only an idiot would not pay attention to such a fearless oddball. A tense silence hung in the air. The young man laughed and tried to brush it off. He flashed his F-rank card, claiming he was just gathering herbs. And he innocently added that his magic is just a little above average. The head shook. The bear human nearby was deliberately scanning his strength. The lie would not have passed if the inspector had been stronger. The bear man squinted, closely examining the boy. The silence stretched even longer. The man surrendered, admitting that the boy's secrets posed no threat to them. Although the young man still hid a lot, the man just waved his hand. It does them no harm. The young man promised with relief not to cause any problems. The guild leader calmly finished his ale. He smiled broadly, grateful for the salvation of the entire city. The man offered any reward that the guild could possibly afford. The young man did not hesitate to ask for information about the delicacy crab Mont Blanc. The bear person stared in shock. Both veterans were stunned by such an absurd request. They trembled, barely holding back their emotions, and then they just burst into wild, uncontrollable laughter. The boy looked at them in confusion, not understanding the joke. He naively tried to attribute this to cultural differences. The man wiped away tears of laughter, promising to still get information about the crab. The bear person continued to snort loudly. The young man grimly endured the mockery of his love for food. The chief promised to provide the coordinates as part of the reward, but he asked not to leave the city for now. The boy nodded, although he had once planned to move on. The bear human winked friendly, allowing to do whatever one pleased. The young man smiled easily. True adventurers never stay in one place. The chief suddenly asked if the guy was acquainted with the lord of the city. The man hinted that the nobleman really wants to see this rare dragon. The little familiar squeaked in fright. The young man nervously pressed Bai to his chest. The boy awkwardly admitted that he himself had only guessed at such an interest in the little dragon. The head reassured, no one will take the familiar away by force. He assured that the lord is an honest and sensible man, but he strictly advised not to ignore ignore the upcoming invitation. In the end, the boy was offered an official rank promotion, but he firmly requested to remain at the very bottom, level F. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man explained that he is completely satisfied with a quiet life. Thanks to the mass extermination of goblins, he has already earned over 10 million. Thanking for everything, the boy left the office. A clear sky spread over the city, and the young man decided to take on some task for himself. He approached the task board again. Only the difficult A-rank quests for killing spiders in the distant forests remain. The young man sighed heavily. He would have to sleep under the open sky, as he had specifically come in the morning for an easy task, but lost everything due to the conversation. He squeaked sympathetically, but the boy just waved his hand. They don't lack money right now anyway. He playfully winked at the little dragon, deciding to just take a walk. They went out to the noisy artisan district of Belkaima. The quarter was buzzing with activity. Craftsmen were bustling everywhere, and the streets were drowning in the clamor of workshops. Workers dragged heavy carts with materials through the narrow streets. Somewhere nearby, the master was shouting at the lazy apprentice. The air trembled from the unbearable heat of the blacksmith's forges. The boy confessed to the familiar that he wants to buy something. He stopped in front of the luxurious weapons shop window. However, he immediately dismissed the idea of buying ordinary swords. Although the craftsmanship of the inlaid blades was truly impressive, I squeaked in fear, examining the huge shields. The young man stared in shock at the two-handed sword that was the size of himself. He assumed that such weapons are only used by giants. Rubbing his chin, the boy was saddened that there was not a single katana anywhere. He looked at the local sabers with disappointment. The blades were dull, and the forging technique was completely different. But with a smile, he admitted that he still wouldn't buy even the perfect Japanese weapon. Behind the counter, they were greeted by a girl blacksmith with cat ears and protective goggles. Takeru, with a little dragon on his shoulder, entered the workshop, pulling out a broken tool. He smiled and handed the girl cat the battered scissors. She shrugged her shoulders and advised to go to the household goods store. She was genuinely surprised why such a strong guy needed small scissors. The blades were completely dull and chipped. Suddenly her eyes widened. In front of her stood a famous expert collector. The girl described him as a shy giant with a dragon, and Takeru smiled awkwardly. It has now become clear that the scissors have dulled on the extremely strong stems of rare plants. She abruptly raised her hand, asking to wait. Takeru blinked in confusion. The girl ran out into the street, loudly calling for her boss. From there, their loud argument about some mine and deadly danger immediately rang out. She was already running back. The steps echoed hollowly off the stone wall. The girl rushed inside, breathlessly apologizing for the delay. Her face flushed with a deep blush. She felt terribly ashamed of her emotional breakdown in front of the client. Takeru calmly asked if they wanted to entrust him with the search for the material. She lowered her eyes guiltily, confirming the suspicion. It was uncomfortable to ask for such a favor at the very first meeting. The boy sighed quietly. He gently asked her to share the details, and the girl instantly lit up. She joyfully led him deeper into the forge. There was a lot of work going on. Heavy hammers were pounding. The craftsmen were intently hammering the heated metal. A hot blade with hissing plunged into the water. Takeru was enthusiastically looking around at everything. The girl winked proudly. The boy confessed that he had adored blacksmithing since childhood. The girl's eyes lit up again. She dreamed of surpassing the master and forging a legendary sword for the hero. Takeru sincerely smiled at her enthusiasm. They approached the door of the local boss's office. The girl cautiously peeked inside. A stocky gnome was sitting at the table. The master scrutinized Takeru with a gaze through his peculiar glasses. The boy modestly noted that he just sometimes gets lucky at work. The gnome dismissively waved him off, calling him a green rookie. The girl flared up and reminded the boss how he had recently bought scrap ore from a fraudster. She tried to smooth over the sharpness with a sweet smile, but the gnome continued to grumble. A dispute erupted. The master refused to make something unnecessary out of bad metal, while the girl insisted on meeting the deadline. Takeru and the little dragon silently listened to the quarrel. Suddenly, the gnome hit the table loudly. He took a plate of cookies and tea, offering to take a break. They quickly and awkwardly apologized to each other. The taste of sweets instantly lifted everyone's spirits. The master finally introduced himself as Richest and named his assistant Ribble. They officially commissioned Takeru to search for the Ildor stone. It was a rare magical ore from the old gnome mine of Lukai. She forged more easily than iron, but became stronger than mithril. Ribble sadly added that the mine has long been exhausted. Grusus sadly confirmed that this is the best material in the world. The whole company once again enjoyed drinking tea. Grusus quickly came to his senses and returned to the task. Ribble explained that the ore is needed for the annual craftsman competition, which is 2 months away. Takuru nodded intently. However, the dwarf still doubted whether the boy would manage the task. He looked gloomily from behind his glasses. Ribble desperately asked to give the expert a chance, despite all the risks. The gnome grimly cut in that no skill would help if the boy died in that mine. Yet the girl still pleaded to give him a chance. The wooden cart was slowly rolling down the forest road. The wheels barely rustled on the soft ground. Inside the cart sat a boy, thoughtfully examining his luggage. He was rereading the terms of the new contract. His path lay to the old gnome mine of Lukai. The task was clear: to obtain the Ildor stone for Grusus in exchange for his best collection of scissors. "Peep!" squeaked the little dragon. Beyond the window stretched an endless, dazzling water surface. The coachman smiled and proudly announced that this is the Kurichi Taiga, the largest river in all of Belkheim. The man pointed with his hand at the rooftops of the houses in the distance. That was the village of Ibura, their final stop. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to sleep under the open sky today. Suddenly, a whisper from 2 fellow travelers reached him. The women wondered why the poisonous flowers by the pass had suddenly wilted without a trace, and the forest of white trees, which was once teeming with demons, has now become completely safe. The boy flinched and nervously swallowed. He understood perfectly that this was a direct consequence of his own magic. Kiwi sang carefreely, and this funny melody instantly dispelled the anxiety. The boy relaxed, deciding not to worry about random changes in nature. The carriage stopped on the outskirts of Iburi, and the passenger sincerely thanked for the journey. As a farewell, the coachman warned, the Lukai mine is an extremely dangerous place. He also advised renting a horse for the return journey. The boy nodded and walked away. Now it was necessary to find a decent place to stay for the night. The little dragon squeaked joyfully again, pointing somewhere with its paw. In the distance, a large barn was visible. From the stable, an ordinary horse looked at them melancholically, and in the neighboring area, a giant fluffy wolf was sweetly sleeping. Nearby, a huge riding eagle with ruffled feathers is perched. The boy approached the wooden stand with the price list. It was a magical equivalent of a rental service, where instead of cars, whimsical creatures were rented out. Piyui joyfully jumped up, demanding to rent him new friends to play with. The master merely sighed and reminded the little one that first they needed to find a bed and do the work. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a loud, angry girl's scream. The boy froze. This voice seemed surprisingly familiar to him. Near the stable, a stout, mustached man was tiredly arguing with a female customer. The elf girl pointed her finger at the giant white bird and shouted that it was just a fat raven. The bird blinked its eye in displeasure. The owner justified himself by saying that he still flies, and it is impossible to find a bigger beast in these parts. In his memory, their first meeting immediately surfaced right after his reincarnation in this world. The girl stubbornly stomped her foot, demanding a real winged horse from Tenmu. She was waving a promotional brochure that promised a white horse dancing in the skies. The master almost cried, explaining that it was just a beautiful metaphor. A giant white raven cawed loudly behind them. The elf girl lowered her gaze. Her face became desperate. The man scratched his chin, trying to remember where mythical tenmas are generally found. And suddenly he said, "They are being bred in the gnome region of Voslau." The girl's eyes sparkled with happiness, and she joyfully jumped up. Having sincerely thanked the stable master, she turned sharply. Her gaze accidentally met the boy's eyes. They stared at each other. The boy smiled nervously, hoping he would get away with it. "You are a fluffy, sticky, and sweet man," she suddenly squealed, recognizing him. Denying the silly nickname, he said that he was heading to the gnome mine of Lukai. The elf girl sparkled. She also needed to go to the dwarves. She threw her arms behind her head, suggesting to travel together. And at that very moment, her stomach traitorously and very loudly growled. The girl blushed deeply and awkwardly grabbed her waist. The boy sighed heavily and offered to treat her to lunch. Out of joy, she threw herself around his neck. The boy was frozen. again. The embrace of the lovely elf seemed like a true dream. I could die happy right now, flashed through his mind. But the idyll was shattered by a terrible, unbearable stench. He recoiled, holding his nose with his hand, and asked in shock when she last bathed. The smell hit the nostrils so strongly that it made the eyes water. The elf was outraged. Hygiene was the last priority after the search for Tenma. The image of refined elves, smelling of mint and spring breeze, shattered into pieces. The boy bluntly stated that she currently resembles a walking compost heap. The girl swung at him with her fists, raging with indignation. He sharply raised his hand. Her eyes widened in surprise. A magical water vortex instantly swirled around the elf. In a second, the tornado had passed. It stood completely clean, sparkling, and most importantly, without the terrible smell. The girl eagerly asked if he was a wizard, but he curtly replied that he was just collecting materials. It remained to find a place to stay overnight. The boy smiled warmly and acknowledged that their meeting truly felt like an intervention of fate. He fell silent again upon hearing his ridiculous nickname, but he didn't argue. Thus, a new companion officially joined him on his journey. They set off together to the nearest tavern. The elf sweetly stretched towards the morning sun. She sincerely thanked Takeru for the soft bed and hearty hospitality, and he just wearily waved her off. He recalled how this delicate girl swept more off the table than he did with the little dragon yesterday. Takeru seriously asked her about her finances. Brolight blinked in confusion. She spent all her money on supplies, sold her equipment, and now had only 3 miserable pennies. The elf girl nodded at the boy's small bag, wondering at his modest belongings. Takeru smiled as he patted his bottomless inventory. The girl enthusiastically called him the bearer of a gift, although for him it was just ordinary magic. They passed the old wooden signpost. Suddenly, Takeru came to a sudden stop. His scanner instantly recognized the healing mushroom in the thicket. The boy was as happy as a child, gathering full bundles of magical herbs. Just then, his gaze caught a new glow. He carefully pushed aside the thick branches. Before him lay a whole glade of rare lunar grass. Brolight joyfully jumped out from the bushes. She proudly held out an ordinary stone, mistaking it for valuable anteater droppings. Upon learning the truth, the girl pouted in disappointment. Then she took out a bizarre mushroom, densely covered with eyes. Takeru nearly went gray. This idiot was delighted by the deadly poisonous find. However, the boy calmly reasoned that after cleaning, even such filth would be quite suitable for the pot. A wild hunger flared in the elf's eyes. Her stomach growled throughout the forest, demanding that lunch be prepared immediately. The sun was setting, so the boy agreed to set up camp. He pulled out a small pot and a bunch of kitchen utensils from his spatial bag. Brolight was once again stunned, staring at this trick. Takeru was about to gather firewood, but his companion stopped him. She explained that the remnants of the fire serve as a sign of a safe place for other travelers. For the boy, this basic survival rule was a revelation. The elf confidently headed towards the nearest thicket. A loud crack was heard. A huge shadow emerged from the bushes. Brolight easily carried the entire trunk on her shoulders, while Takeru lost his ability to speak. She forcefully hurled the massive tree upwards. The deck is suspended in the air. The paired daggers glinted. A series of lightning strikes split the space. The tree split into perfectly even firewood. The girl winked self-satisfiedly. Takeru finally said goodbye to the illusions of her weakness. The weapon in the elf woman's hands looked dangerously sharp. The boy gazed at the whimsical forging of blades. The scanner confirmed. These were magical daggers, a true treasure of the High Elves. He decided not to inquire about her noble lineage for now. Brolight noticed his keen gaze. She playfully asked if he had perhaps fallen in love with her skill. Takeru was once again convinced. This girl is impossible to understand. Night has fallen over the forest. In the pot, a hearty stew was bubbling appetizingly. The boy carefully took a sample. The taste was tolerable, although it clearly lacked soy sauce. Brolight was already drooling with anticipation. The thick soup with meat and mushrooms was ready. The girl eagerly brought the spoon to her mouth, took the first sip. Her eyes widened in shock. The forest trembled with ecstatic shouts. It was food for the gods. Tears even welled up on her cheeks from culinary ecstasy. She melted into a blissful smile, savoring every bite. Takeru awkwardly waved off such an exaggerated reaction. The elf called him a brilliant chef, but he stubbornly reminded her again that he was just gathering gathering materials. She tried to object with a full mouth. She chewed the piece thoroughly, and she swallowed loudly. Brolight remembered that he was heading to Voslao at the request of a gnome. Instead, her own goal was to find the mythical Pegasus. Takeru was surprised by such a strange desire. A sadness flashed across the girl's face. She was doing it for her sister. The boy fell silent for a moment, contemplating her words. Takeru calmly offered his help in the search. Brolight shone with happiness and vowed by the honor of the High Elf to repay him. However, she didn't have a penny now. Takeru silently took a sip of tea. He asked for just one thing, to share with him the basic rules of this world. He was not interested in money. He only needed the ordinary knowledge known to everyone in this world. Brolight was stunned into silence. She couldn't believe that this was all his worth. Instead of secret elvish artifacts, he asked for mundane knowledge. Traveling blindly seemed to her like true suicide. In the end, the elf girl gave in and agreed with a warm smile. She extended her hand to him as a sign of agreement. She solemnly promised to take care of her new partner. Their palms were tightly clasped. Her genuine joy warmed the boy's heart. He dreamily imagined sleeping under the stars next to a beautiful elf. Suddenly, the forest shook from a powerful rumble. The beauty snored so loudly that the ground shook. All of Takeru's illusions about the perfect companion shattered into pieces, and sleep that night was definitely not in store for him. The elf Brolight burst out of the forest thicket, calling for her companion. She joyfully pointed somewhere ahead, beside herself with excitement. Before them stretched a magnificent bridge that led straight to the kingdom of the gnomes Grand Rio at the foot of the Luhai Mountains. Takeru noted that the landscape reminded him of his native Hotaka Mountains, which the elf had never heard of. The boy awkwardly brushed it off, saying it was just a very remote edge. He couldn't take his eyes off the snow-capped peaks. These mountains awakened warm memories of his past life. While the young man suggested first finding shelter, his hungry companions were already dreaming of a hearty dinner by the bridge. Brolight angrily pouted her lips. The friends stopped in front of the tall hotel. Sylvan, the noisy local market immediately deafened them with the shouts of the vendors. The crowd was buzzing, and the vendors were eagerly praising their goods. The streets were teeming with bustling shoppers. Brolight eagerly looked around in all directions. She was drawn to the amazing exotic antique items. The shelves were bending under the variety of goods. The cunning merchant swiftly snatched the elf girl from the crowd and offered special goods for the beauty. He offered her a magical fruit, promising unprecedented shine for her hair at a discount. Trusting Brolight suddenly shone and reached for her wallet, but then Takeru stopped her. The boy looked at her distrustfully, contemplating that advantageous offer. His skill in assessment immediately revealed the truth. It was a low-quality naosho fruit and outright extortion. Takeru sharply reminded the elf about their empty pockets. He forcibly pulled the upset girl away from the disappointed merchant. Suddenly, someone called out to her again. A glamorous woman enticingly offered a quick way to make money. Naive Brolight immediately became interested in the offer. Takeru nearly turned gray and quickly intervened, assuring the stranger that they didn't need the money right now. In his mind, he was horrified at how trusting his companion was. Eventually, they reached a cheaper B-ranked hotel with its own hot springs, but the elf angrily stated that bathing in the springs is an unjustified luxury. Takeru offered to pay for everything, but the girl firmly refused to get into even more debt. Then the guy came up with a solution. She would work off the expenses if she helped to obtain the Ildor stone. He admitted that he is not good at navigating the local mountains, and the Lukai mines are full of monsters. That is why he will need a reliable guard. At these words, the elf girl's eyes sparkled. She proudly proclaimed herself his loyal knight protector. Takeru was taken aback by such sudden pathos. Brolight fervently vowed to give her life for him, causing the boy to awkwardly wave her off. Satisfied with the deal, she ran to register, dreaming of the famous gnome meat rolls. In the evening, they visited the restaurant Cortova. The establishment was packed to the brim, as it was famous for its dishes throughout Grand Rio. Brolight's stomach growled loudly in confirmation of the perfect choice. Takeru laughed heartily and trusted her taste. The friendly waitress quickly brought 3 servings of the signature rolls. Juicy meat with spices was dripping with hot sauce. From the very first bite, Takeru almost cried. The taste painfully reminded him of earthly food. In his mind, he showered the chef with compliments like a true restaurant critic. critic. The boy thanked his companion and her friends for such a wonderful recommendation. By the way, he asked if those friends were also elves. Brolight, with a stuffed mouth, replied that the dish was recommended by a mighty warrior lizard. Takeru was surprised by the coincidence, as he himself knew one such warrior. When the elf girl started listing the loud titles of her acquaintance, the guy tensed up. A piece got stuck in his throat. Hearing about the Dragon of Honor from the city of Belkheim, he finally understood everything. A familiar hoarse voice suddenly sounded right above his ear, stating that there was no need to go anywhere. Brolight sighed happily, while an old acquaintance sternly reproached Takeru for his sudden escape from the city. The memory of the cunning blonde cut through the boy's consciousness. He became gloomy, realizing who had organized this accidental meeting. The dragon Krage comfortably settled at their table, agreeing that the meeting was by no means accidental. He casually remarked that he had already informed the guild about his short absence. When asked what he was currently occupied with, the lizard replied that he intended to return in about half a month. Brolight excitedly told Cray about a new order from the local blacksmith. Cray immediately became serious and warned that mining the Illidor stone was suicide for their rank. Takeru mentally groaned, anticipating a long educational lecture. He nervously laughed, trying to explain a whole chain of coincidences. The lizard just exhaled air heavily. Cray sarcastically wondered if the reward was even worth such a risk. And Takeru broke into a smile, dreaming of the perfect scissors from the master blacksmith. Cray and Brolight just exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding such excitement. He sincerely did not understand what was wrong with a reliable tool. Cray crossed his arms over his chest and stated outright that the boy's actions were devoid of logic. Brolight was offended and stood up for her friend. She tried to justify him, but the lizard continued to stick to the line about the lack of ambition. Takeru, having let the argument pass by, simply savored his dinner with satisfaction. After a hearty dinner, the elf girl dreamed only of a soft, warm bed, which finally annoyed the boy. Suddenly, Cray unconditionally declared that he had decided to join them. Takeru was stunned and froze. A dull, bewildered question escaped his lips. The lizard patiently repeated that it would go with them to the Lukai mine. He smugly added that they were lucky. He had just arrived in Voslao to fix his spear. Brolight eagerly embraced the idea of uniting. Takeru shuddered inwardly at the thought of enduring another overly caring guardian. He smiled tightly and politely declined the company, assuring that he knew the city well and would even show Cray around himself to repay for past help. But Brolight joyfully exclaimed that the lizard would also definitely become his personal bodyguard. Bodyguard? The boy exclaimed in shock. Takeru's face twisted in despair. He hopelessly reminded that the elf had already taken on this role. Kreia only fueled it, and with a predatory smile, he declared himself the second bodyguard. The newly minted defenders solemnly shook hands, pledging to protect the boy. The invisible system has officially designated the Night Dragon Cray and the elf Brolight as his permanent companions. While the new guards enthusiastically discussed the defense plan, Takeru stood pale as a wall. Recalling their long journey together, he could only quietly hope that it would all end well. In his mind, the boy desperately pleaded with the heavens for mercy. This stage of their journey had come to an end. Takeru Kamishiro traveled the world in search of rare materials along with a small dragon. One day, a student blacksmith from his hometown approached with an order, and Takeru set off to the land of the dwarves for special ore, making a living by selling materials. He was accompanied by reliable guards, Blorite, and the giant Claystone. Before them stood the steel city of Vosrao, a gigantic underground kingdom of dwarves with 60,000 inhabitants. A monumental metal gate rose above the rock. Takeru stopped in the long line, discontentedly assessing the dense crowd. He rubbed his chin, pondering how to optimize this chaos at the entrance. Suddenly, Claystone separated from the group and headed straight for the guard. The boy was surprised, and the elf girl Bi assumed that the Dragonid had simply spoken with the guard. Claystone turned around and waved to them. Takeru moved forward, hesitantly, doubting whether it was even legal. They climbed the stairs without waiting in line, although Bi loudly complained about the narrow doors. Takeru pointed to Claystone, for whom the passage was perfect, but he commanded to look ahead. The boy's eyes widened with absolute delight. Columns of bright light pierced the vaults of the giant cave. Below sprawled an incredible metropolis with apartment buildings and bridges. The gnome guard joyfully welcomed the company journey to the land of the dwarves. The glow filled every corner of the dungeon. The streets of the city were bustling with life. Takaru noticed that part of the lighting was created by magical crystals on the ceiling, and the huge fan provided a constant circulation of fresh air. The boy suspiciously asked the guard if it was safe to let them in without any checks. The guard smiled sincerely and called them Danny's friends. Takaru instantly remembered that Claystone had been here before. He stared in shock at the Draconid. It turned out that he was friends with the king himself. The gnome winked and added that Dana once drove away the king of Horai and saved their home. On behalf of the villain, Takeru tensed up. Once, this neutral city was protected only by impenetrable walls and a massive gate. 10 years ago, a cunning demon disguised as a human infiltrated, and the era of terror began. The guard proudly stated that it was Claystone who single-handedly defeated the monster. Takaru cast a highly skeptical glance at his friend. The expression on the dragonkin's face changed sharply. Claystone nervously looked away and admitted that the demon was simply scared of him and ran away. It was a weak monster, capable only of changing shape and scaring passers-by. But the gnome wouldn't calm down and started praising the combat training from the hero. Takaru squinted again. Claystone sweated and mumbled, showing only a couple of basic moves, while the rest of the mercenaries did all the work. Bai winked playfully. There was indeed a grain of truth in this story. The guard laughed, acknowledging the exaggeration, but the people's gratitude remained sincere. Takeru jokingly suggested that the locals even erected an epic statue in honor of the savior. Both laughed, considering it complete nonsense. Suddenly, a colossal stone figure of a fierce reptilian stood before them. Takeru gasped, and Claystone, in despair, covered his face with his hand. The name Hero Gildius Claystone was clearly visible on the pedestal. The giant roared fiercely at the statue while the children admired it in awe. The travelers approached the massive stone facade of the Callisto Guild. Rare herbs and high-quality moonflowers were laid on the table. The registrar Zambo gratefully accepted the goods, recognizing Takara from rumors. B peeked joyfully from behind the shoulder, hoping for a hearty dinner. The bill of over 1,000,000 lemba exceeded all expectations. The prices here were astronomical. Takaru quickly realized that such a shortage was related to problems in the mine. He returned to Claystone and directly asked about the situation at the Lukai mines. Zambo intervened in the conversation, guessing that the guests were looking for Ildor's ore. The gnome angrily realized that the boy was carrying out an order from the weaponsmith Glutus himself. Takaru mentally acknowledged the authority of the old master. Zambo regretfully shrugged his shoulders. The mine is closed due to a terrifying monster at depth. The registrar's face darkened. He grimly corrected himself. It was not a monster lurking in the mine, but a true devil. A few months ago, an earthquake awakened an ancient, multi-armed evil from the deepest caves. Takaru flinched as the disaster coincided with the awakening of his little dragon. He looked warmly at the innocent child and decided not to blame him. In his eyes, confidence flared. No devil could match the strength of the bull. The boy calmly asked to whom he should deliver the recommendation letter. Zambo stared at him and, horrified, asked if they were not afraid of death at all. Takeru gently smiled and replied that the faith in reliable friends nearby is much stronger than fear. A shadow fell on half of his face. The gaze radiated absolute determination. He proudly called himself a true collector of materials. The magnificent castle of the gnomes, Grand Rio, sprawls under the bright sun. On the throne sat King Zorovidin. He immediately joyfully greeted an old acquaintance. Gil, Takeru, and Kray stopped in the middle of the spacious hall, listening to the minor troubles in the mine. The monarch glanced curiously at the lizard's companions. He laughed good-naturedly and asked to drop the formalities, allowing to call him simply Zoro-chan. Takaru blinked in confusion. The little dragon chirped joyfully, and Kray smiled sincerely at such simplicity. The boy mentally acknowledged, instead of a stern ruler, a sweet old man was sitting in front of them. The king suddenly boasted about a giant statue in the central square. The branch instantly boiled after all. The dwarves had molded this monstrous guardian from it. The lizard and the king began to argue loudly, completely forgetting about their statuses. Takaru carefully raised his hand, interrupting their quarrel. "Excuse me, but I must interrupt your conversation," the guy said firmly. Zorovidin immediately calmed down and suggested the guest feel at home. Takaru politely introduced himself to the king as an adventurer and thanked him for the warm warm welcome. The king's gaze caught on the pet dragon on the young man's shoulder. The young man cautiously turned the conversation to business, and Zorovodin readily agreed to listen. Taking advantage of the moment, Takiro obtained a recommendation letter. Consul Seraphin, adjusting his glasses, asked to take a look at the document. The boy silently handed over the paper. The consul's eyes sparkled with joy. He hurried to inform the ruler about the good news. The king recognized the seal of Glutus Pendrasus from the Armorers Guild. Seraphim proudly read that before them stood an extraordinarily skilled material collector, and he added, "This guy will help investigate the incident at the Lukai mine." Takeru's face twisted. He had no intention of investigating anything himself. The king worriedly stroked his beard, doubting whether to send the guest into a dangerous area. Gil tensed up and asked about the level of threat. Zorovodin grew gloomy. A giant unknown demon with a multitude of limbs had settled in the northern part of the tunnel. Because of this monster, adventurers ignored even the most generous rewards from the guild. Takeru realized that the mercenaries were simply waiting for a safer moment. As he delved into the quest, he understood their caution before the mysterious creature. But the Lukai mine has always been a peaceful place. Master Glutus urgently needs materials for the tournament, so there is no time left to wait for other brave souls. Taker's gaze became stern. They must descend there and extract the ore of Ildor. He firmly asked the king for permission. The next morning, the sun once again illuminated the roofs of Grand Rio. At the entrance to the cave, Genbudo Takero asked Krei again if she would really go with them. The girl confidently confirmed her status as a bodyguard. An equipped gnome miner named Zanbo approached them, ready to observe the young man's work. Takeru immediately asked him for the tunnel map. As soon as the parchment was in his hands, the boy mentally activated the reading skill. Barely noticeable flash. The magical power swirled, sketching an ephemeral panel in the air. An ideal digital copy of the map was instantly etched in consciousness. Krei flinched from the sudden surge of magical energy, although Gil felt nothing. Takeru calmly returned the paper to the gnome. The elf girl couldn't believe her ears. He remembered everything in an instant. The young man recalled the old times in the library when renting books cost a fortune. It was then that he invented this magic to copy knowledge for free. Takeru modestly shrugged, calling it a trifle that hardly consumes mana. Krei turned to Gil with suspicion. The lizard honestly admitted that it was the first time he had heard of such spells, and Takeru turned pale. He had said too much. The boy hurried into the cave, but the elf girl did not lag behind, asking about his level. The darkness of the tunnel swallowed their group, and Takeru promised himself to keep his tongue behind his teeth. The team consisting of Takiro, Blorite, the dwarf Zanbo, and the lizard Krei stopped in front of the massive gates of the northern tunnel. Zanbo grabbed the ring and warned that real monsters were waiting for them inside. The heavy door yielded with a crash. A black maw of the cave opened before them. The heroes stepped into the complete darkness, and Takero uttered the spell. A bright sphere dispelled the darkness, causing the companions to gape in astonishment. Blorite once again called him an outstanding wizard, although the boy just wearily waved it off. He threw a shiny black stone on the ground and activated the spatial binding point. A message flared up on the stone. The point has been secured. The crystal responded with a magical chime. A barrage of questions immediately fell upon Takero. I had to explain, this is a beacon to which he can teleport at any moment. The lighthouse flashes like a marker on the map in his head, and he borrowed the very idea of teleportation from a game. The streets of Belkheim, which he once wandered wearily, were highlighted on the memory map. But the spell turned out to be one-time and unidirectional. After the jump, the stone would simply crumble, and he would have to accompany the group personally. Convenient, but for new teleports, more magical ore will need to be found. The light sphere floated forward. Zanbo immediately got to work and struck the stone wall with a pickaxe. The dwarf asked Takiro to survey the area in search of valuable Ildor ore. The boy activated the search scan, realizing that while Zanbo was digging, he had already checked everything. The system highlighted only the pitiful remnants of low-grade iron. The dwarf was bewildered and couldn't understand where he knew all this from, and Takiro suggested they go a little further. Zanbo admitted with a smile that this area has already been developed and apologized for the minor test of professionalism. Takiro calmly waved it off. Everything is fine. There's no need to apologize. Suddenly, everyone froze. Takiro suddenly turned around ground. Something large was approaching from the darkness. He instantly activated the radar and commanded everyone to turn their backs to the wall. Something is coming this way. Red enemy markers flashed threateningly on the virtual map. In the darkness, something was rapidly approaching. Takuro felt the walls tremble from the heavy footsteps. Blorite grabbed the weapon and shielded the team from a swarm of giant basalt spiders that surged from the darkness. Seeing these hairy monsters, Takuro turned pale with fear. The elf girl took off. With a loud shout, she charged into the attack. Its blade forcefully cut into the rocky shell. Takuro thrust his hand forward and cast a mass paralysis on the pack. The monsters were bound in electric shackles, unable to move. Blorate blinked in surprise upon seeing the immobilized enemies. Cray shouted not to waste time and to finish them off. The girl transformed into a deadly whirlwind, mercilessly tearing apart the spiders. Takuro watched in fascination as she performed her brutal dance of death. The last spider fell to the ground with a severed body. Blorate joyfully raised her hands, not noticing how the poisonous green blood was dripping from her. The system reported that Cray and Zanbo also suffered from poisoning, and Takuro nearly went gray from panic. Even his pocket dragon caught the poison just from the overall cheerful atmosphere. The boy hurriedly cast a mass cleansing spell, washing the toxic slime off his friends. The dead bodies of the spiders slowly dissolved. A notification about collected loot popped up in front of my eyes. Cray admitted that he only watched the entire battle from the sidelines, so let Blorite take the reward. Blorite felt embarrassed. She was uncomfortable gathering all the spoils by herself. Takuro gazed lovingly at this scene. He liked how the companions pushed the reward to each other instead of greedy gnawing. After a brief argument, the elf and the lizard did not reach an agreement. Then Takuro suggested simply dividing all future loot equally among the three, and no one objected. The issue was resolved, and the team moved deeper into the mine. Blorate laughed guiltily, admitting that she was terribly hungry after the battle. The team unanimously supported her. It was time for a break. Takuro sat relaxed, holding the little dragon Bai in his arms. The company settled by the fire. It was time to eat a hot meal. However, the boys suddenly stopped their enthusiasm. He reminded that no matter how hungry you are, you must first sincerely thank for the food. He clapped his hands loudly. "I will go," he said together with the dragon, and the rest awkwardly repeated the gesture of thanks. In the pot, a thick aromatic stew was bubbling. The dwarf and the lizard man were devouring the food, praising Takeru's culinary talent. Having emptied their bowls, the companions gratefully thanked for the delicious lunch. Takuro blushed when everyone praised his hearty dish. He just smiled, remembering that in good company any dish tastes better. They were resting deep within the vast cave. The elf girl said that miners and adventurers used to descend here freely. Mining ore brought good money along with combat experience. The boy dreamed of a rich city above and hot springs. The illusion was instantly shattered by the dwarf. Here they only washed with a damp sponge. Takuro sighed, resigning himself to the necessity of cleansing himself with magic. The squad moved further down the dark stone tunnel. In the twilight, bats hung from the ceiling. A flock suddenly swooped down on the travelers. "Watch out!" shouted the lizard man and rushed forward. A few quick spear thrusts tore the monsters to pieces. Takuro sincerely thanked his reliable bodyguard. The warrior tensed, suspecting that powerful monsters were guarding the valuable ore. The boy confirmed he had already felt the weak magical signal of the Ildor stone. He stopped in front of a blank wall and intensified his search skill. A confident step into a dead end confused the companions, but the scan did not lie. The precious ore was hidden just behind the stone. The boy calmly stated that they only needed to break through the obstacle. The company was delighted with the discovery of its best collector. The dwarf touched the wall, recognizing the characteristic colored veins. Takuro asked for permission to use magic for extraction. He asked everyone to step back. Experienced fighters panicked, fearing the cave would collapse from the explosion. Instead of destruction, the boy cast a hardening spell. The walls merged into a single monolith, completely eliminating the risk of collapse. "Let's start small," he raised his finger. A tiny light flickered at the tip. The fire instantly grew to the size of a large flame. The bullet split into 3 powerful clumps. With a sharp sweep of his hand, Takuro threw them forward. Fiery projectiles roared towards the wall. "Volcano!" shouted the boy. A bright flash blinded everyone. A powerful explosion shattered the rock into pieces. The cave was filled with thick smoke. The dust slowly settled. A giant breach has formed in the wall. The squad stared in shock at the open hall. Everywhere, huge, high-quality crystals were visible. The companions gazed in wonder at the magical glow of the ore. The lizard man felt the powerful magic emanating from the stones, while the others could not get enough of their glow. Takeru activated the analysis. The system confirmed. This is the ore of Ildor A rank, capable of absorbing magic. The lizard man grew gloomy, realizing that such a concentration would inevitably attract terrible monsters. The little dragon Bai squeaked sharply. He flapped his wings, anxiously warning of danger. Takeru tried to calm him down, but the new piercing scream made the boy flinch. The lizard man firmly intercepted the spear. Something bad was approaching. When he wanted to block the road, Takeru coldly ordered to leave the enemy to him. The warrior was sweating, sensing the aura of the beast that even the dragon feared. Takeru confidently stepped forward. The earth trembled, and from the darkness emerged a colossal shadow. The dwarf's eyes bulged in horror. A giant trango crab crawled into the hall, the true devil of these mines. Takeru's face twisted from wild appetite. He gazed spellbound at the mountain of delicacy meat. The boy was literally drooling in anticipation of a hearty meal. The elf and the lizard man lost the gift of speech from such madness. Banzai! Takeru and the little dragon joyfully shouted, raising their hands. Watch out! The elf shrieked. A giant claw sliced through the air above the boy's head with a whistle. He barely managed to jump back. The blow shattered the stone floor into pieces. The girl begged to flee. They had no chance against the A-rank monster. Takeru just smiled cheekily. He proudly declared that he would never run away from such a luxurious dish. The monster's armored paw tensed up again for a strike. The boy seized the staff and commanded the little dragon to prepare fire with lightning. His gaze became predatory. He quickly cast a strengthening spell on his hands and legs. Takeru launched an attack, giving the command to Bai to use the roar. The little dragon released a powerful sound wave. The boy dashed through the dust straight at the enemy. The crab tried to crush him with its claws. The magical staff harshly struck the shell. Pushing off, Takeru soared high above the monster. He struck down with all his might. The boy joyfully grinned from the blow, but the recoil nearly broke his arms. He landed hard, breaking with his feet on the stones. The armor turned out to be stronger than steel. The weapon merely slid off it. The lizard man offered help, but Takeru refused. The boy healed his numb arm, realizing his mistake. This armor could not be penetrated by ordinary physical attacks. The scan instantly highlighted the weak points at the joints of the monster's limbs. Takeru changed his tactics and summoned dozens of ice needles. He spun nearby, ready for a joint attack. Speed them up with the magic of the wind, commanded the boy. The ice merged with the air vortices. Deadly ice storms formed, striking the crab at a furious speed. They ruthlessly crashed right into the vulnerable joints. The monster convulsed. The ice instantly began to grow from the fresh wounds. Freezing quickly immobilized the giant claws. In a moment, the entire body of the monster was covered with thick ice. The giant crab froze forever, turning into an ice statue. Takeru and Bee clasped their hands in prayer, honoring their dinner. The boy calmly looked back at his companions. The lizard man was boiling with rage. The warrior fiercely asked why he had climbed onto the A-rank monster alone. Takeru awkwardly justified himself. The team fight would simply turn the meat into minced meat. The lizard man stared in shock. He sighed heavily at this absurd logic of the gourmet. However, the warrior honestly admitted that Takeru's combat magic exceeds all expectations. The dwarf triumphed next to the frozen monster. But the lizard man seriously reminded that they are still a team. He emphasized that Takeru could really handle everything on his own. Such solo performances made the rest of the team feel worthless. He sincerely asked the guy to trust his partners more. The boy apologetically asked for forgiveness for his selfishness. The lizard man kindly patted the little dragon on the head, accepting the apology. After the battle, the squad finally got to work collecting ore. Takeru watched his friends with warmth in his heart. He smiled, feeling infinitely happy for such support. The system recorded the acquisition of Ildor ore and Trango crab meat. The boy pointed to another tunnel, promising even more deposits. The dwarf burst into tears of joy, repeatedly thanking his savior. Takeru moved forward, imagining how this cave would once again be filled with life. Suddenly, the image of a dead dragon from the past surfaced in memory. He recalled the prophecy. His actions would change this world like a drop of water. Takeru realized that even his small desires were already creating a new history. So he decided firmly, let this world change for the better. Chapter 27. Takeru walked along the bright cobblestones of the city with the group. The memory transported him to the bright exit from the dungeon. Then the magic of the gate instantly transported their team through space. Takeru happily noted that this call had saved them a lot of time. Clayston twirled the extinguished magical stone in his hand. The boy sighed, regretting the loss of such a valuable artifact. Blorate squinted and reminded that even the most talented wizards do not waste resources. The old Zanbo also did not understand where the young man was in such a hurry, which frankly shocked him. Even the familiar Bi let out a mocking squeak. The tall tower loomed over the capital. The Genbudo zone had been completely cleared. The heroes stood in the throne room, reporting on the destruction of the main threat to the mines. The king listened with eyes wide open in delight. He showered Blorite with compliments for her swift, silent killings. Praise was also given to Clayston, who reliably shielded the group with his powerful body. But the true triumphators were the monarch who named Takeru and little Bi. The king exclaimed excitedly that the true victors of the fierce demon were indeed Takeru and Bi. The lord ordered to show the remains of the demon, although Takeru honestly warned about the floor. The monster card described the Trango crab, an unbreakable shell and delicate meat. The young man opened the inventory and pulled out a gigantic carcass. A giant ice block with a crab inside crashed onto the carpet. The king and the advisor stood frozen, stunned by the absurd size of the monster. Recovering, the monarch joyfully clapped his hands. He solemnly promised a reward and allowed everyone to ask for anything they wanted. Takeru did not hesitate. He pointed his finger at the frozen crab. What? The shocked king could only utter. A loud feast in the tavern resounded in honor of the mine's opening. On Takeru Street, they were discussing a crazy prize, 3 million lives for each. Clayston added that the newly found ore vein also played a significant role. The memory of old Zanbo's tears of joy brought a slight smile to the boy's face. But above all, he was glad that he took the entire carcass of Trango for himself. In my imagination, a classic crab with eggplants was already sizzling, and fresh sashimi was being sliced. And you could also boil hot nab. From a solid shell, perfect scissors for collecting materials would emerge. The boy opened the door, squinting from the blinding sun. Takeru squinted from the sun. After a long time in the underground, the daylight seemed blinding. A gnome guard stood outside, holding the reins of a luxurious Pegasus. Blorate gently stroked the perfect white mane of the heavenly horse. The armorer returned the spear to Clayston. The warrior gazed in awe at the perfect sharpness and shine of the repaired weapon. Takeru thanked the gnome, and the elf was already sitting in the saddle. He asked in surprise if she was really leaving now. Blorite nodded. It was time for her to return home to gift a horse to her older sister. She looked at Takeru and seriously said that she was in his debt. The elf smiled warmly, admitting that she would not be able to repay him for a lifetime. The young man gently replied that the crab he received was more than enough for him. Clayston interrupted them, pointing to the carriage that had arrived. Blorite waved her hand and swiftly soared into the sky. As a farewell, she promised a mandatory meeting in the future. From above, her playful shout echoed to be on alert. Takeru merely snorted mentally. It sounded like a typical villain's phrase. In the carriage, Clayston sighed heavily, lamenting the unusual silence without the elf. He then added that for some reason, the always collected taker did not leave the teleportation stone in Belkaim. Due to this mistake, they had to shake in a long detour. The boy awkwardly looked away. He recalled how everyone reacted to his eternal haste. Now he just wanted to enjoy the journey without magical jumps. Finally, the high walls of Belkaim appeared on the horizon. The guard Reed greeted them warmly at the checkpoint. He immediately called out to the city that the famous collector had returned. Familiar girl beasts joyfully ran to meet. Takeru turned around in surprise at the male voice behind him. It was Ains, who was smiling broadly. The girls didn't understand where they knew each other from, and Takeru recalled the previous delivery of materials. And when Ains added that the boy had also healed him, the crowd erupted in shocked cries. To escape unwanted attention, Takeru rushed away to the guild. The familiar sign brought the long-awaited peace. In the hall, he told Cleiston the story about the found corpse and the items given to the son. The warrior grimly nodded, sympathizing with the boy who had strained himself for the sake of his family. Cleiston seriously warned Takeru his powerful healing magic would sooner or later attract trouble. The young man closed his eyes and promised to be careful. A rabbit girl approached the counter. She blinked, noticing them together. With a slight uncertainty, she asked if they had formed a permanent team. The commercial district of Belkheim buzzed with the crowd. Takeru entered Glutus's workshop and placed his cargo on the table. He asked with doubt whether such ore would suit them. The gnome's wrinkled hands carefully lifted the perfectly clean crystal. The master and his student trembled silently, not blinking. Takeru panicked, thinking that such cleanliness was too difficult to forge. The gnome's eyes swirled in a whirlwind of emotions behind thick lenses. The young man flinched at his reaction. The cat girl lost her ability to speak. "What is this?" Glutus shouted frantically. The gnome and the student held their breath over the crystal, amazed by the unprecedented quality of the ore. The craftswoman burst into tears, shouting that for the first time in 120 years, she was seeing such a huge piece of Ilderite. Takeru turned pale. He had not expected to have gathered such legendary metal. The girl cried from happiness, pressing against the counter. She honestly admitted that she did not believe in the success of the mission from the beginning. But the boy surpassed even the boldest legends. Old Glutus also burst into tears, simultaneously mumbling for the student to calm down. Takeru silently watched the hysteria of these two fanatics of their craft. In the end, he breathed a sigh of relief. The clients were happy. He recalled the old rule of collectors. Even the rarest material is worthless if it is not what was requested. That is why he was anxious until the last moment, and now the happy smiles of the masters have become the best answer. But now, walking down the street, he felt true pride in his profession for the first time. The gnome bowed his head low, apologizing for doubting Takeru's abilities. The young man smiled warmly and modestly acknowledged the friends who helped him. The students sobbed, realizing that they had nothing to pay for such treasures. But Takeru calmly reminded them of their condition. He was only interested in scissors. He placed his hand on the crystal, saying that he would order the tool later, and he leaves all these materials for them to forge the best sword for the exhibition. Glutus silently gazed at the shining surface of Ilderite. A wide, confident smile of a master spread across his face. The student quickly wiped her tears and ran to stoke the stove. Later, a huge shipment of ore was brought to the artisan quarter. The gnomes resumed mining in the mine, saving the city from a shortage. From morning to night, the streets rang with the rhythmic strikes of thousands of hammers. When Glutus finished his masterpiece, he immediately took it to show Takeru. It was a flawless silver blade with blue veins and intricate engraving. The assessment showed a rank of A, convincing the guy that first place at the exhibition was guaranteed for them. The happy blacksmiths waved to him and set off for the capital. The young man watched them leave, dreaming of perfect scissors and a new fork for crab. In the evening, Takeru was relaxing in a cozy tavern. Cleiston asked about the tool, and the boy replied that the dwarves would first create precise drawings of his hand. He was genuinely pleased with such a serious approach to work. Suddenly, an unfamiliar beastman approached their table. The beastman Wade approached closely and explained that he was specifically looking for Takeru. He silently handed Takeru a letter with a heavy wax seal. Cleiston immediately recognized the coat of arms of the powerful family of Rusevok. The warrior dryly explained that it was a personal invitation from the local feudal lord. Takeru stared at the letter in shock, not understanding what he had gotten himself into this time. The final sketch with all the characters of this great story. Chapter 28. A sealed letter lay on the white table. The seal clearly displayed the coat of arms of the lion and the dragon, which belonged to the royal family of Alshario. Takeru blinked in confusion. Klee clarified that this is the lord under whose authority all of Belkheim falls. Guildmaster Rodor always repeated that an invitation from the lord is better not to be ignored. The boy sighed resignedly, anticipating a heap of problems. The enormous bear beast Clay advised him to stop making these pathetic excuses. Takeru opened the envelope, silently hoping for the adequacy Excellency of the local ruler. The letter discussed an award for their troop, Blue and Black, for recent successes on the Stavlo Plain. Peering over his shoulder, the mighty Draconid looked in surprise. His name was also inscribed. The bear explained that the Lord decided to summon their entire newly formed team at once, a month ago. After returning to Belkayama, they officially united. In the registration form, the leader was the Dragonid Gildius, while Takeru was a regular participant. The Dragon King chuckled smugly, reminding that such a cool name was invented by Clay himself. However, Takeru felt a trick. The cleanup of the goblins had happened a long time ago, and the nobleman was clearly looking for another reason. Maybe the aristocrat was interested in the pile of collected materials? But if that were the case, the guild had already fully rewarded him. There was no need for the Lord to acknowledge him personally. Or those valuable ores from Voslao. The boy thoughtfully rubbed his neck. B squeaked questioningly. The little dragon innocently blinked its round eyes. And here, Takeru remembered the guildmaster's words. The Lord was very interested in his protege. The boy turned pale instantly and grabbed the baby in his arms. He burst into a scream, swearing that he would not give Bia to anyone or for anything. The bear hurried to calm him down, certain that the ruler would not stoop to outright robbery. Gildius suddenly cut in coldly. If the Lord tries to take the dragon by force, they will simply leave Belkame. Takeru stared in shock at his friend. The glue panicked and began to disassociate from such rebellious ideas, reminding about the protection of the guild. But the boy already understood everything. The bear suggested forming a team specifically for his protection. Earlier, Takeru considered it a mere formality, but now he felt the full weight of their devotion. Klee continued to grumble about troubles with the management, but Hildius stood his ground. The boy lifted his gaze to the starry sky, realizing that escape would truly open new horizons for him. The appointed day has come. A luxurious black carriage with golden decorations rolled down the street, drawn by a pair of white horses. Inside Bia's carriage, Usher joyfully jumped on the soft seats, while Takeru eagerly examined the interior. The crystal chandelier swayed gently as the crew set off. The townspeople lined the streets along the road, gazing in awe at the luxurious noble carriage. Ordinary mercenaries sighed with envy, hoping to one day find themselves in his position. Gildius relaxedly crossed his arms over his chest, noting that their appearance had understandably caused a commotion. He explained that an invitation to the Lord's estate is the absolute pinnacle for any adventurer. With the support of a ruler, even a bandit became a respected person, although he had to carefully protect the reputation of his patron. The conversation was interrupted by a joyful exclamation from Takeru. In front rose massive wrought iron gates with stone statues of heraldic lions. The boy was glued to the window, amazed by the unseen architecture. The stern guard stopped the crew and looked demandingly at the pass. The guard slowly made his way to the window. Takeru nervously smiled and held the little dragon tighter to himself. With a heavy rumble, the gate swung open. The carriage entered inside, and the dragon promised that the most interesting part was yet to come. The boy scoffed skeptically, convinced that he had seen enough. But the next moment, an immense well-kept park with dozens of luxurious buildings spread out before him. Streams of water sparkled in the sun in a huge fountain with an angel. Perfectly trimmed hedgerow. Mazes stretched all the way to the horizon. Takeru's jaw literally dropped. Gildius grinned with satisfaction. In response to the surprised question of how much nobility there is in Belkayami, Hildius replied that the entire estate belongs to one lord. The boy couldn't believe that this giant palace city belonged exclusively to the lord's family. The aristocrats in lavish dresses leisurely strolled through the alleys under lace umbrellas. The carriage came to a smooth stop, and the coachman respectfully bowed his head. Gildius happily stretched his back as he stepped onto the cobblestones, and B joyfully fluttered out after him. Takeru slowly raised his gaze to the Rozuvaha residence. Before him stood a monumental Gothic castle that breathed grandeur and promised new problems. The little dragon B amusingly peeked out from the playing card. Before the travelers stood a majestic estate, resembling a palace. Two sharp towers pierced the clouds. Takeru with the little dragon and the lizard man. Clay stood still before the monumental entrance. The door opened, and an elderly man in a pristine tailcoat appeared on the threshold. He politely introduced himself as the butler Raymond. The boy greeted back in confusion. The steward bowed modestly. Takeru awkwardly scratched the back of his head, thanking for the invitation. Raymond gestured for the guests to come inside. The heavy door slowly closed. A luxurious chandelier sparkled on the high ceiling. Expensive furniture and elegant mirrors adorned the walls. A long red carpet stretched down the spacious corridor. On the side, maids lined up in black dresses and white aprons. They bowed in unison, greeting the guests. The corridor was flooded with soft light. Takeru was mesmerized by this perfect harmony. Suddenly, someone's ringing voice broke the silence. A young girl stood on the stairs and sharply commanded the butler to be quiet. She stomped her foot menacingly. Takeru stared perplexedly at the little aristocrat. She unexpectedly reached her hand forward. Her finger was pointing directly at the frightened bi. "Give it to me," the girl commanded authoritatively. Takeru and the little dragon exchanged shocked glances. The boy instantly activated the analysis skill. A system window flashed before my eyes. This was Tiaris, the 14-year-old daughter of the Lord, who had come home for the holidays. The boy sighed inwardly, attributing everything to the whims of a spoiled teenager. He refused, but Tiaris shamelessly repeated the demand. Takeru demonstratively turned away. The girl blinked indignantly, not used to refusals. The boy cut off that this dragon is his family, and he will not give up his friend, even if for her he is just a pathetic adventurer. Tiaris just rolled her eyes and stubbornly stood her ground. Takeru realized that words were powerless here. He wearily rubbed his forehead. A determination to change tactics flashed in his eyes. The boy unexpectedly knelt down in front of the young lady. He calmly asked her to calm her emotions and answer one question. Tiaris froze in surprise. She confessed that some Bernard told her about a traveler with a dragon. This man assured that the father would easily take the beast for her, so she immediately ran to the Lord with a request. But the father categorically refused. He explained to his daughter that a dragon is forever bound to its master. Takeru directly asked her why she went against her father's will. Tiaris whispered Bernard's name guiltily, and the boy immediately realized who was behind this performance. He gently replied that he would not give BII to anyone, despite all the man's false promises. The little dragon chirped happily, and the boy added that smart animals do not serve those they do not like. The girl looked at the creature with hope and quietly asked if its name was really BI. The boy nodded, confirming that the little dragon understands human language perfectly. Tiaris's face turned pale. Tears of shame for her rude words in the presence of the beast burst from her eyes. Takeru froze in confusion, not knowing how to calm her down. Suddenly, BI broke free from his shoulder and swiftly flew towards Tiaris. The little dragon gently licked the tears from her cheek. The girl sniffed, asking if he would forgive her. Her tear-streaked face softened. Tiaris happily hugged the good dragon to herself. Takeru laughed with relief. He realized that behind the mask of a spoiled egoist was a sensitive child. The girl admitted that Bernard advised her to be tough and not to listen to uneducated adventurers. Takeru objected, reminding that they can be different and are capable of thinking. Tiaris shyly lowered her eyes, admitting that behind the mask of rudeness lay ordinary fear. She smiled sincerely, admiring the dragon with fascination, but her joy quickly faded. Tears flowed from her eyes again as she recalled her mother with a trembling voice. The steward Raymond approached the lady with concern. Takeru looked at the child with compassion, who carried deep pain within. He realized how deceitfully cunning the manipulator had taken advantage of her condition. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. A tall man with long hair sternly asked what was happening here. Takeru stared at him in shock. Is this young, handsome man really the father of the girl and the local lord? He seemed too young for such a status. The lord calmly reprimanded his daughter for her disgraceful behavior. Then he turned to Takeru and sincerely apologized for her prank. The steward half-jokingly reproached the lord for spoiling Tiaris too much. The lord calmly replied that a lively, willful daughter is better than a lifeless doll. The man looked closely at the guest, asking if he was indeed the same expert in material collection. Takeru respectfully stated his name. Lord Belmonent Rezueva warmly extended his hand to him. The men exchanged a firm handshake, solidifying their acquaintance. A close-up captured a charming child's face. The luxurious estate of Count Razuvok rose against the sky, preserving the 500-year history of his lineage. The portrait of the first generation, the Viscount Farragut, who conquered the wild northern lands, proudly hung on the wall. Nearby, the faces of his descendants could be seen, who rebuilt the city and earned the title of Count. Takaro listened attentively to the story, comfortably settled on the soft sofa next to Clay and little Bi. The story has reached the current generation, the young and talented Lord Belmonent. The next painting depicted the current Lord Belmonent with his wife and young daughter. Takaro noted that the woman in the portrait was a spitting image of Tiaris. The steward proudly announced that the woman in the portrait is named Muratelia. Suddenly, Takaro noticed the empty plates. Bii had stealthily devoured all the snacks. The little dragon made the most innocent eyes, begging for another serving. Klee warmly smiled and remembered the delicious meat soup from Takaro. The boy was more concerned about the beastly metabolism of his scaled pet. He seriously wondered if this little one would grow as huge as his father Vol. Bia's appetite only grew. Belmonent entered the room, and the butler immediately asked about the condition of his daughter. The lord replied wearily that the girl had calmed down, but she still hadn't eaten anything. The steward nodded and ordered dinner to be prepared for the hungry girl. He sank heavily into the chair opposite the guests. The steward apologized for the commotion and quietly left, leaving the three of them. Belmonent sincerely apologized for Tiaris's rude behavior the day before. Takaro casually waved it off, assuring that he held no grudge. Then, Clay decided to get to the point and directly asked about the purpose of their visit. Belmonent lowered his gaze. He admitted that he invited them here for only one reason: to beg for a favor. Takaro and Bii exchanged surprised glances. Klee's eyes widened in realization. The lord nodded slowly. The case concerned his sick wife Muratelia. Belmonent said that she had weak health since childhood and lived under the supervision of doctors. When Tiaris was born, he hoped for a long and happy future together as a family of three, but the joy was short-lived. The condition of Muratelia has sharply deteriorated, and no healer has been able to help. The glue helplessly shrugged his shoulders, reminding that he knows nothing about medicine. Takaro nervously fidgeted with his fingers. He cautiously inquired about the doctor's diagnosis. Belmonent looked closely at the boy, and then he quietly snorted. The lord laughed and asked Takaro to drop the formalities. Right now, he is the one asking for help. His sincere laughter instantly relieved the tension. Takaro sighed with relief, admitting that he couldn't stand formalities. Belmonent's smile faded, and he spoke of his utter despair. He admitted that he had been doing everything possible all this time, but in vain, and completely gave up, until rumors about a unique adventurer reached him. People said that in the city's slums, a hopelessly ill person suddenly recovered. Takaro smiled awkwardly. His secret had been revealed. The satisfied lord added that such wonders cannot be hidden from the neighbors. Belmonent suddenly lunged forward and desperately glanced at the boy. With a flourish, the lord fell to his knees right in front of the sofa, pleading to save Muratelia. Thus, he was stunned. The mighty count bowed his head before an ordinary traveler. The boy knew that his divine skills could handle the illness, but he was afraid of making a mistake with the dosage of magic. The consequences could be catastrophic. Moreover, the public miracle could completely destroy local medicine. Although this problem concerned him the least, he still didn't plan to stay in this city forever. The lord sadly added that Tiaris demanded to be given the dragon precisely for the sake of saving her mother. The child naively believed that the cute animal would heal the sick woman. Belmonent called his daughter silly, but added that she has a good heart. Takaro remembered the girl's hysteria and understood that behind her aggression, she was simply hiding her fear. He looked at Clay. The huge lizard suddenly trembled, barely holding back tears. Takaro mentally cursed his friend for playing on his sympathy. Ultimately, for Clay, the sick woman was the wife of an old friend. The puzzle came together. The lizard did not ask him directly, as he was well aware of all the risks of healing magic. Takaro gathered his courage and firmly replied that he would try to heal her. But he warned that treating the noblewoman is a delicate matter, and he promises nothing without an examination. One had to act extremely carefully. Takaro stood up and asked where the patient's room was. Her chambers were located at the very top of the left tower of the mansion. The massive door securely hid the woman from the outside world. Belmonent warned his wife about the visit. All three quietly entered inside. The spacious bedroom greeted them with a thick semi-darkness. Heavy curtains completely blocked the light from the windows. The chandelier on the ceiling was not lit. Takaro felt the stale air. The room hadn't been ventilated for a long time. The lord cautiously approached the luxurious four-poster bed. The boy anxiously stared into the darkness. Belmonent took his wife's pale hand and said that he had brought the miracle worker from hearsay. The woman smiled weakly, pleased by this news. The Lord gestured for Takuro to come closer. The boy asked to add at least a little light for inspection, but Belmonte refused. Muratelia could not stand bright light at all. Even the dim lamp on the nightstand caused her sharp pain. Takuro looked back in shock at the closed windows. He approached the bed closely and asked for permission to begin. In the boy's eyes, a scanning interface flared up, instantly reading the patient's condition. The list of diagnoses was shocking: cataract, anemia, kidney disease, and a bunch of other complications. Information about the cataract explained the light intolerance. The lens of her eye had become severely cloudy. But the worst turned out to be the unique poisoning of Ivel, caused by years of toxin accumulation. Takuro nodded, analyzing all the data. He could easily cure earthly diseases like anemia. For successful magic, it was enough for him to clearly envision a healthy organ. But magical treatment of unknown diseases could have an unpredictable effect. For a moment, the room seemed even darker to him. Takuro dismissed the doubts. He decided not to voice the terrifying list of diseases out loud to avoid spreading panic. The servants and the butler held their breath. Belmonte waited with hope for the verdict. Takuro firmly stated he will remove all symptoms if the Lord entrusts him with the life of his wife. He listed that he would restore her vision, relieve joint pain, and alleviate shortness of breath. The Lord gasped in surprise, realizing that the young man had accurately named all her problems after just a casual glance. Now the choice was only up to Belmonte. The Count paused, contemplating the proposal of the lowest-ranked traveler. He cast a heavy glance at his exhausted wife. His palms gently covered her delicate hand. Muratelia whispered that she would follow her husband's decision no matter what. Tears of despair fell on their intertwined fingers. He didn't even hope for a full recovery. Muratelia cried in response, whispering that she wanted only one thing: to embrace Tiaras again. This quiet pain tore the Count's heart apart. Belmonte gritted his teeth. He desperately shouted, begging to save her life. The Lord was ready to give Takuro absolutely everything. Little Bii cried on Clay's shoulder, and the big lizard also couldn't hold back a waterfall of tears. Takuro nodded in shock and ordered to start the treatment. In the corridor of the mansion, the maids whispered anxiously. They openly did not trust the low-ranking adventurer guest. The steward Raymond shuddered with displeasure at their doubts. He abruptly cut off the conversation. The master's decision is not to be discussed. They could only helplessly wait behind the closed doors. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, the Lord entrusted the life of his sick wife to young Takuro. The boy looked seriously at the aristocrat and asked for a favor. He demanded complete secrecy regarding his abilities because he hated excessive attention. The guard lizard snorted. Due to such secrecy, the guild will definitely reprimand the guy. The Lord promised to remain silent, although his wife's sudden healing will inevitably raise suspicions. The lizard-friendly patted Takuro on the shoulder. Zdorovan asked if the guy would use the same magic as he did on him. The mention of that hellish pain made the warrior shudder. Takuro immediately refused. That method burns too much magical power of the target itself. The frail woman on the bed broke into a weak cough. She wouldn't have survived such a strain. The boy reached out his hand, deciding to restore her sight first. He quietly asked the patient to close her eyes. She obediently complied. Takuro focused, clearly envisioning the cloudy lens of her eye. The short command, heal, and the woman barely sighed. He infused magic with careful drops to avoid causing her pain. The imagination painted a perfectly clear star. The boy's forehead was beaded with sweat from maximum concentration. All his energy concentrated in his open palm. The hand burst into a soft light just above the sick person's face. Magical sparks slowly settled on her eyelids. The cleansing was coming to an end. Takuro carefully allowed the woman to open her eyes. The murky veil before her gaze began to dissipate. The silhouettes of the boy and the man took on clear outlines. The Lord leaned over his wife with a sinking heart. The woman smiled happily. She saw the face of her beloved again. Even the light of the lamp no longer hurt her eyes. Takuro took out his staff and warned that he would now open the window. The spell of total purification struck the room. The heavy shutters swung open abruptly. The next spell burned away all the rot from the walls and floor. The bedroom was flooded with bright sunlight. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. She squinted, but already from the real daylight. In close-up, her cleansed, clear gaze, Lord asked anxiously if everything was all right, and Muratelia Sophia reassured him that she was feeling well. The woman smiled happily. She never dreamed of seeing her husband's face so clearly again. The room shone with perfect cleanliness, and the couple quietly rejoiced together. Takeru sighed wearily with relief. Everything went well. The aristocrat was overflowing with thanks, but the boy reminded him that he had only cured his eyesight. The body was still too weak. As a sign of gratitude, the host offered the rescuer to stay at the estate for the night. A cheerful splash of water sounded beyond the walls. Takeru blissfully soaked in the hot bath. He was pleased that soap here was a rare luxury and enjoyed its fragrance. The boy relaxedly closed his eyes, dreaming of getting the same soap from some merchant. Thick foam was flying all over the bath. Nearby, his handheld dragon was playing carefreely in the water. The little one tightly embraced the huge cloud of foam with its paws. The eyes of the little beast gleamed predatorily. It was clearly ready to eat this. The boy jumped up sharply and shouted at the little one that foam is not food. Leaning back against the edge, Takeru pieced together the puzzle. Poisoning with the substance Ival meant that the toxin had been added over the years. Later, Takeru had a serious conversation. The Lord was just calming his wife so that she could rest more, in a worried tone. "Is it really true, Takeru?" The boy confirmed. As far as he checked, it was indeed so. He asked if anything unusual had happened when his wife's condition suddenly worsened. The Lord shrugged his shoulders. Crowds constantly passed through the estate, making it impossible to track anyone down. Takeru shuddered. Someone had deliberately and continuously poisoned the woman. The boy's throat went dry from the terrifying realization. Memory recalled a recent episode when the little dragon had indeed swallowed soap. The poor little animal overeaten foam and got a stomachache. Then Takeru had to urgently shake the foam out of it amid the screams of shocked maids. After that, he scolded the little animal for its foolishness for a long time. Ordinary poisoning was easily treated, but with the unfamiliar toxin Ival, magic was powerless. The boy remembered his acquaintance, the pharmacist Libera. She would quickly brew the antidote if she received a sample of the poison itself. Money for ingredients was no longer a problem. The worst part remained the fact of the assassination attempt. The killer was still at large and could strike again. The conversation continued in a private office where Takeru had come to read. The master pointed to a page in the old encyclopedia. The picture featured a rare golden flower. The text warned, "The fruit of Ival is used to create a perfect poison without taste or smell." The lizard stared at Takeru in shock. He immediately swallowed the information. The guard sincerely did not understand why a boy with such ability would not read all the books in the world. Takeru wearily touched his temple. Speed reading severely exhausts the brain. He began to flip through another tome in search of the place where this flower grows. The Lord was surprised that the guest could freely understand even ancient languages. Then the aristocrat handed him an old, worn-out diary. Taker's gaze immediately caught the word Ival among the scribbles. He focused intently on the text. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Intrigued, the men asked to read the find aloud. Takeru awkwardly cleared his throat, and I started reading in the most boring, childish tone of an author named Paula Paula. The Lord and the lizard froze with dead faces at this absurdity. The guard grimly asked if it was a joke, but the boy shook his head in denial. Blushing with shame, the Lord asked to continue reading. The boy continued to quote naive enthusiasms about travels. Hearing the description of the horse-shaped rock, the lizard immediately recognized the area, while Takeru hid his face, burning with shame, behind the cover. The old painting perfectly matched the real lake. The Lord confirmed the location, and the lizard recalled the name of the neighboring village, Ashus. Takeru closed the book. To create the antidote, they would have to go there. This nonsensical diary became their only lead in the case. The final black and white sketch with all the characters of the story. Kamishiro Takeru was reborn on the planet Medeus, a world of swords and magic. Despite his low rank, he earned trust as a diligent collector of materials. The local lord urgently summoned him. His wife had been poisoned, and a rare plant was needed for her salvation. The magnificent estate rose above the city. Takeru calmly warned that the antidote would require a journey very far away. He was glad that the Dragonid Cray knew the exact way to the needed cliff. Takeru was worried. Why is Cray silent? Could it be a dangerous place? The Lord unfolded the map. The destination lay far to the northeast, in the territories once ruled by Baron Shaitan. Cray gloomily recalled that the Baron baron was completely incapable of managing the lands. He ruthlessly raised taxes, condemning people to long suffering. The lord sighed. Poor governance had left the region in complete ruin. Ultimately, the baron was sentenced to 20 years in prison. But even after 17 years, the people remembered that violence. Takaru tensed up, asking about the current ruler. It turned out that a distant relative of that same baron is now in charge there, and the locals considered the lord's family to be saviors. The boy's eyes widened in realization. If it weren't for that denunciation, the baron's family would still be lining their pockets. He mentally ordered himself not to rush to conclusions. A conspiracy of national scale could have stood behind this poison. The scanning system revealed a multitude of diseases and complications in the unconscious woman. The lord blamed everyone who held a grudge against him. The enemy could have deliberately struck at the weakest point to make the ruler suffer. Takaru focusedly rubbed his chin, devising a new plan of action. A map of a long route appeared before my eyes. Lord asked anxiously if the distance frightened him. He offered his carriage, promising 5 days of travel one way. Leaving the sick person without protection for 10 days was too dangerous. The boy suddenly suggested going horseback riding. The lord was embarrassed, warning that their horse was not trained for riding. Cray looked at the young man with hope. Takaru smiled. The magic of speed and weight reduction will solve this problem. To return instantly, he planned to leave a magical portal in the room. The guy planned to throw the flower into a magical bag to keep it fresh, and entrust the preparation of medicines to a familiar pharmacist. To protect the woman, he obtained a fragment of mithril magical ore. She was supposed to create a barrier and raise the alarm when the enemy approached. Takaru laughed confidently, which greatly frightened the dragonling. He radiated optimism, although the lord still felt anxious. The ruler sincerely apologized for such a heavy burden on the guest's shoulders. The young man waved it off carelessly. Then the lord asked how he could repay. Money and titles meant extra trouble. He saved the woman only for the sake of her little daughter. Since the secret was promised to be kept, the choice was obvious. The boy unexpectedly asked to buy some soap from him. Immediately after that, he created a magical artifact in the shape of a lamp. An invisible dome covered the sick person's bed. Anyone with bad intentions was to faint. During the inspection, the servant tried to smuggle poison. The barrier reacted instantly to the harmful water. The liquid simply evaporated along with the jug. Takaru was surprised to admit that the defense turned out even better than he had expected. Since the special water from the merchant turned out to be poisonous, he advised buying regular local water, and the fake purchases continued to avoid alarming the conspirators. The power of the mithril ore frightened him himself. He shuddered, recalling his huge piece of mithril in the village. It was better not to think about it. The men stared in amazement at the perfect barrier. Finally, Takaro advised buying medication to support the condition of the sick person. The steward respectfully bowed his head. Now the woman was in absolute safety. Their goal became the village of Ashes in the Venone region. The boy placed the teleportation stone right next to the bed. Suddenly, Lord Tiarius's daughter, with tears in her eyes, apologized for her rudeness. He looked closely at the little one, and with a smile he confirmed, yes, her words were indeed unpleasant. The dragon was taken aback, but Takaru explained that honesty was necessary for her own future. The boy knelt down and gently said that the main thing is to realize one's mistake. This understanding will make her open to the thoughts of others. Personal principles will allow making difficult decisions with confidence. The girl firmly promised to think about the consequences. Then he warned, never believe those who say he is dead, or those who will demand money supposedly for his rescue. Advice on information exchange. He ordered to always discuss everything with his father. The lord gratefully stroked his daughter's head. The young man was convinced that it was the enemy who was brainwashing the trusting child. Cray was surprised by such a thoughtful lesson. Takaru wanted to make sure that the girl would no longer be used as a pawn. The dragonid blinked in surprise. The boy had calculated everything several steps ahead. Even with all the safety measures, there was nothing left but to believe in the lord. All the estate's servants came out to see them off. To avoid drawing attention, they exited through the back door of the stable. There were already 2 giant unicorn horses waiting for them there. The animals breathed loudly and heavily. It seemed they dreamed of racing freely, not pulling carts. Cray doubted whether the boy would be able to stay in the saddle. Takaru relied solely on his gift of enhancing physical abilities. He gently reached out his hand to the huge muzzles. The horse snorted loudly right in his face. The boy froze in surprise. He thought the animal had responded. He stood frozen in confusion, not believing that the animal had really responded to him. He promised them magical lightness so they could run without fatigue. The horses nodded understandingly. Having cast the spell, the boy signaled to move out. The hooves tore away from the spot. The crazy speed created the illusion of flying in the sky. The route passed by the cedar tree to the Bovanley forest. The boy expected to cut the travel time in half, but the little dragon bee sped up so much that the horses nearly knocked Takeru off his saddle. Cray shouted that the animals were simply following the winged little one. The young man shouted with all his might, begging the little dragon to stop. Bee looked around in surprise at the shout. He suddenly stopped and plopped down on the ground. The giant horses bowed respectfully before him. Heavy hooves sank into the ground. The dust slowly settled. Takeru breathed a sigh of relief. The authority of the ancient dragon truly worked on all beasts. Gasping, he asked where they had run to. Cray calmly reported that they had long passed the cedar tree. The boy looked back in shock at the dense thickets of the Bovanla forest. Usually, it took 3 long days to get here. He smiled joyfully. Time was working in their favor. During the break, they indulged in giant sandwiches with bird meat. Cray chewed with appetite, praising the culinary talents of his companion. The young man cooked wonderfully, knew ancient languages, and could persuade people. The boy awkwardly laughed. He brought up his past life experience. The memory transported him to a past life where he calmed angry clients. Cray understood and said, so that's why he was a merchant. He admitted that he had previously worked in sales. Cray suddenly asked if Takeru could assess his own skills. The boy fell into thought. He asked the system to display the status so that others could see it. A window with Cray's statistics flared up above the ground. A 40-year-old holy night dragon. The men stared at the text. Takeru voiced his surprise at the age of the dragonid, for which he immediately received a shout of indignation. The system's capabilities were impressive. Krea's eyes widened with delight. He did not understand where his special gifts came from. The boy shrugged. He had not seen the articles before his friend's evolution, but he admitted that the elixir capable of granting skills is a true miracle. City B, who also drank enchanted water every day, burped contentedly. It's time to check your own status. Both froze before the endless canvas of skills and blessings. Cray angrily pointed his finger at the line with the ability lazy. Takeru realized that he received all of this because of his brazen requests to the local god. The dragonid read the profession in shock. Aethelman. According to ancient legends, this was the name given to the greatest mage in the entire universe. It turned out that this was the name of the god who created this world tens of thousands of years ago. Takeru waved his hands in denial, but Cray became increasingly convinced that he was in the presence of a true deity. The young man sadly recalled how he had died as an ordinary clerk and was forcibly thrown into this world. He sighed. Whoever he was in status, right now he was just a collector of materials. Cray thoughtfully agreed. He remained himself despite the dragonid form and burst into loud laughter. It's time to sleep before the early rise. They wrapped themselves in blankets right on the ground. Takeru lay with his eyes wide open. He recalled his past, squeezed in the vice of work plans. All those little joys, consoles, manga, junk food, and soda. Once he thought he wouldn't survive without them, but now everything was fine, although a bit of nostalgia still remains. Looking at the stars, he silently thanked God for this new life. Title splash page. Takeru, with the bat Bii and the dragon man Cray, are walking through a dense forest. They reached the Venone region, once rich in lakes, but now a dead, dried-up wasteland. The wind drove dry sand across the cracked earth. Takeru, perched on a unicorn, looked around the parched landscape, astonished by how dry this land was. The young man assumed that it hadn't rained here for a very long time. Cray noted that the large lake near the village also seemed to have dried up. Takeru could not imagine such a wide lake drying up, but Cray explained that a sharp change in climate could do that. Takeru wondered why the fertile land had suddenly withered. He recalled the forest of white trees, which had changed overnight. A thought flashed that this could be an echo of the purification of Volsan's magical energy. They moved through the stormy plain, which, despite its dead appearance, did not seem dangerous. Later, Takeru's anxiety dissipated. A gentle breeze pleasantly caressed the face, and the heart felt lighter. Takeru thought that fields once greened here and wondered if he could restore it. it. He recalled the Lukai mine, where the culprit, a giant crab, was obvious, and here the reason was hidden elsewhere. This time the problem lay in the sky itself. The young man understood the artificial rain would only provide a temporary reprieve. He confessed to Cray that he simply wouldn't be able to leave here. Suddenly his eyes widened. Ahead, among the dead trees, the water of Lake Halius gleamed. "What is this?" exclaimed Takeru, recalling the former pristine beauty of the lake. Cray dismounted and grimly referred to the body of water as a cursed swamp. The dark surface bubbled heavily and dully. Takeru sat by the shore. Drinking or watering the fields with this was true suicide. He ordered Little B to stay away and decided to check the water without touching it. The system alert warned that the water is highly toxic. The poison turned out to be paleocin, scraped and purified from the horns of the Garanod buffalo. Takeru asked Cray about this monster, and he recalled the horned inhabitant of the cold highlands. Cray was shocked and stared. The poison from the monster's horns was spread all over the lake. Suddenly, 3 frightened peasants with pitchforks and hoes jumped out from behind the bushes. Takeru peacefully raised his hands and introduced himself as an adventurer. The villagers gathered distrustfully, firmly demanding evidence. Cray silently extended his hand. A guild ring gleamed brightly on his finger. A rank. The villagers recoiled in sacred awe. One of them knelt down. For the first time in his life, he sees an A rank in person. Takeru smiled inwardly at the popularity of his powerful friend. Suddenly one of the men, Tarobe, staggered. He collapsed wearily right onto the dry ground. A loud rumbling in the stomach cut through the silence. The emaciated Tarobe whispered that he was dying of hunger and could not get up. Takeru cheerfully noted that this sound was quieter than the grumbling of their acquaintance, the giant. The action has moved to the central square of the village of Ashes, sheltered by mountains of empty plates. The villagers thanked with tears in their eyes for the delicious treat. They could not get enough of the food. Takeru was glad that his bag held so many supplies for the whole village. The elder fell to his knees and called him a god. Takeru awkwardly waved his hands, asking not to exaggerate. The old man raised his hands, pointing to the weary crowd of his people. Houses were collapsing. The ground was cracking. The peasants had nothing to repay with. Takeru shifted the conversation to the main topic, the poisoned lake. The foreman confirmed. One day the lake unexpectedly became polluted. Previously, this water deity provided the entire village with everything it needed. And 10 months ago, the water turned into stinking sludge with dead fish. The wells were also poisoned, and since then the sky has not shed a single drop. The elder wiped away tears, recalling their desperate attempts to survive. Then he sighed. A man appeared who promised salvation. In the memories, a smooth merchant appeared, offering water in exchange for a shining golden flower from the shores of the lake. He added that this flower is valued among aristocrats and asked if the peasants know where to find it. Takeru instantly recognized the description. It was Ival's grass. The elder sighed. The plant perfectly matched their ancient legends. The cunning merchant promised 60 barrels of pure water every month completely tax-free. At first, this agreement seemed like a true blessing, but there was a critical shortage of 60 barrels for drinking and irrigation, so the village was slowly dying out. Cray gloomily whispered to Taker that it was this merchant who poisoned the water. The young man frowned. Could it be that the scoundrel was acting in league with their fierce enemy Bernard? Demanding a poisonous plant every month is too obvious a reason. The villagers gasped. They had no idea that the beautiful flower contained a toxin. Even Takero admitted that he didn't realize it right away. The villagers recalled that Mr. Engash had been very kind to them. Takeru contemptuously twisted the merchant's name to Engacho. The foreman just clicked, not understanding the joke. Suddenly, the old man's face contorted with the horror of a terrible suspicion. It turned out that the merchant poisoned the lake himself and plunged the village of Ashes into crisis. Takeru thought, the local lord is either inactive because Engash is hiding the truth, or the lord himself is an accomplice in this cruel scheme. The merchant provided just enough water for the village to barely stay afloat. Takeru figured it all out. The poison from one flower was enough for exactly a month. That's why the merchant took one at a time. You were just used. The young man stunned them. The villagers wept from the painful realization of their own helplessness. The foreman regretfully recalled how he even sent children to the lake for a drop of water. The little ones worked hard near the poisonous water. Takeru's hand hand clenched into a fist until the knuckles turned white. The young man understood to help people, only a strong desire is needed. On Earth, he was too preoccupied with survival, but here, everything is different. Takeru angrily promised to crush Engacho's plans, while Kray wearily corrected the name to Engash. The sky suddenly tore apart with a powerful downpour. The villagers poured into the square, joyfully shouting and holding their faces up to the water. Soaked, Kray smirked. B's magic is impressive, but it pours a bit too intensely. Takeru covered himself with his hand from the wall of water and shouted at the baby to stop. The bee joyfully buzzed and swiftly dove straight down from the sky. The young man laughed happily and hugged the wet familiar to himself, and immediately recoiled sharply. The baby's mouth reeked horribly of raw meat. However, the rain completely revived the earth. The dry fields eagerly absorbed the water. The elder once again showered Takeru with thanks, but the young man also magically repaired all the houses in the village under the cover of noise. Takeru awkwardly admitted that he had clearly overdone it with the spells. The fresh facades shone with cleanliness, making the villagers feel even more awkward. He gently stopped the endless apologies of the elder. Takeru asked for only one thing: permission to gather Ival grass to create an antidote. The villagers gladly agreed to take him there at sunset, and the children immediately rushed to the guest. The kids were clinging to Takeru, demanding attention. The young man smiled warmly. The children finally came to life and were filled with energy. He joyfully picked up the little ones in his arms. Takeru lifted 3 children at once, and they laughed cheerfully. The young man noticed with sadness how weightless they had become due to the long hunger. He firmly promised himself that these children would never suffer again. The foreman tried to drive the little ones away so they wouldn't be a nuisance, but Kray blocked his way and calmly told him to leave the children alone. Later, the children took Takeru to an old abandoned barn on the outskirts. They brought him to their secret hideout. The building remained in ruins. Takeru's magic simply did not reach that far. The boy said that there are hidden supplies of Richest fruits inside. They were grown solely for the sweet nectar of the flowers for the bees, and the fruits themselves were inedible. Takeru thoughtfully pondered over these fruits. Inside, there were tall stacks of old wooden boxes. The young man activated a system scan on the bumpy fruits that resembled lychees from the outside. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Takeru's eyes widened. The scan revealed the true shocking value of these useless fruits. He sat down by the boxes in the old warehouse when the local boy Gonza came closer. Suddenly, a small fruit was in his hand. The young man's eyes widened in shock. The boy asked in surprise what had happened. Gonza did not understand why anyone would want to eat the fruits of the ridazu at all. The young man thanked joyfully, while the boy waved his hand, as if to say that they would be thrown away anyway in the fall. The system confirmed this is a D-rank fruit with black, extremely salty juice, suitable only as a seasoning. Takeru carefully sniffed the find. A familiar sharp scent suddenly hit the nose. With a swift motion, he scraped off the hard skin. Thick black juice flowed down the fingers. Gonza waved his hands, rejecting this nonsense, but the young man had already made up his mind. He threw the fruit into his mouth. The eye flinched from the sharp taste. The face melted into a wide smile. There were no doubts left. Since his rebirth in this world, he dreamed of tasting that flavor again. The stern lizard man guard scrutinized the small fruit with suspicion. Stepping outside to the horses, Takeru continued to tell the guard about the amazing spice. He passionately explained that in his homeland, this sauce has made the country famous all over the planet. The guard stared skeptically at the black liquid. To dispel any doubts, the young man proudly brought out a pot of hot-boiled potatoes. The fruit of the ridaz waited for its moment. The hot potato was appetizingly steaming on the plate. The culinary masterpiece from Chef Takeru was ready. A crowd of curious villagers quickly gathered around the spread-out mat. The locals eagerly inhaled the incredible aroma of butter and rib sauce. 2 old men were still hesitating, fearing the disgusting taste. Takeru firmly took the fork, ready to taste first. He gently blew on the hot dish and took a big bite. From pleasure, he even closed his eyes, exhaling loudly. Even the little dragon drooled. The taste was simply divine. The old peasants nervously swallowed their saliva. They carefully took a bite of each piece. Their faces instantly turned red from gastronomic ecstasy. The crowd erupted with enthusiastic exclamations. The flavors complemented each other perfectly. Even the lizard man man acknowledged that the saltiness of the sauce revealed the butter in a new way. Takeru explained, "It's impossible to drink this juice, but as a seasoning, it works wonders. In all of Medeus, there simply was nothing resembling soy sauce." The boy's gaze fell on a full box of fruits. He smiled slyly, realizing that this find could lift the village out of poverty. With thoughts of new culinary experiments, Takeru joyfully looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering over the high tower of the estate. The blonde aristocrat rushed down the stairs, leaving the old butler behind. With a face twisted in anxiety, he called out his wife's name. In the luxurious bedroom, the little daughter, with her arms outstretched, shielded her mother's bed from the tall man. The guest in the cloak coldly glinted with glasses. The aristocrat fiercely demanded an explanation, as he had not invited Bernard to the estate. He smiled falsely, justifying himself with rumors about the lady's illness. The father burst into a shout, forbidding anyone to enter the bedroom without permission. Little Tiaris could barely hold back her tears. She looked at her father with a plaintive expression. The man sternly asked what was going on here at all. The girl quietly explained that Bernard was brazenly trying to get to his mother. The sick woman was sleeping peacefully, and Tiaris was vainly asking the guest not to make noise. Bernard theatrically placed his hand on his chest, swearing his good intentions. Bernard sarcastically remarked that the host had even gone so far as to hire some adventurers. The aristocrat frowned upon hearing accusations of his own incompetence and was outraged. Does the guest really doubt his decisions? The guest contemptuously called the hired adventurers greedy fools. The girl exclaimed passionately that these adventurers are not like that at all. Tiaris recalled Takeru's gentle smile and how he let her play with the dragon. With tears in her eyes, she desperately exclaimed that she believes in this young man. Bernard merely sighed wearily, calling the girl naive. He adjusted his glasses, convincing that all mercenaries are sold for gold. Shrugging his shoulders, he confidently suggested that they demanded an unimaginable amount for help. His face twisted into a predatory grin. The guest's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard the real price, a few pieces of soap. The woman on the bed barely sighed in her sleep. Bernard nervously blinked, mumbling that it was too good a deal. Realizing his failure, he bowed low and hurried to the exit. In the corridor, his face twisted with rage. The woman's unexpected recovery was ruining all the plans. The poisoning was interrupted, and now it was necessary to improvise. The lips of the scoundrel stretched into a sly smile. He turned sharply, asking where the mercenary had even learned about the illness. Bernard hinted at blackmail, causing Tiaris to shudder in horror. The girl looked at her father in confusion. The aristocrat calmly closed his eyes and asked his daughter not to worry. Suddenly, the butler silently brought a tray with a jug. The host personally poured water into a glass, offering the guest a refreshment. Bernard recoiled in fear, waving his hands. Father reminded in an icy tone how a year ago the guest brought 3 maids and medicine merchants into the house. The old steward grimly confirmed the doubts about the imported water for the sick. The master's footsteps echoed off the floor as he moved towards the trader. He handed the glass of specially imported water right in front of Bernardo's face. The guest froze nervously, refusing to drink. The father reminded that it was this very water that the scoundrel prescribed for his sick wife a year ago. With icy fury, he barked, demanding to drink this healing poison. Unable to withstand the pressure of the evidence, Bernard turned in all his accomplices. The guards led the tied-up scoundrel and the bribed maids out into the street. The master breathed a sigh of relief, endlessly grateful to Takeru for saving his family. Now all that was left was to wait for the return of the rescuer with the healing herb. Tiaris cried bitterly, regretting her distrust. The father gently hugged his daughter, calming her down. Meanwhile, a gigantic bright moon rose over the forest. The light of the Medea star was brighter than that of the earth, awakening the night plants. In the dense thickets, it was so dark that one had to walk by touch. Takeru, the lizard man, and the old village chief carefully made their way between the tree roots. The young man complained about the darkness, barely distinguishing the road. The rocky ground beneath my feet suggested that the goal was already close. The head joyfully pointed a finger forward. Before them lay a dark stone cave. Somewhere in the depths, a pillar of ghostly light appeared. There was no doubt they found the right place. The moonlight pulled delicate grass flowers of ivil from the darkness. The buds reached for the light, revealing shining petals. Meanwhile, a solitary figure appeared in the sleeping village. In the silence, a deafening knock echoed at the door. The tree creaked from the heavy blows. The peasant with a lantern went out to the noise and stood frozen in shock. At the doorstep stood a pompous fat man in luxurious attire. Upon closer inspection, the peasant recognized the unexpected guest, Mr. Engash. Mr. Engash smiled smugly, demanding his monthly dose of healing herbs. The little dragon Pui joyfully splashed in the underground lake. A beam of light fell on the clearing inside the cave, where Takeru was walking with his friends behind the elder. The boy activated the scanning through his tablet. The screen confirmed. Before them was the blooming grass of Ival rank S that had grown from the tears of the divine beast. The text warned about deadly poison in the fruits. Takeru puzzledly read the mention of the mysterious beast. The elder suddenly stopped and asked to walk carefully on this sacred land. He said that long ago their god sealed a great evil here. Once, terrible demons ruled these lands. Cray remembered how in the land of the dwarfs, the giant crab was also called a demon because of its destructive power. The elder led them further into the depths of the cave. According to local legends, the god still protects these lands. Pui swiftly flew forward towards the light. The elder stopped and reverently pointed at the pedestal. Before them towered the majestic statue of the winged horse, their god, proud Puni. Takeru asked for permission to pick some sacred grass, and the elder gladly agreed. The boy carefully dug around the root with a spade. He held a beautiful but extremely dangerous plant in his hands. Sighing, Takeru hid the poisonous find in his bag. He sincerely thanked the villagers for their help with the mission. 10 gathered flowers were quite enough. Before returning to Belkim, Taker suggested setting up a teleportation point in Ashes. A fast route could significantly ease trade. Cray just shook his head, noticing the sly squint of Takeru, who was already anticipating the profit from selling potatoes and soy sauce. Suddenly, the silence was pierced by a desperate scream. The peasant Tarobe was rushing towards them with all his might. He was gasping for breath and barely standing, with tears in his eyes. The young man exclaimed that there is trouble in the village. Mr. Engash got angry and set their houses on fire. The heroes instantly sprang into action. Takeru carried the exhausted Tarobe on his back, making his way through the night forest. On the way, the boy said that they refused to give Engash the poisonous herb. In response, he unleashed his people on the village. The trees flickered in the darkness. The shadows merged into one solid spot. The wind whistled in my ears from the insane speed. Not a second to rest. Running out to the clearing, Takeru froze. The village was on fire. The fire greedily devoured the roofs. Sparks flew into the black sky. The flame roared fiercely. Cray looked bewilderedly at the ruins, not understanding such cruelty. Takeru shouted to Pui to immediately summon the rain. He nodded to Cray to save the people. The dragon swiftly darted towards the burning houses. Takeru directed his palms forward and struck the fire with a powerful magical stream, holding back the flames. Cray carefully carried the frightened children in his arms. Little Pui flew high into the sky. The first saving drops fell to the ground. The downpour covered the burning village with a solid wall of water. The fire quickly succumbed to the pressure of the rain, leaving behind only thick smoke. The elder exhaled with relief. Serious injuries had been avoided. Suddenly, a worried whisper was heard in the crowd. One child was missing. Takeru shuddered. The little girl Gonza, whom he had met earlier, had disappeared. He sharply raised his hand, stopping the general panic. Pui flew up to the oldest woman in the village. Takeru gently asked his grandmother if she knew anything about the missing person. Grandmother nodded confidently. She knew well where to look for the girl. The old woman pointed with her hand at the path that led to the water of God. It turned out that Gonza was captured by Engash's men right near his estate. Cray oriented himself. It was right next to Lake Galeus. Takeru smiled gently at his grandmother and thanked her for everything the village had done for them. He firmly promised to return the girl alive. Cray clenched his fists until they cracked. The dragon's eyes filled with blind rage. Takeru fully shared this rage. Engash's greed had destroyed the peaceful life of the people. Cray growled loudly, demanding justice. Usually calm, Takeru was now boiling with anger. He decisively reflexively grabbed his magic staff. The boy activated the search magic at full power. The magical wave spread from him in all directions. The screen instantly displayed the result: the well-protected fortress of Engash and nearly 100 guards. The target was located directly to the west. The friends saddled their horses and set off on their journey. The elder called out to them anxiously, warning of the deadly danger. Takaru simply reassured him, reminding him that he was with an adventurer of the highest rank. He confidently promised to return Gonza once again. The villagers saw them off with hope under the light of the full moon. The riders raced forward, raising clouds of dust. Takaru was mentally struck by the fact that a single flower had caused so much destruction. His gaze became cold and focused. He planned to crush the enemy quickly and ruthlessly. Suddenly, the horse next to him neighed anxiously at the terrifying roar. Takaru turned around in surprise. Prey transformed into his demonic berserker form, a black armored dragon that yearned to turn the fortress into rubble. Takaru quickly cooled his enthusiasm by reminding him of the need for a clear strategy. Prey roared that his dragon blood was boiling and he was ready to incinerate Engash. Ahead rose a black fortress, surrounded by dozens of burning torches. The enemy has seriously prepared for defense. Takeru sent Piyui on a reconnaissance mission. He warned the little dragon to stay in the shadows and not to be seen. Prey impatiently cracked his claws, ready to tear enemies to shreds. Takeru skeptically asked if Prey was really repentant, and the dragon sheepishly muttered that he agreed. Takeru tasked him with organizing a large diversionary maneuver. Prey grinned ominously, pleased at the opportunity to act a little crazy. The guy sharply warned him to avoid unnecessary casualties and not to create a bloody massacre. Piyui swiftly descended from the sky. The little dragon happily announced that all the guards had gathered in the main hall. Prey suggested simply crushing them with a frontal assault. Piyui sighed disappointedly at such a primitive plan. Takaru pondered how to sneak inside during the diversion of Prey. He was intensely looking for a way to move secretly. At first, the guy recalled the ninja tactic with their visual camouflage, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Camouflage won't help if the enemy is deliberately searching for saboteurs. Takeru strained his brain. He was pondering how to hide his physical body from prying eyes, and suddenly it struck him. He needed to hide the very light. Takeru instantly activated the new spell. His body began to flicker and dissolve into the air. Piyui squeaked in surprise, and Prey couldn't believe his own eyes. The dragon blinked in shock. Takeru completely disappeared from sight. The invisible boy suggested testing the magic on them. In an instant, Prey and Piyui also dissolved into space. Thanks to the spell, they could see each other while remaining completely invisible to the rest of the world. Prey reluctantly acknowledged that Takeru's magic goes beyond anything normal. The invisible team decisively moved towards the gates of the Black Fortress. From the shadows emerged the sinister face of a horned dragon man with bright eyes. Two guards were dozing carelessly by the stone gate of the fortress. Crack! A branch snapped under Takeru's foot as he and the dragon unexpectedly emerged from invisibility. The guard sleepily opened his eyes and asked his partner what had happened, but before them stood only an empty courtyard. Takeru exhaled with relief, realizing that he needed to move more carefully. The partners raised their eyes to the massive building, where a crowd was clearly gathering on the top floor. From the illuminated windows, the loud buzz of dozens of voices could be heard. Somewhere behind these thick walls, they were holding the kidnapped Gonza. The boy approached the heavy wooden doors and activated the reconnaissance. Inside, there was only one servant who was grumpily arranging the barrels. The dragon silently nodded and pulled the handle. The bandit looked around in surprise at the creak of the old hinges. He cautiously moved into the empty corridor. In an instant, the air before his face ominously stirred. The bandit froze in confusion and decided that the strange trembling of the air was just a figment of his imagination. A powerful, invisible blow struck him directly in the head. The body thudded heavily onto the stone floor under the softly spoken approval of Takeru. The dragon sighed in disappointment, feeling like a petty thief. While he was fuming, the boy had already started quickly sweeping all the foreign loot into his bottomless bag. Jugs with food and barrels with weapons disappeared without a trace into the inventory. Not wasting any time, the duo quietly moved to the upper floors. Thanks to the magic of concealment, they calmly searched room by room. And they took absolutely everything out of there. On the third floor, Takeru paused in front of unusual doors. The wooden wooden surface was covered with remarkably skillful carving. Chimeric patterns intertwined into a complex, intricate ornament. Each line was measured to the millimeter. The flowers and leaves on the bas relief seemed almost alive. The intricate pattern led directly to the massive doorframe. Behind the door was a luxurious room completely filled with stolen goods. Expensive antique furniture lined the walls. The floor was covered with thick, handmade carpets. The walls were decorated with the terrifying trophies of slain monsters. Takeru confiscated everything down to the last speck of dust, leaving the dragon in a mild shock amidst the bare walls. In the corner, there was even a fireproof safe. It definitely belonged to the personal quarters of Boss and Gash. Suddenly, the magic of invisibility dissipated by itself. The boy calmly assessed the situation. The enemies had gathered in one place, so action could be taken based on the situation. It remains only to find out where they hid the girl. A new plan instantly matured in my mind. Takeru smiled slyly. Arsonists and child abductors certainly do not deserve sympathy. The dragon cackled ominously. It was time for the assault. Loud laughter continued to echo from behind the walls of the hall. Dozens of robbers were drinking ale, mocking the desperate faces of the peasants. The partners silently watched them through a small window. One of the mercenaries asked the boss what to do next, as the captives still had not revealed the secret of the flowers. Takeru tensed up. The leader and Gash turned out to be a pompous fat man in expensive clothes who ordered to quickly break the kidnapped child. The Baron had already approved the plan to monopolize the poison. Ahead of them lay crazy money. The fat man triumphantly raised the mug, anticipating incredible wealth. The dragon and Takeru froze in front of the double doors of the main hall. The characteristics of Yengash have been confirmed. He is an ordinary 42-year-old dealer with sick knees. The boy gave the go-ahead for the slaughter, but strictly forbade killing. The door shattered into pieces from the powerful blow of the dragon. The bandits were shocked, frozen with mugs in their hands. "Get ready!" roared the predator's voice of the attacker. The mercenaries panicked and reached for their swords, shouting about a monster. The dragon stormed into the crowd, scattering strong men with bare hands. The guard was horrified, begging the boss for salvation. The fat man squealed fearfully and ordered his subordinates to bring him the corpse of the attacker. Takeru stealthily approached one of the bandits and firmly covered his mouth with his hand. Barely audible moan. The boy instantly became alert, listening to the strange sound. A quiet cry was heard from somewhere beyond the main wall. Takeru glanced into the loophole, surprised by the presence of a hidden building. He silently jumped over the stone fence. Standing on the edge of the wall, the boy carefully looked around. Where could that hidden structure be hiding? At the end of the narrow passage stood a solitary round tower with massive doors. The map confirmed that the prison was located in a blind spot right behind the fortress. By the entrance, an armed guard with a spear was bored. The little familiar Pai squeaked joyfully upon hearing the command to act. The guard listened enviously to the noise from the main hall. He kicked the cell door in anger, cursing his boring shift. From inside came a frightened squeak, and the sadist grinned grotesquely, planning to have fun with the captive girl. Suddenly, a battle cry of the familiar sounded from above. The little beast crashed straight into the villain's solar plexus with a cannonball. Takeru even grimaced with sympathy. This blow looked too brutal. The guard collapsed unconscious, drooling from unbearable pain. The boy praised the little animal, but asked not to hit people so hard. "Brother?" A weak, trembling voice came from behind the grate. Takeru immediately reacted and ran to the cell door. Behind bars stood weeping, frightened Gonza. The boy focused magical energy, activating the strengthening of his right arm. A single sharp strike, with the edge of the palm shattered the heavy metal lock into pieces. The massive doors finally opened. The girl stood alone in the cold cell, trembling all over. She threw herself into the arms of her rescuer with a loud cry. Takeru warmly hugged the little one, firmly promising to return her to her native village. Meanwhile, in the yard, the surviving bandits were scattering in all directions with shouts. Gonza pointed at the main building with horror. Huge tongues of flame were already bursting from the fortress windows, although only a few minutes had passed. A frightened mercenary ran out to meet Taker, begging for help. "There are two monsters," he shouted in a panic, leaving the boy completely bewildered. Takeru's face remained hidden in the shadows. Little dragon Bi froze in anticipation. The castle walls suddenly shook from a powerful rumble. Someone had angered the lake demon. Takaru and Gonza froze upon hearing the screams of panic from the street. The girl recalled with horror the local legend about the ancient evil sealed in the water. Takaru immediately understood. It was the monster from the Elder's Tales, which had once been shackled by the god. Suddenly, the wall next to me exploded. The castle's roof collapsed with a crash, raising clouds of dust. Takaru worriedly thought about Clay. In his true form as the Demon King, he would have easily handled it, but right now his condition was extremely unstable. He quickly ordered Gonza to run away and hide, but she just burst into tears and clung tightly to his cloak. Takaru sighed, realizing that he couldn't leave her alone right now. He gently called the girl by name. As soon as he told her to hold on tighter, she squeezed his neck in fear so hard that he could barely breathe. Throwing Gonza on his back, Takeru sent the little dragon to extinguish the fire on the roof. Activating the magical barrier, he surged forward. The corridors were bustling, but Takeru assured the girl of their safety. Stones fell from the ceiling like hail. The fragments with a ringing bounced off the transparent shield, eliciting an exclamation of delight from Gonza. The huge chandelier swayed with dull thuds. The noise did not subside. Clay was clearly fighting for his life. From around the corner came someone's angry scream. Takaru ran into the hall and saw a demon effortlessly deflecting massive stone blocks. The glue smiled slyly, openly enjoying the fight. But Takeru and Gonzo were stunned. Takaru couldn't believe his eyes. In front of them towered a giant sea anemone with dozens of thick tentacles. Its bright colors screamed of deadly poison. The glue toxins were in vain, but Takaru decided to keep a safe distance. He instantly activated the scanning. The system issued a result: a poisonous black sea actinia of rank B, which can only be killed by the simultaneous destruction of 2 brains. At the bottom of the list shone the name of the summoner, Anga Shaitan. Takaru looked around and noticed the same plump baron sprawled pitifully on the floor. Engash cried bitterly and begged for help, trembling with fear before his own monster. Takeru calmly approached him. In response to a direct question about the beast's conscription, the baron stammered out a denial. He screamed that he didn't do it, although the system log clearly proved otherwise. Suddenly, a massive tentacle struck the barrier with force, causing Takaru to jump back. In the end, the baron admitted that he really wanted to summon someone, but he did not expect the appearance of such a monster at all. Takaru quickly put the puzzle together. A true lord just set this fool up. The conspirators did not trust each other, and Ingasha was used as ordinary cannon fodder. Despite everything, Takaru threw part of the barrier at the pathetic aristocrat. He dryly remarked that he would question him later, but at that moment, a tentacle swept Ingash away completely. The glue bounced off and quickly checked if everything was all right with Takeru. The anemone attacked its own host. The true puppeteer was ruthlessly covering his tracks. Fortunately, the shield withstood the blow, and the unconscious baron remained alive. Takeru grabbed the weapon and shouted to Clay, preparing for the attack. To stop the monster's endless regeneration, he unleashed a powerful stream of ice from his staff. The frosty whirlwind struck directly at the slimy body of the anemone. The shoots were instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. The ice relentlessly crept upwards, freezing the creature's movements. The demon joyfully noted that the creature had significantly slowed down. Takaru pointed out 2 red spots on the skin of the anemone to his ally. It was there that 2 brains needed to be crushed simultaneously. The glue bubbled up and raised its hand for a devastating blow. His fist pierced the monster through at incredible speed. The demon put all his wild power into this case. The shockwave tore the anemone into bloody pieces. Takaru and Gonzo watched this resolution with surprise. But the severed tentacles were still convulsively twitching on the floor. One of them unexpectedly bent sharply. Suddenly, all the remains of the monster exploded into a rain of sharp, poisonous spikes. Klee flinched, completely unprepared for such a treacherous deathbed attack. Hundreds of deadly needles flew straight at him. The demon barely managed to cover its face with its hands. The attack was so fast that Takeru could barely keep up with it with his eyes. The spikes whizzed by him very closely. The needles pierced the walls, erasing the remnants of the castle into dust. Having given the shield to Engash, Takeru found himself completely defenseless against this wave. Suddenly, he felt unwell and turned sharply. With a strong push, Gonza flew out of his his hands. The girl swiftly flew into the black abyss. She fell straight into the poisonous lake, and Takeru jumped in after her without hesitation. In flight, he shouted the name of his familiar with all his might. He immediately understood the order. The little dragon threw itself down like a stone. Gonza has almost touched the deadly water, but just before the fall, Bii firmly grabbed her by the collar. Struggling to flap his wings, he pulled the child upward. The little dragon puffed amusingly, trying with all its might to hold the heavy load. Takeru exhaled with relief. The girl was safe, but he completely forgot about himself. Takeru crashed straight into the black poison with a swing. The darkness engulfed him, leaving only the thought of his own self-sacrifice. However, a faint smile blossomed on Tucker's face. He was drowning, but felt like a true hero. Takeru was slowly sinking to the bottom, not even suspecting what awaited him ahead. The story was about to continue very soon. The message on the screen promised an unexpected meeting in the next chapter. The camera captures the face of a girl with light hair. Bubbles emerge in the impenetrable darkness. No matter what you say, you will never leave the one in front of you. A man's voice echoes. Takeru is rapidly sinking, while the invisible interlocutor continues. Thanks to his actions, the world is becoming a better place, although at the cost of constant horrific incidents. The voice promises a gift. Bubbles rise faster. The essence confesses its love for this world. Therefore, I will fulfill your wish, whispers a voice through the whirlpool. Takeru's consciousness sinks into the whirlpool of his own desires, to see Bi grow, to taste crab and buttery soy sauce, to deliver the find to Belkaim. I don't want to die. I still have so much I want to do, while the voice of the deity repeats that the defiled power has finally been cleansed. Takeru emerges from the water with a shout, and right in front of his face, a pure white horse snorts. A flap of giant wings. The Pegasus bites the boy by the collar and swiftly soars into the sky above the snowy mountains. The mountain landscape recedes. Takeru blinks in confusion. The white horse suddenly commands him in a human voice not to die so absurdly. The young man looks in shock at the Pegasus, which is grumbling discontentedly about unnecessary troubles. A foreign thought echoes in his head. Blessed is he who has purified the power of divinity. The boy immediately remembers the water crystal dragon. The creature calls itself Kovivarpnir, and Takeru, recalling this name from legends, politely introduces himself. He awkwardly apologizes for the fall, justifying it with a strike from the tentacles of a black sea anemone. Pegasus reports that the young man has just completely cleared her territory. Below sprawled a gloomy lake. The water suddenly starts to sparkle. Takeru gazes down in fascination. Dead branches on the birch instantly become covered with green leaves. The black lake transforms into a crystal-clear body of water under the dazzling sun. The little dragon Bai rushes to the boy with tears of joy. On the shore, a giant lizard named Gonza and a boy named Clay joyfully wave to them. Gonza breathes a sigh of relief, glad that Takeru survived in the poisonous lake. The glue vividly recounts how the dragon completely destroyed the black actinia. In the bushes lies the bound fat man Ingash. The lizard caught him after checking the fortress, where fortunately everyone survived. The boy asks if it was Takaro who called the horse God. The young man smiles and confirms, naming the name Hovavarpnir. He realizes that the voice of the deity Buni-san is heard only by beings with high magic, so for Gonza and Clay, it is just an animal. The horse looks attentively at its rescuer. Hundreds of years ago, the flow of magic in the sacred Lake Galeus stagnated and became a dead poison. The flowers tried to protect the water, but in the end, they themselves became poisonous. Takeru absorbed all this rotten magic, restoring power to the deity, a memory of falling into the black abyss. The boy mentally rejoices that his body turned out to be so resilient. He asks with hope whether the droughts in this region will now come to an end. Pegasus confidently promises prosperity to its lands. Buni-san looks at him gratefully and calls him blessed. The silhouette of the horse flashes. Takeru squints, covering his face with his hand. The deity dissolves into the air, leaving the companions in a mild shock. The lake revealed its beauty. The happy villagers thanked the heroes, after which the squad opened a portal to the city, where work on the antidote was already in full swing. In a few days, the pale woman in the luxurious bed takes a cup of medicine. She carefully brings it to her lips. Takeru activates the scanning skill, scan her condition, and an information card about the patient unfolds before him. The diagnosis of of Lady Rusevach is alarming. Hormonal imbalance, poor blood, kidney failure, and severe poisoning by Ivel. A series of terrifying symptoms on the medical chart. Suddenly, the letters start to blur. The attendees look at the patient with hope. Takeru smiles sincerely. Now she is safe. The eyes of little Thierry fill with tears after the words about the complete neutralization of the poison. The girl throws herself into the arms of her rescued mother. The young man sighs with relief. The huge lizard Gonza stands nearby and openly weeps in 3 streams. Takeru looks at the luxurious cathedral and thinks that he could also shed a tear for decency's sake. A loud banging of hammers echoes. The villagers are collectively rebuilding the burned houses. The old elder thanks the hero for the revival of the forest and the lake. Takeru modestly waves off the praise. The elder is curious about what brought the young man back to them again. The old man's face stretches in surprise. Takeru is requesting to be granted a priority right to purchase Reed's fruits. The foreman is stunned. They were going to throw them away anyway. He offers to take as much as you can carry from the warehouse completely free of charge. The young man advises making an oil soy sauce from these fruits for Bergheim restaurants. He smiles slyly, guaranteeing a huge demand for such exclusivity. The foreman is simply glowing with a new business idea. When the peasants learned about this, they cried tears of joy. They immediately expanded the fields for growing ridasu. Takeru said goodbye to the people who had found the meaning of life again and moved on. The criminal Lord Fijian got what he deserved. After the arrest, Ingash provided all the evidence against Baron Shaitan, and now he faces inevitable execution. The new lord of the province will be an old friend of Rusevach, so the region will thrive. Dark transition. A few days later, near some building. Takeru is talking to Gonzo. Right on the stairs in front of them, a snow-white Pegasus materializes. The deity declares that it has been sitting in one place for too long. The horse again calls him blessed and begins to shine. Takeru instinctively shields himself with his hand from the blinding ball of light. A luxurious woman in a lavish dress appears with a flash. She gracefully shakes off the remnants of magical smoke. The goddess gently smiles and declares that she will now travel with them. The guys are in complete shock, staring at her. She playfully explains that traveling with Takeru will make the world more interesting, but the young man is outraged by such frivolity from the divine beast. To bribe him, the woman offers to let him ride on her back. She boasts that she can run across the sky and the sea, and is generally the most beautiful horse, completely ignoring the boy's objections. The system coldly informs Kovwarpnir has become his partner. The young man mentally grabs his head. He just wanted an ordinary horse, but got a dragon, a lizard, and a deity in human form. The newly minted companion cheerfully hums while walking ahead of the bewildered squad. Takeru tiredly closes his eyes. He already understands that a whole sea of problems awaits him ahead. The blonde was eagerly devouring the meat skewers. Near the luxurious estate, the woman joyfully admired the blooming garden. A beauty in a lavish dress walked arm in arm with a fair-haired young man. The mother admitted that she never dreamed of seeing her daughter so lively again. The young man nodded, infinitely grateful to Takeru for her rescue. Memories surfaced. The boy discovered a rare poison, healed with magic, and obtained top-tier ingredients. The light-haired one simply smiled, recalling the hero's selflessness. He was sure that Takeru was still helping others. Meanwhile, in the forge, the old gnome was sweating with fear, holding a shining crystal in his hands. Takeru slyly squinted and put his finger to his lips. Koval nervously chuckled at such trust. The boy calmly handed him the rare material. Suddenly, a cat girl knocked on the door, making the gnome jump. She slammed a heavy lump of clay onto the table. Noticing Takeru, Lip was pleased to have the opportunity to repay him for his past help. The gnome turned pale and waved his hands, trying to silence her. The boy was surprised, as the master was supposed to forge the royal sword. Lip revealed the whole truth. The boss cancelled all orders for the sake of the scissors for Takeru. The young man blinked in surprise, and the blacksmith burst into a scream. The girl just waved her hand and ran away. Takeru smiled warmly at the master. Surrendering, the gnome asked about the essence of the order. The boy cleared his throat. He laid out 3 legendary ores and asked to forge the strongest scissors in the world. The blacksmith's eyes lit up with excitement. He swore on his honor that he would handle this treasure. The master promised to create the best tool the world had ever seen. Satisfied, Takeru Takeru said goodbye and went out onto the street. Suddenly, a blonde appeared right in front of him. It was Puni, the goddess guardian of the Halius Lake. The boy was genuinely happy to meet. The girl calmly suggested using a whip to move faster. An awkward silence prevailed. Takeru categorically rejected such an idea. Then Puni pulled him to the food stalls. The boy puzzledly reminded her that she had just eaten. The goddess seriously stated that people always share meals. The little dragon bee-eye scoffed at her lies. The baby sparkled irritably, while Puni was justifying herself. Takeru mentally called her a weirdo, and it all started with his fall into the lake, which accidentally lifted an ancient curse from her. Now the free goddess decided to travel with him. Her icy expression while shopping constantly confused the guy. Even when she asked to buy this or that, her face remained impassive. Takeru greeted an old acquaintance. The man recommended a delicious potato soup for his companion. Saying goodbye, the young man felt hungry himself. He commanded to return to the inn, but Puni suddenly stopped and pointed at the guild. She suggested going there before lunch. The trio moved through the bustling market street. Suddenly, someone's scream cut through the crowd. A small boy aggressively poked Takara with his finger. The goddess indifferently called the attacker a monkey. The little skipper ordered them to leave his territory. Takeru did not understand a single word. The boy accused him of stealing clients with dirty hands. The young man sighed wearily. He politely introduced himself and asked the name of the rude person. He proudly puffed out his chest. Lind Wimes, the only B-rank collector in the city. Takeru and Puni were stunned with surprise. The boy looked at the little one with wide eyes. The goddess stated outright that she sees him for the first time. The boy squealed in offense, and Takeru was shaken. Puni peacefully folded her hands on her chest. Takeru sighed and thanked her for her restraint. Suddenly, she released a deadly aura and casually suggested killing the competitor. The frightened young man suddenly turned to the boy. He coldly reminded that the territory belongs to the local lord. The little one froze, while Takeru silently loomed over him, hovering over the scoundrel. Takeru whispered about the sale of stolen goods. The boy recoiled in fear. He shouted that the competitor was getting into a fight again. Suddenly, a fierce wolf beast rose above them. Grid reminded of the strict prohibition of conflicts among adventurers. The wolf bit the little one painfully by the ear. He dragged the offender to the guild, taking the shocked Takeru with him. The young man surrendered and trudged behind, while Puni dreamed only of potatoes. Takeru silently hovered over the bewildered young man. The air between them became electrified with tension. The guild buzzed with its usual life. The wolf guild master Grid calmly observed their awkward meeting at the table. He gently but uncompromisingly ordered the boy to apologize to Takeru. Vames blushed and indignantly refused. Grid remarked that the guy hated Takara and even asked former clients why they chose not him. The young man grimaced and turned away, irritated by yet another lecture. Grid patiently explained that rank does not always determine the number of orders. The success of combat teams increasingly relied on simple gatherers and the well-known Belkayam herbs. The wolf sighed heavily, tired of fighting the pride of his subordinate. Takeru respectfully noted how much Grid cares for his people. Vimes was indignant, fuming that his high-ranking orders were going to a collector from the very bottom. He politely asked for the words. Taker's gaze became serious. He explained that his low rank is a salvation for the clients. Cheap quests allowed the poorest clients to receive essential assistance. Vames fiercely objected, demanding explanations regarding the expensive tasks. The answer was simple. Clients trusted the quality of his collection. Takeru explained that he always chooses the largest and best material, adding value to the order. Takeru believed that every task is important, as reputation is built over years. The young man gritted his teeth in frustration at not being able to understand someone else's logic. Takeru calmly asked what he wanted, and Vames exploded. How can a B-rank collector concede to him? Takeru calmly stated that he would continue to work specifically at Belkayam. Wyam's face was distorted by rage. He cut off one word. The young man abruptly thrust his hand forward, demanding an official competition for gathering materials. Takeru blinked, genuinely puzzled by such an idea. Grid unexpectedly rejoiced and volunteered to be the judge. The guild erupted in joyful roars. The rank battle promised a grand spectacle. A festive banner was hung over the guild, an official competition for gathering between B rank and F rank. Takeru weakly fell face down on the table. On the street, a lizard and an elf suggested simply removing the scoundrel from the registry, but he refused. The lizard inquired about the competition rules. The lizard asked if they could go together this time, but heard that it was not a team event. Takaru sighed heavily, remembering that his opponent was working alone. The elf confidently stepped forward, offering herself. He smiled and admitted that there was no better candidate to be found. The girl suddenly blinked, realizing her own limitations. Takaru accepted the situation and began to plan. With the gifted skills, he could win with his eyes closed, so he had to really let himself go. However, playing along while simultaneously meeting the conditions turned out to be a difficult balance. One could only hope that magic would not be completely banned. The loud sound of trumpets pierced the air. The crowd had already surrounded the guild building in a tight ring. A huge festive banner with their names was unfurled above the entrance. Takaru burned with shame under the watchful eyes of onlookers. The fox enthusiastically patted him on the shoulder, welcoming such excitement. The local market was bustling, celebrating an unexpected holiday. Zdorovany sincerely praised Takara for not running away. Vames stood in full gear, smugly puffing out his chest. He managed to accuse his opponent of attempting to escape. Takaru lazily wondered where the young man got so much aggression from. Zdorovany took on the role of chief judge and announced the rules. The order was received personally from the lord for his sick wife. Goal: to find and bring back the 7-colored wool of the rainbow sheep. The conditions are strict, exactly 3 days until sunset. No outside help can be requested. Vames confidently stated that only strength would decide everything. Only public transport or rented horses were allowed to be used. Strict prohibition of any interference from friends. Both opponents nodded in agreement. Takeru was mentally glad that magic remained legal. Otherwise, the competition would have lost its meaning. The friends sighed. Their teleport would have made everything much easier. With the magic of space, the quest would have ended in a few minutes. He pondered the strange request of the Lord to obtain only wool. The competition has started. The trumpeters gave the final loud signal. Takaru stopped his little dragon Bi, reminding him of the rules. Vames jumped up from his place, bursting into triumphant laughter. The dog was licking and grooming its owner, while Takaru begged the little dragon to understand and finally stop. Zdorovany looked at the upset favorite with sympathy. The little dragon cried, but the judge allowed him to accompany his master within the city limits. Takaru smiled gratefully and gently stroked the little one. It remained to decide the main thing: where to search for this unknown animal. You will have to rely solely on your own experience and logic. He closed his eyes for a second. Hints are prohibited. The decision came instantly. The central library loomed ahead like a stone block. Takaru quickly walked past the endless rows of books. The gaze slid over the spines of thick encyclopedias. Bai joyfully poked him with a book about herbivores. A mountain of literature thudded onto the table. The folios were frighteningly thick. It is physically impossible to reread everything in 3 days. Takeru's eyes narrowed intently. He only needed 2 key words. He imagined himself in a typical computer search. The imagination clearly painted a keyboard with a quick access combination. The request was formed: a rainbow sheep, 7-colored wool. The mental search has been activated. The pages flickered before my eyes at a frantic speed. Takaru controlled the whirlwind of paper with a single motion of his hand, scanning the text with magic. The answer was found. Animals live in herds and produce soft wool. He exclaimed victoriously. The eyes caught the main detail. The sheep are feeding on yellow grass in a cold climate. Finding frost in the middle of a hot summer seemed like a difficult task. Takaru remembered the map in the pocket guide of the adventurer. He unfolded the map, quickly dismissing the mining regions. The finger confidently stopped on the sacred mountain ridge of Tokolvana. Time was short. We had to set off immediately. The difficult moment of saying goodbye to Bi has come. The little dragon trembled, filling its big eyes with tears. Ahead loomed the city gate. The bee couldn't take it and buzzed loudly throughout the street. Takaru stood frozen in confusion before this hysteria, not knowing what to do. The elf quietly approached from behind. She gently hugged the little one onto her chest. Tears were still rolling down the dragon's face like hail, but his crying gradually became quieter. The little dragon completely calmed down and began to fall asleep quietly. Takeru exhaled in surprise upon seeing the calm favorite. The girl confessed that she had used sleep magic on him. He felt guilty, but promised to return as soon as possible. The elf assured that she would take good care of the little one. Takeru rushed forward without looking back. In an instant, only a cloudy dust trail remained from him. The lizard shockingly noted his absolutely inhuman speed. The sun mercilessly scorched the dry earth. Takeru raced through the void, maintaining perfectly even breathing. Suddenly, he braked sharply. In the distance, the snow-capped mountain Tokolvana rose majestically. The distance allowed for easily staying within the time limit. There was still hope that there were no magical anomalies there. He dismissed unnecessary doubts and continued running, but thoughts of the abandoned dragon would not let me rest. Takeru remembered how Bi amusingly gorged on sweets. A smile appeared on his face from those warm memories. On the road, he easily overtook the weary horse of Vames. Next to the weakened animal, an unfamiliar girl was breathing heavily. The girl finally caught up with him. She said, "You actually stopped." Zahekana asked for a moment to catch her breath, and Takeru puzzledly asked what the matter was. Breathless, she admitted that she hadn't thought he was capable of running so fast. She playfully winked, begging the passerby for help. Takeru silently walked past her cheap performance. He waved his hand, advising to file a complaint with the guild. The girl clung to his cloak in panic. Takeru sighed irritably, understanding her intentions. He sarcastically advised her to use crabs to hold him back. Understanding the failure of her plan, Eriru lowered her eyes. She was openly surprised by his incredible insight. The girl quietly confessed, Vames constantly loses his job. This absurd competition was his desperate attempt to prove his significance. Takeru coldly remarked that there are much better ways to help a friend. The wolf had already warned the young man in the guild about the consequences of his bad character. For violating official rules, they could simply be expelled. Eriro, with tears, recounted how hard Vames searched for flowers for Chialusi. The name of Grid's wife made Takeru flinch in surprise. He stood frozen in shock. The interrogation continued in a serious tone. It turned out that Vimes and Eriru were orphans. They grew up together in the same children's shelter. The guild master's wife once replaced their biological mother. All the puzzles instantly fell into place in Takeru's mind. So, Chialusi really adores these rare flowers, and Takeru accidentally gave her the same luxurious bouquet first. All this aggression turned out to be just ordinary childhood jealousy. Erio turned deep red, pleading not to call it that directly. Takeru simply couldn't believe that he had accidentally ruined the boy's efforts, and now he was paying with his own time for someone else's emotions. He barely restrained the urge to give the scoundrel a good shake, while Erira pleaded not to kill him. The girl was sincerely amazed when Takeru restored her horse's strength with magic. He warmly ordered her to return to the city before dark, and he threw over his shoulder that in case of defeat, he would confess everything to the guild. The girl's self-sacrifice for her friend evoked genuine respect in him. Takeru smiled at his own thoughts. He absolutely had no intention of losing. Having figured out the opponent's motives, it was time to finish this game at maximum speed. A fountain of earth erupted from beneath his feet. Takeru dashed towards the mountains with an incredible leap. In the bustling square of the city, life was in full swing, while a familiar trio was resting on the cafe terrace. The Dragonid, the lush blonde, and the winged dragonette lazily chewed their lunch. Baby Bi greedily devoured the bun, instantly forgetting about the fatigue. The blonde gently reminded him that she had just replenished his magic. She carelessly brushed off her worries about the Blessed One, even though the baby continued to sit sulky. The woman slyly squinted and declared that she runs much faster than him. "You will not be able to outrun the goddess of horses," she said, condescendingly to the indignant little dragon. She suddenly stood up, ready to immediately prove her superiority. The dragonid immediately stopped her, pleading with the goddess Koveverpnir to calm her fervor. She agreed with feigned modesty that her superiority was already known to everyone. The warrior sighed heavily and asked little Bii not to be angry. To comfort the little one, he reminded him that there is no one equal to him in the sky. The little dragon instantly blossomed and proudly puffed out its chest. The dragonid mentally thanked Takeru for the brilliant advice, simply praising the two do when they start to argue. He took a bite of his piece, genuinely enjoying the silence. Suddenly, the owner of the establishment approached the table. The innkeeper scratched his neck and admitted that their friend's new rival was quite a character. The Dragonid blinked in surprise. The host described the competitor as a cocky and cunning brat. That guy always completes the quests he takes on, and he does it at lightning speed. This guy was sifting through tasks, searching for the most profitable ones. He shamelessly warmed his ears in the guild and taverns, gathering rumors. And he shamelessly used other adventurers on the routes, and did not shy away from underhanded tricks. Takeru is too kind. I worry about him. The innkeeper sighed heavily. Hovwarpnir just waved it off cheerfully. She chewed her food with a smile and declared that the blessed cannot lose to an ordinary person. The Dragonid and the innkeeper exchanged bewildered glances. The warrior smiled and assured that their friend also knows how to be cunning. The innkeeper burst out laughing, remembering how he once fell for his tricks. Seeing their calmness, the owner relaxed and returned to work. Baby Bii squeaked joyfully, demanding a refill, and the goddess immediately supported him. The scene changes abruptly. The tall crowns of the Tokuruvan forest rustled quietly in the wind. The giant trunks let in enough light, making the forest welcoming. Takeru walked calmly along the dry, comfortable path. He looked around with curiosity, noting the difference from the forest of white trees. Suddenly, the space around lit up with icons of available materials. The boy scanned the frost-resistant grass that cured fatigue. He smiled enthusiastically, anticipating a bountiful harvest of new resources. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from behind. From the thicket came a heavy, rapid thud. Something huge was rushing straight at him. From the bushes flew out the cheeky Viams, followed by an enraged boar of rank S. "Save me, you idiot! Why are you just standing there?" shouted the snot-nosed kid, bursting into tears. Takeru smiled crookedly, surprised that even at such a moment the guy didn't forget to be rude. He calmly stepped towards the beast. With a wave of his staff, Takeru sharply shouted the command to stop the monster. A huge boar stood frozen in place, drooling from paralysis. Vames stared in shock. "What did you just do?" he barely squeezed out. The boy froze, gasping for air. Takeru soared over him with a powerful leap, swinging his staff. "I will try to do it painlessly," he said coldly. With a short exclamation, he plunged the weapon into the beast with terrible force. The boar collapsed to the ground, and Takeru promised to make good use of all its resources. Vames gasped and breathed out one word: "Cool." He asked with suspicion if Takeru was really just an ordinary collector. And when the loot suddenly disappeared into the small bag, the boy shouted, recognizing the artifact storage. Vime's eyes gleamed greedily. "Where did you get this, having only an F rank?" Instead of an answer, Taker threw a heavy, icy glance at him. The snotty-nosed kid instantly turned pale and recoiled in fear. Takeru sighed softly and calmly refuted his guesses. "Didn't they teach you to just say thank you?" he asked reproachfully. Vames blushed, lowered his eyes, and awkwardly mumbled his agreement. When he finally squeezed out words of gratitude, Takeru was mentally surprised that this scoundrel could actually be polite. Suddenly, the guy shouted an apology for having given flowers to Chelsea earlier, to which Tucker just casually waved it off. "Well, no. Such an F rank like you." The snot-nosed kid completely lost his composure, not knowing where to look. Without wasting any time, Takeru dropped to the ground with scissors, leaving his opponent blinking in confusion. The boy casually explained that he was collecting madalip grass, as a quest was soon to be given for it. Vames looked closely and pointed to two identical plants, noting the reddish tint of one of them. Takeru scanned both. The system issued an absolutely identical description and a D rank. Shrugging his shoulders, he decided to take the green one since the system doesn't see the difference. Vames crossed his arms over his chest and silently waited. With the look of an expert, he smugly stated that red leaves retain freshness much longer. "Although it doesn't matter to the owner of the magical bag," the little one muttered as Takeru calmly packed both plants. "No, it's important. Thank you for the advice." Takeru smiled warmly, adding that his client would definitely like the freshness. Schmarkok blushed to his ears and shouted that this was supposed to be the reckoning for his salvation. The night has come, and stars have scattered above the treetops. By the campfire, Viams proudly explained that the leaves of Eperari become medicinal only if they are collected with insects on the stem. He seriously added that freshness is the main thing and reproached Takeru Takeru for not knowing the basics of the profession. Takeru was not offended. He handed the little one a bowl of hot food and admitted that he used to just sell everything indiscriminately. "Watching you attack the food is almost funny," teased Takeru. Vames froze with a full mouth and melted with pleasure. "Delicious. Incredibly delicious. What is this even?" The boy couldn't contain his delight. She was especially impressed by the soft, juicy filling with meat inside. Takeru slurped the broth and casually replied that it was boiled dumplings. He explained the simple recipe with a smile: dough, minced meat, vegetables, and mushrooms. Vames recalled that during the campaigns, he only ate bread and dried meat, and admitted that he had never tasted such delicacies at the camp. Suddenly, Takeru carelessly threw a large magical crystal to the ground. He immediately hid the artifact back in the bag, agreeing that without the barrier stone, one cannot sleep peacefully in the forest. Instead, he took out magical mithril powder, then an ordinary empty bottle bought in the city. To Vaim's surprised gaze, Takeru calmly replied that he was making a protective amulet. He carefully poured the shiny sand into the glass. Sitting in a lotus position, Takeru placed the bottle in front of him. With careful movements, so that the glass wouldn't crack, he began to shape the bottle as needed. Closing his eyes, he focused, mumbling that it was not difficult at all. The glass began to change shape under the influence of magic, gaining absolute strength. The energy swirled around the bottle, engraving exquisite patterns on it. Having completed the ritual, Takeru happily examined the luxurious shining amulet. With a light motion, he threw the finished artifact straight into the hands of the stunned Vames. Takeru advised to hang it around his neck, in case of danger. Just the word activation is enough to trigger the absolute protection. The snotty tightly squeezed the gift, and suspiciously asked why he was helping his opponent. Takeru lazily yawned and asked in response what would actually change if Vames won. As he was going to sleep, he added that victory or defeat does not matter at all, leaving the child in complete confusion. On a black background, among bubbles, a girl with long light hair was peacefully sleeping in the depths of the water. Takeru strode cheerfully along the mountain path, while his young companion lagged behind, struggling to catch his breath. The boy stopped and called out to the guide. His face had paled from exhaustion. He couldn't understand how Takeru hadn't lost his breath at all. "Are you some kind of monster?" the young man asked in surprise. Takeru calmly explained that thanks to a pile of blessings, he simply does not feel tired. He looked at the mountain ridge and noticed that the air here was becoming too thin. The 16-year-old Wimes suffered from severe mountain sickness. He felt nauseous, and his head was splitting. Takeru suddenly jumped off the cliff, telling the boy to wait a little. He reached out and touched the amulet on Wame's chest. The pendant flashed brightly. Wimes blinked in confusion, suddenly feeling that the pain and weakness had disappeared. The boy added in amazement that his body had become lighter, and it was now much easier to breathe. He threw it aside indifferently, as if it didn't matter to him whether he lost or not, completely bewildering Wames. And again he rushed ahead, while the boy shouted indignantly at his back, demanding that he not ignore him. The material collector stopped, surveying the unusual landscape without tall trees. Around, as far as the eye could see, fields of low-growing yellow plants stretched out. Wimes recognized the Ammophel grass, the main sign that the rainbow sheep were grazing nearby. Takeru nodded and suddenly surged forward, reminding that they were actually competing. However, a strange silence prevailed around, not a single sign of life on such a vast territory. Takeru decided to scan the area. The radar instantly detected a group of animals racing at a frenzied speed. They were heading straight for them. A whole flock of fluffy, colorful sheep emerged from a cloud of dust. Takeru joyfully spread his arms, preparing to catch them. But the animals just rushed past him at breakneck speed, nearly knocking him off his feet. "They are so fast!" he exclaimed in amazement. It was impossible to catch up with them by ordinary running. Suddenly, a frightened voice of Wames rang out. A gigantic angry buffalo was charging straight at the guy. Takeru immediately reacted and shouted to activate the barrier from the bottle. Wimes tightly squeezed his pendant. The boy shouted the activation word, and the artifact flashed brightly. A strong force shield instantly rose around him. The buffalo charged and crashed into the obstacle. The recoil threw the carcass back, striking the monster with a magical discharge. Takeru calmly approached the stunned boy. He ordered not to remove the barrier until he dealt with the monster and raised his staff. One quick strike finished the job. The meat from the killed buffalo should last for about 6 days. The collector decided to stock up on food, as his team had always been known for their great appetite. He turned to Wames, asking if he was all right. The boy eagerly clutched the pendant, impressed by the power of the protective artifact. Takero awkwardly looked away. Wames sincerely thanked for his rescue. The boy mentally acknowledged that relying on others is not bad at all, and probably it is precisely because of his inability to do so that those around him do not like him. Now it was necessary to come up with a way to catch those fast sheep. The rainbow sheep were extremely timid, although their meat was not valued at all. Wames approached closer, understanding the reason for their escape. He noted that the herd was fleeing from the buffalo, so chasing them was pointless. Takero nodded. Local books stated that this beast is frightened by any sharp sound. The boy swore in disappointment, realizing the complexity of the task. He clenched his fists and declared passionately that he would not give up anyway, and he began to gather the dirty scraps of wool that had caught on the grass during the herd's escape. Takero looked skeptically at the bundles, asking if he intended to deliver such things to the client. He gently added that he always strives to provide clients with only the best material, and he quietly noted that in this aspiration, Wames was actually very similar to himself. It's not often that I come across such orders. How do you usually collect fur from a living animal? Takero inquired. Wames explained that at the ranch, one person holds the sheep while the other shears it. The boy exclaimed indignantly that they were competing, and Takero, winking, unexpectedly suggested joining forces. He noted that without recognition of skill, you won't receive many orders, and he didn't understand why Wames was so obsessed with winning or losing. Collaborating with others for better material quality, in his opinion, is also worth something. Well, the boy hesitated, and Takero added that the ability to collaborate is also a real skill. Takero assured that he would not take all the glory, but Wames grumbled that Grid had said the same, yet recognition never came to him. Wouldn't it be grand, Takero continued, if you found yourself at the center of so many successful tasks? He admitted that he knows almost nothing about haircuts, and therefore sincerely relies on the boy's knowledge. What to do? You won't be able to do anything anyway if you don't catch them. So what are you planning to do? Wames said skeptically. Takero admitted that he had never collected animal wool, but he has one trump card. He recalled how easily he attracted any animals, yet another blessing he hadn't even asked for. Wames did not understand how exactly he was going to lure the flock. Takero explained that he would lure the sheep closer and assign the shearing to the boy. Wames pointed to the horizon. The flock was too far away. Takero closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air completely filled his lungs, and he let out a powerful, resonating whistle that echoed throughout the valley. Wames shouted in panic that such noise would only scare the animals, but Takero explained that he learned this technique from a master from the north. He cupped his hands like a megaphone and began to gently call the sheep with a special sound. Far away on the hill, the flock suddenly froze. The sheep turned around and slowly headed back, causing Wames to stare in shock. The herd obediently approached at the call of the traveler. They were bleating amusingly, almost wildly, as they approached closer. Takero addressed them as people, politely asking for some wool. He offered to groom them in the areas where they themselves wanted to get rid of excess fur. Two sheep glanced at each other. One of them stepped forward with an interesting mumble, and Takero quietly gasped. And then she joyfully ran straight up to Wames. Takero handed the boy a special comb and signaled to start. Just be gentle, okay? Wames said uncertainly. The boy carefully ran a comb through the fluffy side of the sheep. The tool easily removed a huge, almost weightless tuft of wool. Takero excitedly squeezed it. The wool was incredibly soft to the touch. Try it yourself, Takero. It's incredible, exclaimed Wames, energetically continuing his work. It was only necessary to imagine how warm the clothing made from this down would be. The rest of the herd, seeing this, immediately surrounded Wames, demanding a share of the grooming for themselves. The boy laughed, surrounded on all sides by satisfied sheep, and Takero watched him with a warm smile. It was a sincere joy, without a single drop of envy or malice. Takero fell through the clouds with a smile, while his little dragon soared freely beside him. Fluffy sheep grazed peacefully below thanks to Wames, while the guild representatives marveled at the boy's successes. The collector landed softly and joyfully announced that now they only had to be the first to reach the city. He sincerely praised the young man for his work. All the tension finally eased, and Takuro smiled carefree. Takuru recalled Weem's bad temper and realized that only desperation had helped him reach B rank so early. Vames blinked in confusion, not understanding the reason for the panic. Suddenly, the flock broke loose and ran away. Takuru and Vames watched in bewilderment as the cattle that had escaped. A cold shiver ran down Takeru's spine. The familiar tingling of mana indicated only one thing. A real threat was looming. He instantly turned to the rocky gorge. The empty landscape seemed to breathe tension. 3 armed men unexpectedly emerged from behind the stones. They were grim mercenaries who were fervently searching for something. Takuru quietly slipped behind a tree, deciding not to get involved. But Vimes remained sitting in plain sight by the boulder. Strangers were loudly lamenting that they were wasting time in these mountains after the arrest of a familiar trader. One of them mentioned that the poison of the giant buffalo now costs 3 times more. The rest eagerly picked up the conversation, savoring the easy money. Takeru was horrified, imagining the consequences of selling such poison on the black market. His fist clenched tightly. The mercenaries just laughed, certain that they would sweep away anyone with their loot. But he immediately remembered that he had already taken this poisonous horn, so he could just walk away. While he hesitated, the trio headed straight for the boulder. They immediately noticed fresh claw marks on the stone, and in a moment, they saw the frightened Vames. The big man with the axe disdainfully snorted, taking the unarmed boy for an ordinary gatherer. Vames couldn't take it anymore and shouted that their plans were illegal. The bandits asked in confusion what he had just blurted out. The mercenaries just laughed, promising to kill him before he could report to the guild. Realizing his mistake, the young man shouted wildly, calling for Takeru. The big guy fiercely swung his weapon and ordered his accomplice to come out. Light footsteps were heard. Takeru calmly stepped out from the shadow of the trees. The bandits stared at his cloak, fearfully suspecting him to be a wizard. The collector only sighed inwardly, not understanding the reason for their panic. The leader of the group ordered to immediately check the strength of the stranger. Takeru quickly assessed the enemy, Maharu Chobaku, a wanted S-rank killer. Next to him stood Kuvala Kolas, the same kind of thug of rank B from the Poisonous Spiders gang. The third was a silent archer in a tight hood. The young man smiled sincerely and directly called the first 2 idiots. The wave roared, promising to smash him against the rocks. Takeru only pretended to be offended by such rudeness. The bandits tensed, thrown off balance by his absolute calm. In fact, he was feverishly thinking about how to solve the problem without bloodshed. It was easier to fight monsters, but he didn't want to fight to the death with people. Deciding not to take on the role of a judge, he decided simply to cut them down. Maharu was the first to charge into the attack with a drawn sword. The blade with a chime cut into the magical shield. The powerful recoil knocked the attacker back. Makari comically rolled on the ground, crashing into a boulder. Kuel blinked in surprise upon seeing his partner's swift failure. Meanwhile, a protective sphere also flared up around Vames. Zdorovany gloomily stated that the protective magic would be a problem. Takeru understood that the greatest threat was the mysterious archer. He instantly drew the bowstring and shot. Vimes recoiled. The boy's eyes widened in horror. Vames exhaled with relief, deciding that the danger had passed. The arrow hit the barrier with a crack. The bandits froze in anticipation. The poisoned tip was helplessly stuck in magic, while Vimes simply passed out from fear. The archer coldly noted that his best poison had not worked. Makara fiercely struck the shield with his sword, vainly trying to pierce it. Kuel spat on the little one and ordered him to focus on killing Takeru. The enraged bandits launched another attack. The giant with a roar charged forward, while Takeru activated his acceleration. The heavy axe sliced through the air. The collector gracefully dodged, landing in a low stance. This dynamic suddenly reminded him of productions from children's shows. He struck a dramatic pose and proudly called himself the messenger of justice. Kuvelia was only enraged by this, and he swung again. Takeru thrust his hand forward, releasing a column of flame. The fire engulfed the attacker's face. Zdorovan shouted wildly in pain, and the young man hurriedly promised to cool him down. A stream of ice burst from his palm. Kuel fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Takeru remained calm, but inwardly shuddered, realizing that he had almost burned a person. However, thanks to his resistance to fear, he quickly quickly regained control of himself. A significantly safer approach was needed. The boss of the bandits stood up and roared with a bloodied face. Makara confessed in confusion that he had never dealt with wizards before. Takaru decided that the most reliable thing to do was simply to put them to sleep. He was intently sifting through associative words for the sleep incantation. Maharu shouted in panic for the leader to be careful. Takaru coldly cut off that he would deal with this garbage now. 3 magical spheres flew from his hands. Kuel sneered contemptuously at these strange bubbles. He confidently declared that such magic would not harm him. The bullet softly embedded itself right into his fierce face. Suddenly, an irresistible drowsiness overwhelmed the big guy. Makara screamed in confusion upon seeing how the boss stumbled. The bewildered mercenary demanded an explanation of what had been done to his boss. Takeru dreamily spoke about the pleasure of falling onto a warm, soft mattress. This effect could not be overcome by any monster or person. Kuel softened, barely audible, as he apologized to his partner, his eyes closed by themselves. The fearsome cutthroat amusingly snored in the middle of the battlefield. Makari burst into tears, unable to believe in the defeat of the leader. Takaru smiled contentedly, knowing that the bandit was having good dreams before prison. Makara's back trembled with restrained rage. He turned around and, with a desperate scream, charged into the final attack. The mercenary rushed headlong at his boss's wrongdoer. Takaru peacefully raised his hands and promised him even greater comfort. A blinding flash of dream magic burst from his palms. Makari was filled with bitter tears. He cursed this strange magician through his tears. The bandit's face was distorted by pain and helplessness. In an instant, he collapsed into the grass, falling asleep immediately. Takaru turned around in search of the last enemy, and he froze in astonishment. The archer stood nearby with his hands raised up. The collector assumed that he was hiding his face due to recognition magic. The stranger hoarsely said that Takeru was definitely not an ordinary magician. The boy was genuinely surprised by such a statement. He calmly replied that he is just an adventurer who collects herbs and stones well. The archer swiftly threw off his thick cloak. He began to assure that he had no bad intentions. Takaru tensed up when the stranger started undressing right in the middle of the road. The man quickly took off his heavy boots and extra clothing. The rescued warrior sincerely thanked Takeru for the rescue. Beneath the bandit's gear was Sergeant Alton Malmotora of the Dragon Knights. Takeru breathed a sigh of relief. At least this one turned out to be a normal person, not a criminal. He couldn't believe that the fearsome bandit turned out to be a dragon knight in disguise. The stranger stood motionless. There is no trace left of his former dark aura. He proudly introduced himself as Sergeant Motora, although he had previously gone by a completely different name. Takeru awkwardly asked to stop these pompous official greetings. The whole mission of disguising among the horn hunters was frankly confusing. Motora smiled widely. He cheerfully confirmed all the boy's guesses. While the knight boasted about his espionage experience, Takeru carefully activated the scanning skill. The system instantly issued the dossier. Elton Malmotora, an elite A-rank scout, a lover of cleanliness and sweets. The boy quietly read out his true title. The sergeant blinked in confusion. Takaru quickly attributed everything to his special magical skill. The enemy motor recognized that he did not expect such a deep analysis. The young man apologized for accidentally ruining his secret operation. He immediately recalled the fat gang leader associated with the black market. Instead, the knight sincerely thanked for the help in capturing the criminals alive. He quickly asked to take the captives with him. The motor expertly twisted 2 burly bandits into one strong knot. Takaru was amazed at how easily he handled 2 big men. The sergeant suddenly suggested to Taker to take the entire cash reward for himself. He promised to release the money as soon as they reached Danzerai. Takeru refused because he had to return to Belkaim by tomorrow evening. Motora realized that the guy was living in someone else's territory. Takaru didn't have any business cards, so he just awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He openly stated his name. The knight assured about reliable payment through the guild and warmly said goodbye. Takeru suggested splitting the reward in half, paying tribute to the spy's hard work. Instead, he asked to hold off on the report for the guild for at least 6 months. Carrying the sleeping little one on his back, Takeru confessed that he really didn't want any extra attention. The motor squinted. Just before leaving, the young man decided to clarify one detail that had been troubling him. The sergeant listened carefully. Takaru reminded of the ruthless shot right at the child. "Did you really intend to kill him?" he asked directly. The motor coldly replied that he was counting on the boy's magical barrier. Takaru frowned gloomily. He abruptly stated that the defense could easily fail to withstand the blow. The smile completely disappeared from the knight's face. He sternly explained, hesitation would expose him to the gang, while the death of one would save the lives of dozens of others. A true adventurer would have to understand such a harsh price of survival. Takaru remained silent and set off with his burden. This dialogue revealed the ruthless pragmatism hidden behind the mask of a good-natured person. A spy must think like a criminal. In such work, the hunter quietly transforms into a monster. In the young man's memory, the deadly flight of the arrow flashed again. Pity during cover meant certain death. Motora sighed heavily and closed this complex topic. They finally went their separate ways. Takaru walked for a long time through the rocky gorge under the scorching sun. The burden turned out to be heavy, so he regretted the absence of a portal. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded overhead. The boy instantly raised his head. The sky was overshadowed by a colossal winged dragon. Takaru stood in astonishment, while Vames continued to drool on his shoulder. It was hard to comprehend how such a huge mountain of muscle could possibly stay in the air. The beast majestically walked over the peaks of the cliffs. The scan confirmed. This is Reira, the sergeant's combat partner. Her emerald scales shone dazzlingly in the sun. Looking into the blue, Takeru dreamed of the future of his familiar. Before my eyes appeared the funny, tearful face of Bi. Near the city gates of Belkaim, he gently calmed the little animal. The locals joyfully welcomed them from the mission. The head of the guild sternly inquired about the results of the wool collection. Vames threw a giant backpack to the ground with a thud. The crowd gasped simultaneously. The beastmen eagerly crumpled the perfect seven-colored fleece in their hands. The pastor leaned down to the children, shocked by such a large amount of material. Vimes shamefully lowered his eyes to the ground. A thick, tense silence fell over the hall. The boy quietly admitted that Takeru used a clever trick to tame an entire flock, and Takeru immediately added that it was Vames who impeccably groomed them quickly. The guild buzzed loudly. The young man generously praised the little one's knowledge, without which the task would have definitely failed. Vimes paled, swallowing a lump in his throat. "I lost," he sighed in despair. Everyone was shocked into silence by Horty's confession. The boy clenched his fists, shouting through tears about his fervent desire to prove his superiority. But before his eyes, the scenes of the battle still stood, where against the backdrop of Takeru, he was just a helpless burden. The chief ruthlessly summarized, without protection, the bandits would have simply destroyed them on the spot. Vames stared at the man in shock. He demanded to hear the whole truth about the danger immediately. The crowd parted, and they entered the building. The head of the guild sat heavily at the table and apologized for sending the children to the bandits' lair. Takaru casually waved it off, promising to settle the matter with the local knights. The chief loudly declared Takeru the absolute winner of the competition. He firmly stated that he would not tolerate any cheating with the rules, even with the same result. Vimesa was demonstratively lowered to rank C. Takeru sincerely praised the little one for having the courage to tell the truth. The boy sighed bitterly, realizing the consequences of his own arrogance. Now he stood bewildered, having no idea what to do with his life. Takaru reproached him for his blind obsession with only the most expensive elite tasks. He advised to stop overthinking and seriously expand his skills. New knowledge will bring significantly more diverse orders. There are plenty of experienced people around, and it's not at all shameful to ask for advice from elders. The Wolfman kindly offered to teach the little one basic literacy. Vames held his breath. Hot tears of gratitude trembled on his eyelashes. He cried bitterly and nodded joyfully. Having dealt with the small matter, the chief turned his heavy gaze to Tucker. He strictly reprimanded the young man for such self-initiative with the awards. Adventurers are part of a system that cannot be broken for the sake of one's own comfort. The delivery of such gigantic batches of material would simply collapse market prices in the region. Suddenly, Takeru remembered something important about forest worms. Takaru looked up in surprise, shocked by the alarming news. These giant monsters began to anomalously migrate to human roads. The lizard man tightened his grip on the weapon and suggested quickly clearing the area. The security of trade routes was the top priority, despite the value of the monsters. Takaru Takaru immediately gathered the familiars and set off for reconnaissance. The map led them straight to the northern forest of Toperon. Due to a lack of reconnaissance data, the guild sent collectors straight into hell. The information network of these lands turned out to be dangerously weak. The group cautiously stepped under the canopies of the ancient trees. The ground beneath my feet suddenly shook violently. Takaru tensed up and gripped the weapon tighter. The researcher explained that the excrement of this monster makes the fields extremely fertile. Hundreds of people regularly hunted for this vile treasure. Takaru was almost nauseated by the realization of the purpose of their quest. The trees ahead creaked ominously. A giant silhouette was approaching from the dark thicket. The earth exploded under the intense pressure of a massive body. The adventurers instantly drew their blades. Before them loomed a disgusting mutant forest worm with a mouth full of tentacles. Even the goddess recoiled in shock at this sight. The monster looked terrifying, but Takaru noticed something extremely absurd. On the back of the monster, a familiar human silhouette is visible. The completely smeared elf joyfully waved her hand at him. The boy turned pale, begging all the gods to erase his memory so that he would not have to acknowledge their acquaintance. In a cozy room, Takiro was discussing plans with Brolight and a mysterious blonde. Memories transported them to the recent past. Then the team set off to the Toberan forest to deal with the giant worm that was terrorizing the tract. "Brothers, long time no see," a familiar voice rang out. Pleastone smiled joyfully, completely ignoring the deadly danger. Takero was shocked to see the girl sitting on top of the same giant monster. She casually reported that her familiar Bai is also feeling great. Pleastone ordered the monster to lower her to the ground. Takero was only mentally impressed by her ability to tame such monsters. The elf easily jumped off the giant. "Takero, I've been looking for you so much." She joyfully ran towards him. The young man suddenly thrust his hand forward. Pleastone was stunned and froze in place. She emitted such a terrible stench that Takero recoiled. He pinched his nose in disgust. The mystical and elevated image of a superior race was cracking at the seams with each of their encounters. The young man instantly cast a powerful cleansing magic in the form of a whirlwind. The polished claystone clapped its hands excitedly. Brolight evaluated the spell and asked to wash it the same way, but Takero refused. The elf girl enjoyed the sudden freshness. Takaru sighed wearily. He directly asked why she had even saddled the forest worm. Pleastone joyfully announced that she had simply fulfilled his request and brought him a steed. She proudly presented the monster named Kiarasusu. Taker barely held back a facepalm. This vehicle was frankly too big. The girl sincerely did not understand the problem, praising the sharp mind of the monster. She thoughtfully touched her chin. Then she turned to the worm and warmly thanked it for the long journey. Pleastone ceremoniously released the monster to live freely in this forest. The creature obediently crawled away. A huge body swiftly plunged into the ground. The worm finally disappeared underground. A strange smoke rose from the pit. Pleastone happily pointed to a huge smelly pile of dung that Takero categorically refused to take as a souvenir. The blonde playfully hinted that the best way to travel is on her back. The young man ignored the joke, emphasizing that they had a lot to discuss. The team returned to the city of Belkheim without any adventures. In the bustling guild, they immediately reported the successful elimination of the threat. Brolight conveyed the master's request to come tomorrow for an important conversation, but now everyone was only interested in the hot dinner. Wooden mugs clinked together in a toast to reunification. Everyone eagerly pounced on the generous feast. At the table, Takero recounted how he and Kleistune founded the Sukoku team. He described in detail their march to the village of Ashus and the hard victory over the local villain. And when it came to the cleansing of the lake and the revival of the divine horse, the elf nearly choked from shock. She was deeply impressed by the feats she heard about. The mug thudded dully against the table. Pleastone suddenly decisively suggested that she join their team. Takero, with a warm smile, admitted that he himself wanted to invite her. The girl proudly rolled up her sleeve. On her wrist, a bright, rank adventurer's bracelet sparkled. She boasted about how she personally destroyed 50 dangerous monsters in the Chestiara Valley. Takero praised her strength and suggested that they meet for a training match sometime. He realized that with 2 A-rank fighters, their team had become a truly formidable force. Brolight calmly chewed the meat while the blonde closely examined the new guest. The woman swallowed swallowed the drink and squinted thoughtfully. She quietly noted that the pure aura of the elf had a calming effect on her, and then her gaze suddenly sharpened. Understood, Goddess Hovevapnir. She suddenly uttered the true name of the elf. The blonde strictly forbade her to continue, leaving Takero in complete confusion. Pleastone shuddered at the unexpected revelation. The goddess burned through her with a heavy gaze. However, not sensing any malicious intent, Hovevapnir calmly agreed to listen to her later. The elf sighed with relief and admitted that she desperately needed help. Takero immediately put aside the jokes and seriously asked what had happened. He promised to help his friend without hesitation. The girl exclaimed in despair. Her sister Ludieka had run away from the village, and she urgently needed to be found. Takero smiled soothingly, ready to set off at any moment. But the next words made him dumbfounded. The healer turned out to be the High Priestess, a living sacrifice for the Great Tree, who was supposed to give birth to an heir but fled just before the wedding. The young man felt as if a colossal burden of someone else's fate had fallen upon him. Even the seasoned Brolite was surprised by such a high status of her sister. Pleastone explained. Their clan preserves the purest blood, and Ludieka possesses unprecedented magic. The direct dependence of strength on blood purity made her sister the most valuable treasure of the race. Brolite confirmed that elves always keep away from the world, hiding their true power. They have accumulated dangerous magical artifacts in their settlement for centuries, legendary weapon of incredible power. But it is impossible to reach that sacred place without an invitation, and the High Priestess does not just rule, her child determines the future of the entire clan. However, Ludieka refused to marry without love, and set absolutely unattainable conditions for her suitors. She demanded to retrieve a pearl from the bottom of the ocean, an otherworldly white Pegasus, and a real burning star. Pleastone admitted. That is why she recently brought a Pegasus to the village, hoping that her sister would agree to the marriage after all. But the local men, instead of gratitude, simply started a bloody fight over the rare beast. Takero grimly nodded. No girl would want to tie her life to such pathetic idiots. The real tragedy lay in the fact that without the priestess's mania, the protective great tree would begin to wither and the village would perish. Pleastone begged Takero to use his unique magic to search for the runaway. The young man pondered, gazing into the water's surface of his memories. Finding a person is not a problem, but is it the right choice? He looked the elf straight in the eyes and asked if they were ready to forcibly return the one who had consciously chosen freedom. Pleastone was hard to silence. Tears almost burst from her eyes. She didn't want to force her sister at all. She just wanted to know the reason for such a sudden escape. Takero silently watched her. She clenched her knees in pain from her own helplessness. Memories of how desperately she defended him in the kingdom of dwarves instantly erased all doubts. I will do it, Takero said firmly. Playstone's face immediately lit up with sincere, incredible gratitude. Hovevapnir interrupted this touching moment with a question about their plans. Brolite unhesitatingly declared that he would not abandon his partners in trouble, and the goddess joined the upcoming campaign with a smile. Takero confidently gave the order to head to the closed elven settlement towards a new great adventure. Takeru's profile majestically dissolved in the whirlwind of magic on the title spread of the chapter. In the guild, the burly master stunned the boy with the news. From today on, he has been assigned the unique rank of FB. What? FB? Takeru blinked in confusion, while the familiar squeaked in surprise. The bear beastman cheerfully began to explain what it means to be a universal all-rank person. Now the guy had the right to take quests of any difficulty, from rank F to rank B. In front of the boy's eyes, a complete rewards price list unfolded. Takeru was glad that he could continue to fulfill the usual small orders at the old prices. But the master frowned and warned, the final result is always more important than the rank of the quest. If someone were to sell elite resources en masse for pennies, the entire economy would simply collapse. Honest collectors would go bankrupt, and the market would hit rock bottom. The bear waved its paw in a conciliatory manner, as if to say the boss is just exaggerating. He reminded Takeru about the perfectly fresh leaves he had recently submitted. The potion made from that leaf turned out to be incredibly high quality. The master sighed heavily over the table. The guild simply had to reward such a rare talent appropriately. Everyone sincerely wanted to elevate the boy's rank and present him with a worthy award. There were only a few dozen such universals in the whole world, and in the city of Albero he was only the third. Takeru was struck struck by how unprecedented his new status was. There were even fewer universals than the legendary S-rank adventurers. Moreover, Takeru became the first non-combat universal champion in history. This decision fully satisfied everyone. The boy no longer needed to hold back his strength. He blinked in astonishment. He was just quietly gathering herbs, but the guild decided that he was deliberately hiding his potential. The master sincerely praised his remarkable skills, and I asked the guy to work for the benefit of the entire continent from now on. The Takeru group left the city and emerged onto an open wasteland. The elf Brolite and the blonde walked silently side by side while the lizard man examined the boy's new ring. The delicate ornament with a magical stone shocked any thief. The monster explained that this artifact allowed one to take huge loans without collateral. The blonde suddenly turned around. "You are blessed by the gods, aren't you?" Takeru changed the subject and asked the elf about the way to their settlement. The giant humanoid lizard-friendly patted the boy on the shoulder. The elf calmly replied that they could set off there right now. She pointed to the neighboring forest of Toberon. Magic was supposed to pave a direct path to the goal, a unique ability of her people, a true portal. The blonde next to her suddenly blushed. "Well then," she said quietly, "you can sit on me," the girl shyly suggested. A blinding flash suddenly cut through the air. In place of the girl stood a majestic winged Pegasus. Takeru was frozen in awe before the true divine beast. The Pegasus descended to the ground, presenting its back. The boy politely thanked her. The whole company got onto the snow-white wool. The creature turned out to be much larger than during the first encounter. It could change its size. For her, the distance to the very edge of the world was just a brief moment. A powerful flap of wings, and they surged forward. From the insane speed, the entire landscape merged into solid stripes. The little familiar squeaked with joy. The flight was perfectly smooth. The Pegasus proudly declared that she is the best in the world and that ordinary horses cannot compare to her. Takeru gently reminded about the cart, as you can't ride into a crowded city. The boy's eyes lit up. They needed a horse-drawn carriage. The Pegasus snorted. She wouldn't drag along a cheap wreck. The crew had to be luxurious and worthy of her status. Takeru figured that thanks to space magic, the carriage could be expanded to the size of a room. But first, they needed to find suitable transportation. Upon arriving at the location, the elf Brolite stepped out onto the clearing. She clasped her hands, begging the goddess Akalarina to open the way home. The boy watched the elven ritual in enchantment. The forest around was silent. The companions of the poem were conversing among themselves. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the air. It vibrated silently. The spot pulsed, rapidly absorbing the light around it. For a moment, an perfectly round, dark whirlwind hovered over the old stump. The elf instructed to close the eyes and touch the whirlwind. She was the first to reach out her hand to the portal. Her fingers disappeared into the solid darkness. The team stood frozen in surprise, while the lizard man confidently moved on. Takeru, however, panicked in front of the black hole. The blonde turned around and seriously warned to be careful with Brolite. She had a surprisingly anxious look. "Behind any bright light," she added, "there is always deep darkness." The girl stepped into the portal, telling the boy to hold on to the light. Takeru demanded explanations in bewilderment, but only heard a faint echo. The boy was left completely alone in front of the ominous black funnel. He nervously scratched the back of his head. Elves were too complicated to understand. Takeru sighed heavily, and he decisively touched the darkness. The magic instantly wrapped him in black threads and pulled him inside. The space twisted in a wild tunnel. The boy's eye widened in shock as the whirlwind spat him out. Before him stretched an endless, pristine forest with gigantic cliffs, a true homeland of the elves. The luxurious black and white art announced the beginning of the 47th chapter. Takeru stood bewildered at the edge of the abyss, surveying the endless green plains. His winged familiar Bi joyfully circled in the air. The boy looked around in confusion, searching for the rest of the team. He just buzzed carefreely. Takeru realized that his friends were somewhere out there. He obtained a magical map. The points on the screen indicated that the squad was scattered in the thicket, and he decided to gather them in the center. The boy shouted to the little dragon not to fall behind and rushed to the cliff. He activated the acceleration magic on the go. With a decisive shout, Takeru lunged forward. He jumped straight into the abyss. In a panic, rushed after him. The young man calmly spread his arms in flight, soothing the frightened child. failed. At the last moment, he activated the flight spell. The fall has sharply slowed down. Takeru gently descended among the dense canopies of the trees. He was slowly descending deeper. His boots silently touched the ground. A dense darkness reigned in the forest, and the air felt incredibly heavy. To attract the team's attention, the young man created a glowing orb in his palm. The bullets slowly floated, piercing through the branches. Takeru activated a more powerful lighting spell. A blinding ray tore through the darkness of the forest like a true sun. A rustle was heard in the bushes. Puni came out to the clearing, all covered in mud and scratches. Takeru stared at her in surprise. He did not understand what thickets she was navigating to get so dirty. The girl sulkily cut in that she wasn't hiding anywhere. Suddenly, new voices were heard. The dragon human and the elf Valletta appeared, also quite battered. Takeru sighed with relief and suggested that everyone clean up. Suddenly, the dragon man sharply commanded to fall. He swiftly twirled the spear, deflecting a hail of arrows. Someone was shooting at them from the bushes. Takeru immediately understood. His bright beacon had attracted the attention of predators. The young man instantly raised his hand. A powerful magical shield has grown around the team. Valletta recognized the attackers. They were elves who sensed the intruders. An armed patrol emerged from among the trees. Their commander spat out the name Valletta with contempt. She tried to explain the purpose of the visit, but he rudely interrupted her. The elf called the girl a disgusting thing with disdain. Takeru frowned at such cruelty towards a relative. The commander accused them with disgust of desecrating the sanctuary with sinister creatures. Puni's face instantly darkened with rage. Her aura exploded with an extremely eerie energy. The elves drew their bows, threatening to shoot the monster. A blinding flash rang out. Instead of the girl, her true form appeared before them, the majestic ancient horse god Hovavapnir. She rose on her hind legs, promising divine punishment to the attackers. The air sparkled, but the devastating blow did not happen, and Takeru barely held back his laughter. Puni shyly turned away. The hair of 3 elves was simply hilariously frizzed up from static electricity. To save face, the goddess proudly declared her mercy. The elf commander trembled with fear upon realizing her status. She dismissively rejected his apology, shocked by the degradation of the elves. A dead silence hung over the forest. Takeru was surprised that no one was responding. It turned out that their supply of mana was so meager that they didn't even feel its true power. The commander apologized once again and cautiously asked about the purpose of the visit. Takeru kindly stepped forward. The elf squinted suspiciously. The boy calmly introduced himself as an adventurer. He showed his universal bracelet, and he proudly added that they are the Oguro team, and Valletta is their friend. The commander asked in shock. His eyes widened in surprise. And in the next second, he enthusiastically called Valletta cool, immediately ordering not to come closer due to the mud. This sudden change of mood threw everyone off balance. Takeru blinked in confusion. The elf proudly introduced himself as Rilke Alberk Ventel, the guardian of the sanctuary. Suddenly, Puni anxiously called out to the boy. Takeru suddenly turned around. They both felt something extremely eerie deep in the forest. The heroes silently made their way through the dense thicket. Takeru was amazed at how one could navigate here at all. Suddenly, a light flickered ahead. The boy sighed with joy. The elven village is already close. His face was illuminated by a sincere smile. The dark forest suddenly parted, revealing a shining valley with giant mushrooms. A bizarre leafy lizard scurried by. Magical fireflies floated peacefully in the air. Takeru was mesmerized by the beauty of this bright place. The glow filled every corner. The guide confidently pointed to the giant tree in the distance. The tree of life towered over the entire forest like a colossal tower. The map showed their location deep in the green sea of trees. Takeru felt an unusual heaviness in his chest from the local mana. The dragon man Clay grimly agreed with this. The thick magical essence was literally pressing on the lungs. The elf coldly instructed the guests to wash off the dirt in the spring before visiting the palace. The glue sarcastically remarked that he wouldn't let such messy ones in either. Takeru felt embarrassed, suddenly remembering his own appearance. He cautiously called out to the conductor. He silently turned around. Instead of excuses, Takeru just awkwardly smiled. The boy suggested to clean everyone with his own magic. He asked the team to line up in a single row, one word, and the spell was activated. I had to put in a little more effort effort for the sake of the whole group. A blinding pillar of light struck sharply from the sky. The ray completely covered the company. In an instant, their clothes and bodies shone with perfect purity. Even messy hair is perfectly styled. The heaviness in the air vanished instantly, and the elves stared in shock at their shiny hairstyles. The elves were stunned and began to demand that the guide explain everything. Along with the dirt, Takero's magic completely wiped out all the excess mana around. The guide decided not to ask about the nature of this anomalous force and simply led them further. They finally approached closely. Up close, the tree seemed even more grandiose. Takeru puzzledly asked if this was the same tree that holds the entire world. The elf casually explained that such trees grow all over the world. This fact greatly surprised Tucker. Suddenly, Brolite sharply bent in a deep bow. A loud confession escaped her lips. She is a high elf. The boys blinked in astonishment. The girl didn't even lift her head, regretting the long lie. Takeru looked at her in bewilderment. The local elves glared at the traitor with open disdain. Clay's face became extremely serious. He directly asked about the reason for her travels, and she replied that she had the right to do so. A heavy silence hung in the air. The tension was rising rapidly. The air seemed to sparkle. Takeru calmly shrugged and said that she still remains their friend. He inquired about what the difference is between the elven castes. Clay explained that this is a royal lineage with outstanding magic. They rule over others and place purity of blood above all. Brolite added that the main law prohibits them from going out into the outside world. Takeru sincerely did not understand this logic. The girl spoke with fear about ancient rules and the anger of the people, but the guy was asking about the real reason for such isolation. He gave an example of the risk of contracting a deadly disease outside the forest. Brolite paused for a moment. Indeed, no one would suffer because of her escape. Takeru shrugged. If there are more important matters, the old rules can be broken. Her eyes widened in realization. He added that blindly following orders is a path to nowhere. The boy smiled warmly, encouraging her to think for herself. These simple words finally lifted the burden from her soul. The glue burst out laughing loudly, supporting his friend. The dragon human admitted that he had long spat on the laws of his tribe for the sake of a free life. Brolite straightened up decisively. She will prove to others that their little world is too small. Tears of relief streamed from her eyes. Takeru respectfully thought about the courage that this confession required. The guide coldly reminded that the palace was already close, and they still had a chance to escape. Brolite joyfully wiped her tears, and Takeru remembered her old secrets. He exhaled with relief because he was expecting something much worse. The boy walked forward with a light step, and Brolite watched him go with boundless gratitude. The 49th chapter began before the gigantic stone gates, tightly wrapped in ancient roots. With a heavy rumble, the massive doors slowly opened. The travelers stepped into a luxurious bright hall with grand stairs and a living tree in the center. Takeru was struck, tilting his head back to admire the exquisite chandelier under the towering ceiling. The lizard folk noted with concern that the local magical essence seemed unnaturally thick. Amber gracefully descended the stairs and calmly announced her return. The young man and his companions stood still at the entrance, waiting for an invitation. Soon the guests were already sitting at the round table, where a hot drink was steaming. The eye was caught by the intricate pattern of the luxurious interior. Amber explained that they drink a special tea called Isekai'D. A thin stream of steam gently rose into the air. This secret drink of the high elves wonderfully relieved fatigue and healed muscle pain. Takeru smiled and offered warm broth to his little dragon Bia. They took a sip simultaneously. Takeru's eyes widened in surprise. The taste turned out to be painfully familiar, exactly like in his native village. He dreamily stretched out. What a nostalgic taste it is, almost at a loss for words. The elf was seriously surprised that a human had tasted their secret drink. Takeru hurried to explain that something similar was simply prepared in his homeland. The young man dreamily drooled, imagining the traditional sweets that would perfectly complement this tea time. Suddenly, a stranger approached the table and politely apologized for the delay. Next to Amber stood a small elf, whom she unexpectedly introduced as her older brother. The baby joyfully spread his arms and rushed towards her, but she quickly darted to the side, escaping his destructive embrace. Understanding the hint, the brother awkwardly asked to be introduced to the guests. Amber briefly introduced him to the members of the Aoguro team. The elf elf solemnly pronounced his long name, Virio la Iorkesto Argen Ciel. Takaru almost twisted his tongue and timidly suggested to call him simply Arsan. For a moment, a deafening silence prevailed. The young man panicked inwardly, frightened by his own audacity. But the elf suddenly laughed heartily, completely satisfied with the new nickname. Then he addressed his companion Takara with deep respect, recognizing her as the legendary ancient horse. The little one respectfully knelt down, expressing joy at the goddess's visit. Thus, Arsan sincerely apologized for the rudeness of another elf whom the travelers had encountered earlier. Takaru stared intently at his interlocutor. The hand of the older brother was tiny, like that of a 5-year-old child. Realizing that he was shamelessly staring, the young man recoiled in fear. Arsan calmly replied that he takes pride in his body, even though it is unusual for a high elf. These words suddenly angered Amber. She sharply commanded her brother to be quiet. With bitterness in her voice, the elf called their lineage cursed. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became icy. With tears in her eyes, she exclaimed that she simply would not allow their family to disappear. Takaru was caught off guard. Everyone was silent, while Amber was heavily catching her breath after the emotional breakdown. The young man finally completed the puzzle. The dense magical essence was not the only trouble of this forest. Arsan gently reproached his sister for crying in front of the guests. Trying to ease the tension, Takero awkwardly assured that he understood everything. He smiled tightly. Another thick pause hung in the air. Suddenly, Takeru's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He blinked and asked in confusion if he had just heard a single word. The young man stammered and clarified. "Did you just call her your younger brother?" Amber squeaked in fear. Blushing to the tips of her ears, she admitted that she technically has characteristics of both sexes. The trio of guests openly lost the gift of speech. Takaru shouted in anger, not understanding how the lizard man next to him could remain so unperturbed. He just shrugged and explained that among young lizard men, this is also a common thing. Trying to smooth over the awkwardness, Amber cheerfully wished the guests a pleasant stay. But Takeru suddenly raised his hand. He directly asked about the reason for this suffocating concentration of magical essence around. Arsan stared at him in shock. An ordinary person should not have felt this. Amber frowned and confessed, "The energy has been thickening for half a year, and they have no idea why." Takeru quickly ran the cleansing spell through his mind, but he understood that it would only delay the disaster. His gaze became heavier. He suggested using an unusual method to solve the problem. The young man asked everyone to step back and went out into the open space. He held his hands out in front of him, concentrating energy. The room was flooded with blinding white light. Takaru calmly explained the process of creating magical stones from excess mana. The glow expanded, engulfing everything around. Powerful flashes crackled menacingly around his body. The elves with open mouths watched this impossible magic. The young man transformed himself into a living filter that rapidly sucked in black clumps of wild essence. A giant magical crystal was forged from the dispersed energy right in the air. The perfect facets of the freshly created stone sparkled brightly in the dim light. The profile of the light-haired elf girl froze in silence. In the center of the spacious stone hall, Takaru held a huge crystal. The boy exhaled with relief. The unpleasant tingling on the skin has finally disappeared. The huge draconid happily announced that his friend had also stopped coughing. Takaru carefully examined the smooth edges. It seemed the stone had absorbed all the magical essence from the air. It was only left to activate it. The boy turned around and called R to come with him. The elf girl was confused, but her friend smiled and nudged her forward. Takaru confidently strode down the corridor with a heavy burden on his shoulder. They reached the foot of the giant tree. The wind barely stirred the trunk. The air outside has also noticeably become cleaner. But the guy understood that this was only a temporary solution. The roots towered above them like a silent wall. Takeru stopped. He asked his companion to place her hand on the stone and say one word. She nodded uncertainly. The girl slowly reached out her hand. Her palm rested on the cold surface. "Activate," she whispered softly. The stone instantly flared up and tore itself from the boy's hands. Takaru stepped back in surprise. The crystal rose into the air, leaving a trail of sparks behind. He soared high into the sky above the treetop. The edges whirled in a whirlwind of light. The blinding energy radiated in waves in all directions. The company gazed enchantedly pointedly upwards. The glow enveloped all the settlements. Someone among the elves joyfully exclaimed that they had never seen such beauty. A giant star hung in the sky, flooding the peaceful village with light. But Takeru suddenly fell into thought. He looked at the domes of the elven houses beneath the roots. The boy hoped that the dispersed magical essence would not harm anyone. Nearby, the voice of the Draconid echoed, recalling the old legend of the one who has different blood. She looked at the boy with hope. Takeru asked in confusion. The map showed their new location near the big tree. They were descending a narrow path. The elf explained that only the chosen ones are allowed here. She pointed the staff forward. Before them stood an ancient stone stele covered in runes. I began to read the prophecy about the blue sky, precious blood, and the drying land. Takeru listened and assumed that the last line was the solution to the problem. The elf girl clapped her hands joyfully. The boy awkwardly waved it off. He admitted that he was able to read the text only thanks to his strange power, and she directly asked if he believes that he is called the Savior. Takeru sighed heavily. He explained that the stone does not actually moisten the soil, but rather draws moisture from it. Therefore, the words on the stele had a completely different meaning. The boy asked the elf to share her own opinion. She focused on the phrase about the dying land. The high elves have called themselves precious blood for centuries. She lowered her gaze, fearing that their clan was doomed to extinction. Takeru looked at the girl with regret. He understood the reason for their despair. A shadow fell on the boy's face. The elves clearly hoped to hear a different, more comforting answer from him. The writing warned about the extinction of the race due to their own actions. Takeru pointed to the third line. He asked if the phrase about another blood refers to a foreigner. She quietly confirmed that they had isolated themselves from the outside world for centuries. Now, it is clear why they were waiting so long for a savior from outside. However, Takeru felt that there was some important detail missing in this puzzle. Their conversation was interrupted by the squeaky cry of a small dragon. The baby was swirling in the air, flapping its wings. She burst out laughing. A girl in a maid's outfit ran out to meet them. She joyfully announced that everyone felt better from the glow in the sky. Takeru smiled contentedly. The air had truly cleared. They said goodbye to the elves. She suddenly stopped. The girl seriously suggested that he meet her mother, the elf king, tomorrow. The boy blinked in surprise. The chapter opened with the refined profile of an elf. Towering trees concealed an entire elven settlement within their canopies. In the middle of the wooden platforms, a spacious hot spring was steaming. Takeru leaned back against the edge of the bathtub, exhaling contentedly. Unable to contain himself, he joyfully shouted at the top of his lungs. The dragon growled discontentedly through the moon, but the boy just shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly it occurred to him that this was a common source for everyone. He admired the landscape, apologized for the loud scream, and was glad that he managed to disperse the excess magical essence. He recalled the elven legend about the savior with other blood. The elf nearby reminded that they were actually looking for Brolight's sister. She awkwardly added that his strength dispelled the magical essence in the village. Takeru wondered if Brolight had broken the law by going into the outside world. The girl nodded sadly. An ancient inscription indicated that their race was dying, and the brother believed in salvation from the outsider. She admitted that she also consciously broke the law. Takeru listened attentively. With tears in her eyes, she smiled. Meeting him was worth the exile. The dragon silently crossed its paws. Takeru smiled warmly. The dragon listed their tasks: to find the sister, to unravel the mystery of magic and the legend. The boy nervously swallowed at such a large number of tasks. A huge plate of spicy chicken with nuts appeared on the table. The elves excitedly surrounded the cook. Takeru modestly called it a thank you for the hospitality. He joked that he was already tired of just salads. Everyone sat down at a round table under the open sky. The dragon chewed the meat with pleasure. The elves asked for seconds. Takeru was sincerely happy. Arsan suddenly remembered her sister Lutikara, who would have also appreciated the dish. A shadow fell across her face. Takeru quietly called her. He asked about his sister. The elf girl hesitated, lowering her gaze. She spoke of the birth of a priestess with unprecedented magic in their cursed lineage. The council of elders debated for a long time over who would receive her hand for the sake of divine blessing. Takeru was shocked. The girl was to be married solely for the sake of new magical power. The boy became gloomy. It became clear why she ran ran away. It was a rainy morning. Takaru was trying to shake off the sleepy dragon. The little one stubbornly chewed on his cloak. The boy gently knocked on the elf's door. Arsan came out to meet and informed that everyone else had been training for a long time. Takaru turned pale. He woke up last. It was all the fault of the little sleepyhead. It was time to set off. They walked along the path between the giant roots, the tree impressed with its size. On the way, Takeru dared to ask a question. He asked if there are any higher elves who are interested in the outside world. He promised to keep it a secret. Arsan sighed heavily and admitted that she was one of them. But the settlement laws are more important to her than life. They reached the edge of the forest. Before them stretched an endless landscape. She suddenly asked if Brolight had mentioned the unknown disease. This disease halted the growth of elven infants. 50 years ago, the symptoms worsened sharply. The pain distorted Arsan's face when she whispered about the missing eyes. Children were born without arms, legs, and ears, suffering and dying within a few days after coming into the world. Takaru asked in shock about the reason, but there was no answer. The elf girl fell to her knees helplessly. She cried out loud. Her own child had also become a victim of the curse. Her cry shattered the silence of the forest. Takeru was caught. Why do newborns have to suffer so much? The doors opened to the majestic throne room. The room resembled an ancient cathedral. Arsan respectfully introduced the guest. The Queen of Elves was sitting on the throne. She immediately called him a stranger with different blood. Takaru guessed that this was Arsan and Brolight's mother. He nervously swallowed his saliva. The queen greeted him with majestic grace. Her beauty took one's breath away. The boy hurriedly introduced himself. The ruler thanked him for cleansing the country of dark magic. She explained that the level of magical essence here has always been high, but 6 months ago, he started to grow rapidly. These words made Takeru shudder. 6 months ago. He immediately recalled the powerful earthquake. The queen confirmed his suspicion. Then the rivers overflowed their banks, and the waterfalls turned into roaring streams. The change of the magical background connected all these events into one. The map in the boy's head came together. The radius of the earthquake perfectly matched the anomaly. He confidently asked for permission to present his theory. The queen froze in surprise, while Takeru ordered the dragon to wake up. The ancient lizard sleepily peeked out from under the cloak. The chapter began with the solitary figure of a girl in the snowy forest. The luxurious hall of the palace impressed with its scale. Takaru calmly explained that the ancient dragon bull personally entrusted him with Little Bai. The queen of the elves lost her power of speech from surprise. He squeaked contentedly, puffing out his chest. The ruler had to acknowledge this fact, although the young man merely watched his familiar with embarrassment. The elf girl asked in confusion who one must be to take care of a future god. The queen thoughtfully remarked that she seemed to understand the reason. Her daughter blinked in surprise. The queen explained, Takeru's magical aura has an incredible color that inspires undeniable trust. The young man admitted to himself in his thoughts that he had never seen himself as a nurturer of divinity. For him, Bai always remained just a sweet companion on his travels. Thanks to the little dragon Takeru, I found quite a few new friends. Even the severity of Puni was beneficial for the little one. Now the young man simply could not imagine his life without it. Takeru suddenly changed the subject. He suggested that the earthquake altered the flow of magical energy and awakened the monsters. The elf girl froze in shock at these words. She looked anxiously at her mother. The queen sadly acknowledged that due to her own weakness, she had not left the palace for years. So the only thing left for her was to trust others. From the height of the throne, she confessed her helplessness with despair. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was waiting for Takeru to laugh at her. The young man hurriedly denied. It was not in his rules to laugh at someone else's misfortune. He understood perfectly that the elves were doing everything possible to preserve their traditions. Takeru gently added that they were not to blame. Time simply moves forward relentlessly. His gaze became resolute. He made an unexpected proposal to the queen. An appetizing salad with meat and egg appeared on the table. At lunch, Takeru told his friends about the conversation with the governor. Puni nodded with a full mouth, noting that he would keep company. But he was intercepted by the chief warrior Quenter. Takeru remembered that he had heard about their morning training. Puni highly appreciated the skill of the elven warriors. The conversation turned to Brolita's past in the ranks of the guards. Unexpectedly, the elf was outraged by someone's attitude. She recalled how the guards cruelly insulted Brolit and Takara himself. The girl lowered her eyes sadly. Puni explained that the matter lies in their religious fanaticism. For them, the sacred rules of the village were above all. That is why the elves will never forgive her act. Takaru understood. They were simply panicking out of fear of the influence of outsiders. Their excessive care has turned into true toxicity. The young man clenched the fork. Such behavior had nothing to do with defense. He firmly stated that it was time to change something. Takeru reached for his bag. A small glass flask lay on the table with a quiet thud. The young man explained that this magical instrument completely blocks sounds. He removed the cork. A transparent sphere began to grow from the neck. The bubble was rapidly increasing in size. In an instant, she covered the entire table with an impenetrable dome. Takaru admitted with a smile that he created this to avoid hearing B's snoring. To check, he lightly tapped the plate with a fork. The metal struck the ceramic with a ringing sound. The elf girl gasped in shock, and Puni slammed his hand on the table with force. No sound was heard from outside, and Takaro suggested starting a secret conversation. Everyone listened in amazement to the absolute silence under the dome. Takaru checked if everyone could hear him, and then he stunned everyone with the news. He secretly checked the health of the elves in the throne room. The diagnosis sounded like a sentence: hereditary immunodeficiency. The elf girl asked in confusion about the meaning of those words. Using the example of the little dragon, Takeru simply explained how the immune system works. Puni immediately grasped the essence. The disease was transmitted from parents. Takaru confirmed this, adding that Brolit was lucky to avoid the defect. The conversation inevitably turned to the cursed infants. The girl recalled that Amber also had such a child. She mentioned her husband's name. Takaru was shocked by the realization. It was Amber's biological brother. The elf calmly confirmed that they are twins. The young man explained that centuries of incest for the sake of blood purity had simply destroyed their genetics. His voice rang out sharply. The high elves were not cursed. The reason lay in a terrible tradition, warned about by an ancient inscription. The stone directly called for the acceptance of people of different blood. To survive, they urgently needed elves from other lands. The girl cried at the realization of such a senseless truth. Puni grimly noted that the fanatics would never accept these changes. Puni grimly added that for those who firmly believe in the village rules, these changes will be too difficult to accept. The elf leaned dejectedly against the table. She realized with horror that her own androgyny was also a result of degeneration. In despair, she clung to Takeru's sleeve. She asked with tears if their kind was doomed to extinction, and right then, she loudly blew her nose on his cloak, causing the young man to exclaim in outrage. With a quiet clap, Takeru closed the flask, removing the sound barrier. He sighed heavily. Changing centuries-old traditions was almost impossible, especially when a foreigner tells the truth. The tearful elf assured that her mother and brother would definitely listen, but Takeru doubted that the rest of the village would easily give up their beliefs. He thoughtfully asked whether the inscription was really left by their ancestor Rebellarina. He was puzzled as to why the goddess had left such a vague message. The girl explained that Rebellarina had lost her former power. She simply could not physically appear before the elves. Then Takeru suggested that Puni play the role of a divine messenger. The girl asked in surprise why he was so persistently saving another people's nation. According to her, even the gods do not save everyone indiscriminately. But Takeru honestly cut it off. He is saving not the people, but only his friends. The elf girl barely smiled, acknowledging it as his best trait. Suddenly, the young man suggested finding the very Rebellarina. He was going to personally reprimand the goddess for the foolishness of her charges. The elf girl blushed at such audacity. She sniffled again, wiping away her tears. The young man gently wiped her cheek, asking her not to cry anymore. Takeru firmly promised his help. The elf warned that this help would not come cheap for him. Puni also stepped forward, proudly crossing his arms. He grinned predatorily, waiting for the first command. The elf did not delay and gave the instruction in the name of the ancient horse. She pompously demanded 10 servings of potatoes, to which Puni immediately brought the price down to 5. Takeru was frankly stunned by such a turn of events. The dragon merely snorted derisively. The young man resignedly shook his head, barely suppressing a smile. Genuine tears of gratitude rolled down the girl's cheeks. And in a moment, Takeru shouted again because she wiped her nose on his cloak for the second time. time. The Takero team decided to search for Rebel Arena in the Elven village, where it is easiest to gather rumors. They walked leisurely through the blacksmith district past identical wooden workshops. In the forge, two burly dwarves were intently hammering the heated metal. The gray blacksmith delivered a powerful blow. Sparks flew. The metal bent under the weight of the hammer. The gnomes wiped the sweat from their brows. Brolight explained that elves and dwarves have long preserved each other's traditions. Ahead loomed a massive building, entwined with giant roots. This was the infamous guild Demos. Takeru was surprised if this was really the same phantom guild. Dragonid Clay confirmed. The highest-ranking adventurers on the continent have gathered here. The young man nodded seriously, hoping to find information about rare materials here. They carefully stepped over the threshold. An elegant wrought iron chandelier hung from the ceiling. Thick tomes were on the shelves. In the spacious hall, a mighty tree grew straight from the stone floor. Suddenly, a woman's voice asked if Takero was perhaps a messenger of God. A luxurious elf named Sala with impressive curves approached them. She leaned closely to his face and purred that he was even sweeter than in the rumors. The boy blushed and turned away. Sala joyfully turned her gaze to Brolight, calling her a wonderful lady. The elf girl apologized for her long absence. The salad gently touched her cheek, noticing her friend's tearful eyes. Takero became even more embarrassed. The glue suddenly called the boy, pointing to the bulletin board. There was a request for the collection of monthly grass and cat mushrooms in the Isekai'D cave. Takero has never heard of such ingredients. Sala explained that they make a healing ointment for wounds from them. She added that these mushrooms glow and grow only in the depths of the cave, where magic is off the charts. The elf offered to take them there. Takero's eyes gleamed greedily. He had already planned to sell the finds profitably to the merchant Grit. At night, a giant magical tree shone over the village. The trunks sank into the shadows of the forest. Takero was sitting in his room, diligently mixing something. 3 glass bottles on strings appeared on the table. In the morning, the boy showed his invention to the team. He explained, "This is a magical filter against poisonous gas. The amulet was supposed to protect them outside the safe zone of the village." The whole group gathered in the clearing. The salad proudly showed them the magical cart that ignored the weight of passengers and luggage. Takero enthusiastically acknowledged the complexity of such an artifact. Sala contentedly squinted her eyes. She was pleased with the praise. He sincerely thanked for the help. They agreed to officially submit the request after returning from the cave. The young man jumped on the white Pegasus Punisana. The white wings powerfully flapped, lifting them into the sky. The squad headed east over the forest. Soon, Takero felt the magical aura rapidly thickening. He quickly handed over the bottles of glue and Brolight. The Pegasus descended over the forest lake. The boy asked if this is the same place. Brolight confirmed it, but her voice cracked. Before entering the cave, the water in the lake was black. The entire shore was littered with dozens of rotting monster corpses. The squad stood frozen in shock. A dead bear named Doldo was floating in the water, a high-level predator. The ground was strewn with bones and swollen bodies. Brolight suddenly took off and ran for reconnaissance. Takero felt a deadly cold in the air. The guest struck like electricity. The magic is infused with poison. Brolight suddenly fell to her knees, clutching her throat. The glue splashed hard nearby, gasping for breath from the toxic air. The boy instantly understood the reason for the mass death of the animals. He shouted the cleansing spell. A powerful whirlwind of bright magic burst forth from his hands. The winds tore away the poisonous veil. The magical storm dispersed the black fog around. The air has cleared. Klee and Brolight gulped down the oxygen. Takero ordered not to relax. The poisonous essence will return at any moment. He shouted to immediately activate the distributed amulets. The satellites compressed the bottles. A light membrane flared around Brolight's body. Thick, poisonous miasmas once again crawled from the black maw of the cave. The protective field reliably reflected dark energy. Klee closely observed the action of the artifact. It has now become clear. The epicenter of the poison is located inside the Isekai'D cave. Takero was focused on contemplating the action plan. He explained that it was this density of magic that nearly killed them. The boy strictly prohibited taking off the protective amulets. Pegasus Punisan had immunity, but even for him, the concentrate could be fatal. The young man asked the horse to wait. He conceived a risky trick. Takero directed a powerful flash of light straight at the steed. The huge Pegasus transformed into a tiny spirit, which Sala gently caught. The elf joyfully pressed the baby to herself, while the squad prepared to descend into the abyss. Takaru walked slowly down the narrow stone street, while his winged companion circled above him. In the deafening darkness of the cave, a soft sphere of light shone. The Takiro squad carefully stepped over the stony arch. He looked worriedly at the little dragon by. The little boy barely held back tears of fear, but smiled bravely. Takeru gently asked to be told immediately if he started to feel unwell. The dragon man Brolight grumbled that it would have been better for the little one to stay at home. Takeru immediately stopped the brewing quarrel. The elf warned about numerous branches and ordered to stay close. Their footsteps echoed off the damp floor. A drop fell from the ceiling. She flew down rapidly. The liquid splashed on Takeru's shoulder, causing the entire squad to flinch in surprise. Brolight suddenly turned around, searching for the monster. The elf breathed a sigh of relief, attributing everything to ordinary water. Takeru spread the drop with his fingers. The liquid turned out to be thick and sticky. He looked up in confusion. The squad stood puzzled, not understanding where this sticky liquid could have come from. Brolight roared and thrust the spear upward. A giant scaled beast hung from the ceiling. In the darkness, a predatory black silhouette flashed. Takeru recognized him instantly. It was a basilisk. With a terrifying hiss, the monster crashed to the ground. The beast spat a stream of poison, but the boy managed to unfold the magical shield. The acid spread across the barrier. The elf girl was horrified. The ground beneath them began to melt. The stone hissed and evaporated before my eyes. Takeru shouted at the dragon man and made sure he had managed to jump back. He instantly activated the enemy system scan. The A+ rank basilisk had immunity to magic, a diamond tail, and a weak point, 8 eyes. Takeru silently thanked the system for the clear hint. He predatorily estimated that the precious tail could feed the entire crew. The plan ripens instantly. Since magic doesn't work, we'll just have to crush the beast's eyes. Brolight rushed forward. His spear transformed into a blurred glow from the onslaught of blows. With a powerful swing, he pushed the basilisk back. The girl on his shoulder didn't even budge. Takeru intently watched the fight from behind the shield. The monster moved too quickly for a precise strike. Magic is powerless. The young man understood the main thing. The beast was somehow targeting only him. This was the perfect chance to stop the beast. He ordered everyone to step back. Takeru smirked defiantly, provoking the enemy. The basilisk growled hoarsely. The beast opened its jaws and lunged straight at the boy, forgetting about caution. A white flash flooded the cave. "Eat!" Takeru shouted, activating the ice spear. Giant blocks of ice burst from the ground, firmly trapping the monster from all sides. Brolight was stunned, as the magic was not supposed to work. Takeru grinned with satisfaction. The shell protects against magical curses, but it won't save him from a blow by a massive ice block. The basilisk helplessly hung in the trap. The ice with a crack bound his body. A real ice mountain loomed before them for a moment. Takeru left the monster's head exposed for the finishing blow. In a few minutes, the carcass of the beast lay dead on the ground. The boy exhaled with relief and promised to make use of every useful part. Silence reigned in the cave again. Only dust was settling. Takeru sat down, pondering the emergence of such a strong enemy. He suggested that the local beasts had mutated due to the intense concentration of energy. The girl quietly warned that it would only get worse from here. The boy bitterly smiled. They had just entered, and they had already defeated someone at the level of a final boss. Ahead yawned the black maw of the tunnel, hiding even more terrifying secrets. The elf girl smiled gently. From the black maw of the cave came an ominous roar. Mountains of cut-up snakes and centipedes lay underfoot, but the creatures continued to crawl in a steady stream. The dragon human breathed heavily, asking Takero how they could escape this endless swarm. Wincing, "What a hassle." Takero raised his staff and commanded to unfold the barrier. A huge snake suddenly lunged into attack. She crashed into the magical barrier with a bang. Her skull was brutally crushed, and the fragments scattered in all directions. The dazzling hexagonal sphere enveloped the team, and the satellites enthusiastically praised Takero. Takero awkwardly admitted that he had poured too much mana, and his companion let out a sigh of relief. Inside the dome, peace reigned, and they finally sat down to rest. On the stone, they laid out a basket of sandwiches and mugs of hot tea. The elf girl smiled with pleasure, enjoying the the warm food in the cold dungeon. The boy modestly waved off the thanks and himself eagerly dug into the lunch. Chewing on his sandwich, he asked about the actual size of the cave. The girl cheerfully announced that there was as far to go to the altar as they had already walked. The dragon human frowned sternly, warning not to relax. When asked about the altar itself, the elf merely shrugged. The place was mysterious. Takaru was surprised to hear that even the oldest in her tribe did not know the creator of this structure. She carelessly added that their elder had long left the village and was grazing rainbow sheep in a distant valley. The boy silently pondered this strange detail about the altar that was incomprehensible even to the elder. He suggested that the altar could serve for worship rituals. His pupil constricted sharply. The air around seemed to have frozen. The realization hit like a shock. It was a seal. The memory of the awakened mutant crab by the gnomes formed a puzzle. The same thing was happening here. Panic tightened his throat, and he commanded to quickly finish the rest. The trio set off after the magical lantern deep into the dark tunnel. Ahead shone the entrance to a vast hall, from which the light of the altar poured forth. Takeru and the elf girl stood frozen in awe at the threshold. In the middle of the spacious cave stood a massive stone altar, surrounded by giant mushrooms with cat ears. The dragon human was shocked to assess the abnormal sizes of these mushrooms. While the system analyzed the find, the elf was already imagining how she would fry the mushrooms with butter and soy sauce. Suddenly the ground shook, and the dragon human sharply called out to Takaru to come to his senses. From the darkness behind them, a giant slug monster crawled out, and the team instantly drew their weapons. From the cave ceiling, a disgusting carcass hung right in front of them, dripping deadly poison. The system sounded the alarm. It was the dark slug of the Kieto S rank, weak to fire. The elf girl asked with a trembling voice if Takeru recognized this monster. The girl was stunned. Voldius gloomily added, "Once the same kind of snail wiped an entire kingdom off the face of the earth. The snail was piled up in a solid mountain of death." "Let's run," begged the elf. Takeru calmly cut. No escape. He looked at the monster without a trace of fear. For him, it was not a threat, but a treasure trove of rare materials. The boy smiled slyly and reminded them that they urgently needed leads about Liberina. Retreating now would be pointless. He looked back at his companions. The air was pierced by a dull crack. The elf girl froze in shock. Voldius quietly apologized for his prolonged silence. He stepped forward. His body was covered in strong black scales, as he had evolved into a new species. The little dragon Bi squeaked happily, boosting the fighting spirit. Takaru assigned the fire attack specifically to him. The elf girl jumped behind Bi and promised to cover Voldius. She blinked, but Takeru confidently asked her if she believed in their victory. He gripped the staff tightly. On their side were the gods and dragon kings. The girl quickly got ready and promised to squeeze out the maximum buffs for defense. The fear has disappeared. Takaru sharply activated the three-layer shield. The elf cast acceleration and weight reduction, enhancing Voldius before the dash. The team sprang into action and launched an attack as one front. The refined profile of the elf brolet was frozen in the frame of black wings. The little dragon bee breathed fire straight into the face of the giant snail. The monster shrieked wildly. Her body arched threateningly. The slimy skin was covered with blisters from burns. With a roar, the monster shot out a whole bundle of tentacles. The whips sliced through the air with a whistle. Bai and Brolit barely managed to dive to the side. The blow shattered the stone floor into pieces. Takeru sat down with the elf, hiding from the hail of debris. "My little one delivers," the boy exclaimed excitedly. The shining barrier reliably protected them from the ceiling collapse. The barrier held. They were no longer in danger of being buried alive. The Isekai'D clay lunged at the enemy with a spear. The warrior soared into the air for a devastating strike. The monster instantly reached for him, making Takeru scream with excitement. The glue only menacingly grinned. The tentacles tightly wrapped around his body. "Don't you dare," the Isekai'D growled. A powerful energy broke the grip, looking down on me. The poisonous slime had already corroded the scales, but the fighter stood motionless. "Clean up," he commanded. The beams of light instantly evaporated the poison from his armor. The warrior nodded, thanking the allies for the timely removal of the debuff. Wrapped in a blue steel aura, he prepared for the meat grinder. The snail struck again. The list swiftly sliced the tentacle in half. The cut piece fell, but a new one immediately began to grow in its place. "Then I will chop until you are exhausted," shouted Clay and charged into the attack. Takeru and Brolet watched the fight intently from a distance. The elf noticed that the blows did not exhaust the monster at all. The bee in the sky also barely dodged the endless attacks. Takeru wondered, how can a blind monster hit two targets at once so accurately? The answer was simple. The snail navigated using the antennas on its head. The boy immediately ordered Brolet to hit those growths. "I understand." The girl jumped up from her seat. She quickly slipped past the swirling tentacles. The monster sensed her approach and suddenly turned towards her. "Flame!" shouted Takeru, throwing a fireball. The explosion hit the monster right in the face, throwing the elf herself back with the wave. She smiled gratefully. It was the perfect distraction maneuver. With one leap, Brolet jumped onto the snail and swung her daggers. The blades mercilessly cut off both antennas. From the fountain, black blood splashed. The monster thrashed in convulsions, deafening the cave with its scream. The enemy completely lost orientation when the glue lowered the weapon. The fiery blast from the little dragon hit the blinded target. The tentacles helplessly thrashed against the stone. A series of powerful explosions rang out. A thick cloud of smoke and dust rose over the site of the explosions. The snail shouted, hiding in the thick smoke. Bee nervously squeaked. The enemy's strength has not disappeared anywhere. A black gas burst out of the mollusk's body with a whistle. The poisonous cloud instantly enveloped him like a reliable shield. Takeru blinked in surprise. The fire didn't cause critical damage. The snail hit its wounded head even deeper into the shell of smoke. The logic kicked in instantly. The first flame attack forced him to desperately defend himself with gas. The monster was panic-stricken at the thought of losing moisture from its body. The boy opened the inventory and selected a 20-kilogram jug of elite salt. A heavy vessel with a bell materialized before him. "It's a shame to waste such luxury on some slug," he sighed. Takeru created a water grenade and threw it at the salt. A deadly weapon for the mollusk has formed, a bullet of concentrated salt water. The boy divided her into 3 separate shells. "Receive." He threw the magic forward with a swing. The water splashed across the slippery skin, causing a wild hissing. The salt was eating away at the flesh, causing the monster to sink helplessly. "Don't even think about running away," Clay shouted, blocking the escape route. The snail tried to crawl away, leaving a bloody trail. The warrior ruthlessly plunged the spear into his remains. The knife pierced the carcass through and through. Dark sludge splattered everywhere. The giant carcass spread out into a dead puddle. Silence reigned in the cave. Takeru sighed with relief and wiped the sweat from his face. "So much poisonous gas. We'll have to clean everything up and also fix the cave," the boy sighed. The bee suddenly buzzed anxiously, beating its wings. "Look around," the draconid said gloomily. The boy's eyes widened in horror. He turned sharply. The battle captivated him so much that he did not notice the most important thing. The walls of the cave were densely covered with translucent cocoons. Hundreds of snail eggs pulsed ominously in the darkness. The team froze in front of an endless pile of monsters. The heroes froze before the gigantic nest. In the slime pulsed the eggs of a dark slug. Takeru immediately recalled the guidebook. These creatures die from sunlight. The dragon suggested simply pulling out the entire clutch. The boy dismissed the idea. Carrying poisonous eggs by hand was too long and risky. "Then let's create the sun right here," he said. The dragon and the elf stared at the boy in confusion. Takeru harshly ordered everyone to close their eyes and not lift their heads. The companions obediently froze. He firmly put on the massive protective goggles. A dense sphere of pure light burst between the palms. The glow became unbearably bright. He smoothly raised the artificial sun to the sticky masonry. The artificial sun hung high under the arch of the cave, and I gave the command. A blinding flash of ultraviolet light struck throughout the cave. The eggshells instantly became covered with deep cracks. The poisonous liquid hissed loudly. The entire masonry melted quickly. Only dark drops remained from the embryos, a rare alchemical extract. Takeru was happily gathering the collected ingredients. His friends finally opened their eyes. Suddenly, the guy tensed up. A fresh wind unexpectedly passed through the deaf cave. The elf girl noticed in shock the disappearance of the stagnant magical aura. Takaru nodded in agreement with her words. The next morning, the gigantic tree of the elven village bathed in sunlight. Takaru was relaxing in a hot spring. Little Pui bubbled joyfully nearby. The boy thought the problem started right after the earthquake. A huge pile of eggs had been blocking the magical flow in the cave for years. The dragon remembered that there had been no dangerous monsters there before. Everything fell into place when Takaru remembered a discovery. While collecting eggs, he noticed a hidden altar. The inscription clearly warned, "Here rests the King of Death." The ancient runes kept a secret. The stone stairs led to the sarcophagus. Hugh joyfully squeaked. The earthquake shattered the seal, releasing the ancient slug into the wild. The balance has now been fully restored. On the table, luxurious dishes were steaming. The company devoured lunch with appetite. Poi stuffed a huge bun into his mouth, and he started to greedily chew until I almost choked. Takaru instructed the little one to chew more carefully. Then he reminded the dragon the meat of the defeated snail turned out to be surprisingly tasty. The dragon agreed contentedly. Suddenly, the leaders of the elves approached the table. They asked to be told in detail about the Kyoto cave. On the table lay a huge piece of the shell of the slain monster. Takaru confirmed that the monster's nest was right there. The elders did not believe that simply burning eggs had restored the magic of the forest. The boy just awkwardly shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly, he shuddered. Behind stood the elf Riltel. At night, he overheard Takeru and checked the cave himself. He stepped forward decisively. The elders exchanged shocked glances. The warrior acknowledged that the aliens had saved their homeland from disaster, and he sincerely bowed his head in gratitude. Takaru waved his hands, saying that they were just completing the guild quest. Such modesty sincerely impressed the supreme elf. Takeru's companion blossomed with pride. Riltel cast a glance at the boy, filled with respect. Takaru wondered to himself, just yesterday, Riltel regarded them as enemies, and today he defends them, acknowledging the facts, a true warrior devoted to his people. The dragon inquired about the further plans. The boy was about to go to the guild and submit a quest. Suddenly, the face of the high elf darkened with rage. Takeru and the dragon recoiled in fear. She promised in an icy tone to punish some insolent person, and she fiercely set off. The dragon just shrugged. It would return when it finished its business. Takaru sighed with relief. They had solved the main problem of the forest. However, it was too early to relax. He turned seriously to his companion. "Now I have a few questions for you." Takaru calmly looked ahead. Life was bustling in the local guild. The elf behind the counter couldn't hold back an excited exclamation. She tightly pressed the giant mushroom with cat ears to her chest, while Takaru awkwardly smiled. The boy politely asked her not to say things that could be misunderstood. The elf explained that due to the dense mana in the cave, these mushrooms grew to incredible sizes. She placed her hand on the magical seal, wondering if someone in the capital would buy an S-rank slug. Takaru smiled and thanked, confident in the favorable deal. The boy looked at his companions, who were eagerly devouring their food, and admitted, "There is enough money, but feeding this company is not easy." The card of the poisonous dark slug was decided to be saved for the capital. The bag of gold coins thudded dully against the table. The elf playfully praised the boy. She reached out to his face, offering to join the Demos Guild for special privileges, but Takero, blushing, declined the offer. He turned around and headed for the exit. Suddenly, Takaru stopped and called Brolight seriously. He sharply asked if she had confirmed the safety of Liutikara. The elf girl flinched in surprise. Takaru calmly explained, if the important priestess had truly disappeared without a trace, the whole village would be in a panic, but Brolight, although worried, is holding himself too confidently. The boy added that he did not intend to deceive her. Brolight exhaled in confusion and admitted that her sister really had run away. Takaru smiled gently and assured her that he held no grudge against her. The elf girl said that the queen was silent silent about Luchikara, so she hoped to extract at least some information from the boy. The dragon folk suggested that the elves simply cannot share such things with outsiders. Brolight lowered her gaze and admitted that Luchikara is in contact with Sarah, but Sarah flatly refuses to disclose her whereabouts. The elf complained that as a guild master, she cannot disclose personal information without permission. She looked at the guy and added that Luchikara had left him a message. The dragon man immediately perked up his ears. Brolight conveyed her sister's words. When the time comes, she will allow her to search. Takaru blinked in surprise. The elf sighed sadly, admitting that she herself did not understand this sign. The boy fell deep in thought. Takaru reminded that for Luchikara, it was the first exit from the village. Brolight confirmed. The sister planned everything in advance. The dragon human concluded that she definitely has an accomplice outside the forest. Brolight denied it, as Luchikara didn't know anyone there. Suddenly, a memory of a solitary figure at the edge of the cliff flashed through the elf's mind. Her eyes widened in realization. She exclaimed that she had completely forgotten about him. Takaru sharply asked if Sarah was indeed contacting the elder. Brolight smiled slyly, guessing that Luchikara was hiding in the valley of Punabuma. She confirmed that the elder understands her sister like no one else. The elf laughed and said that this old man opposed marriages for the sake of blood purity, but took offense at the conservatives and went into exile. Takaru noted to himself that the essence is not at all in this right now. He decisively turned to his interlocutor. The boy asked if it was far to this valley. Brolight warned that it would take an ordinary person several days to get there due to the steep mountains. Takaru smiled widely and replied that it was not a problem. He recalled his winged horse and confidently added that they have the legs of a god. Later, the elven companion chewed on a bun and told that Puni quickly found the exact location of the fugitive. The team decided to take a break and head to the valley the next morning. The sky was covered with light clouds. The Pegasus spread its snow-white wings and soared above the treetops of the giant trees. The little bat chirped joyfully next to the winged horse. The elf grabbed Takeru and announced that they had arrived. Before them lay a gigantic chasm that split the mountains in half. The team landed at the very edge of the abyss. Takaru remembered how he first saw the elven village and regretted not having a camera with him. He admitted that he would really like to take a photo for memory right now. The dragon human hoarsely exclaimed that he had never seen such a huge valley. The elf girl suddenly became sad. She quietly said, "For their people, living by the great tree is the highest happiness, so the elder here is probably suffering terribly." Takaru nodded sympathetically. Suddenly, Pegasus snorted and announced that he sensed Rebel Arena nearby. The dragon human sharply pointed a paw somewhere to the side. At the edge of the cliff, a small settlement was visible. Takaru looked closely at the stone houses and assumed that people lived there. Suddenly, the elf girl tugged at his sleeve. With a completely serious face, she stated that she was hungry. The dragon human and the bat immediately supported her, demanding 5 portions of sweets each. Takaru sighed wearily and promised to feed them after talking to the elder. His gaze slid sideways again, and his eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood dark-skinned elves with dreadlocks that he had never seen before. The camera showed a large wooden house among the mountains. Inside the house, Takaru, along with Brolight and Clay, introduced their names. The gray elder Adukes welcomed the guests, sitting in a chair next to the gloomy dark elf. Takaru politely thanked for the warm welcome. Suddenly, someone called out brightly outside. A group of little elves joyfully raced after Pui. The young man blinked in confusion. With an awkward smile, he admitted that this strange place is quite refreshing. Adukes laughed heartily. He noted that such an experienced traveler must have seen many wonders. Takeru raised his eyebrows in surprise. His fingers instinctively touched the whimsical bracelet. The elder sighed, explaining that only exiled elves live in this isolated settlement. He spoke about the northern continent of Pahoni Samak, full of demons. He recalled the harsh desert of Alofazin, where beast people survive. He pointed to the western continent of Eporna Ruto, known for its dragon knights. And he finished with the kingdom of Gran Rio, the homeland of ancient dragons. Adukes added that minorities are scattered around the world. Even elves differ greatly in skin color and values. In front of Takeru's eyes, a clear map of the 4 great continents formed. A sharp squeak pulled him out of his thoughts. Hoi rushed into the room, fleeing from the noisy children. The little elf girl poked Takero with her finger, demanding the return of the little animal. The elders sternly scolded the child for their audacity, but Brolight gently stood up for the little one. The children immediately surrounded the guests. A drop of sweat rolled down Brolight's face. Everyone silently watched the troublemakers who ran out shouting. Adjux called this child's liveliness the result of mixed blood. He acknowledged the correctness of those who clung to ancient traditions, but isolation inevitably led to the degeneration of the race. Takeru grimly noted that empty complaints would not change the past. Light footsteps were heard in the corridor. The elder firmly stated that it is time for the elves to explore the outside world. Brolight happily stretched, proud of her new friends. Adux slyly squinted, remembering that he had warned some people about their visit. The door swung open abruptly. A girl appeared at the threshold, and Takero was astonished to recognize Lutikara. A heavy silence hung in the room. Brolight incredulously exhaled her friend's name. A happy smile blossomed on her face. Lutikara struck her in the face with a punch. "Idiot!" she shouted through tears. Brolight was shocked and grabbed her bruised cheek. Lutikara cried out, shouting how worried she was about her sudden escape. So he got angry. The dark elf asked Adux if they should intervene, but he flatly refused to get involved. Takero glanced at Clay in confusion, but the lizard also didn't know what to do. Finally, the young man threatened Brolight with a week without dinner if she didn't calm down. The girls continued to maliciously pull each other's cheeks. Takeru sighed and read the healing spell aloud. The warm light enveloped the brawlers. All the bruises and scratches disappeared instantly. The elder stared in astonishment at the young man, having never seen such magic before. Brolight contentedly straightened her shoulders, pleased with the good fight. Lutikara was surprised that her eccentric friend had made friends with a person, a lizard, and even a divine beast. She sympathized with Takero for having to put up with that girl. The young man smiled warmly, adding that her inexhaustible cheerfulness often saves them. Lutikara got confused. Her gaze darkened again. She reminded that Brolight is a high elf, descendant of cursed blood and an inferior being. The girl directly asked what benefit she could be to such a strong traveler. Taker calmly replied that he didn't care about it. Lutikara asked in shock, reminding her of her friend's cursed blood. But the young man cut in that this is just their prejudice. Brolight is Brolight. That's enough, he gently summarized, causing the elf to burst into tears. She threw herself around his neck in tears, almost breaking the boy's ribs. Lutikara whispered his words in confusion. In the evening, the lights of the holiday lit up near the house. The villagers welcomed guests for the first time and generously set the tables. The Dragon Knight Clay quickly became a crowd favorite. Takero sat quietly on the outskirts, grateful for the chance to escape the noise. He warmed his hands on the mug and simply enjoyed the solitude. Suddenly, someone's voice broke the silence. A silhouette flashed in the darkness. A familiar tuft appeared from behind. From the shadows emerged Lutikara, gently holding a baby to her chest. Takeru stood at the edge of the cliff, breathing in the fresh mountain air while the little dragon Pui carefree circled in the sky. The elf Lutieka approached him silently and awkwardly apologized for the noise. The memory of the loud feast with draconians and elves still warmed the soul. The hosts did not hold back their joy at the reunion. She admitted that she hadn't laughed so sincerely in a long time, and the young man smiled warmly at her. A baby was quietly sniffling in her arms, and the woman tenderly shifted her gaze to him. Takeru strained his memory, trying to recall the child's name. He hesitantly offered a few funny options. The elf merely snorted good-naturedly. Their names are indeed difficult, so she allowed them to call the little one simply Turv. The young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The woman suddenly burst into a ringing laughter. Takeru was even afraid that she would wake the baby, but her face quickly became serious. The pause hung in the air. From her lips flew a passionate confession. She adores Brolight with all her heart. The darkness engulfed the screen. Lutikara recalled the past. The life of a priestess in the great tree was unbearably suffocating. The complete darkness around her emphasized her loneliness at that time. Not a glimmer of hope. Only visits from Brolight brought joy to that small room where she hid from the world. Again, darkness. Heavy memories weighed on the shoulders. Her fate was determined at birth. She had to give birth to the next leader, but her heart desired a child only from Brolight. Takeru widened his eyes in surprise at such frankness. Then a shiny shining spirit appeared to the priestess and coldly commanded her to cast aside these feelings. "Why?" she cried desperately in response. The deity was relentless. The friend was cursed. Tears flowed down the cheeks of Ludieka as the spirit demanded the continuation of the noble lineage and the passing on of the higher blood. Returning to reality, they sat silently on a log under the starry sky. Takaru understood the entire tragedy of the elves. They were judged only for their magical power, breaking lives and taking away the future. The woman smiled apologetically, sorry for such a heavy story. The young man nervously retorted that this story was sadder than the drama of his former boss with debts. He openly admitted that he doesn't know how to react to that. The healer laughed, calling him a wonderful listener. She assured that she is much happier now than she was then. The woman cheerfully stretched with a mug in her hand, declaring that she would no longer back down from her choice. Takaru looked at her with respect. Both girls once dared to change the imposed fate and set off on a journey for the sake of their loved ones. They were united by common feelings. Each of them took a step forward. They cared for each other even from a distance, and this connection gave them the strength to move forward. The young man quietly said that the ability to smile after so much suffering is true strength. He warmly praised her for all her efforts. A gentle smile played on the lips of the elf. She really worked up a sweat. Tears of relief shimmered in her eyes as she acknowledged it out loud. Thus ended this long, eventful day. The next morning, Takaru calmly walked down the slope with a flock of sheep, while Piui happily ran ahead. The little dragon joyfully rode one of the fluffy animals. The young man shouted to the boy not to run too far away. He thoughtfully bit his lip. The gaze became serious. The magnificent view of the canyon and the elven settlement spread out before him in all its beauty. Takaru clasped his hands behind his head, pondering the deep issues of this people. He understood the complexity of preserving traditions, but without reforms, the elves would not survive. Any changes will be meaningless if the forest inhabitants do not want to open up to other races. Above all, the young man wanted happiness for his friend, and for that, they needed someone capable of being the spark for these changes. "Your truth!" a powerful voice suddenly echoed in my head. Ignoring everything, Takaru continued to ponder that Lutieka had every right to visit his native lands. "I agree," the stranger echoed again. The young man frowned. He simply could not stand it when his girlfriend was treated as an outcast. Suddenly, his eyes widened sharply. He realized someone had just politely responded to his inner thoughts. This was definitely not a hallucination. In the shadow behind him loomed a gigantic figure that had come in response to the surge of magical energy. The stranger unceremoniously grabbed Piui in a strong embrace, gently squeaking at how small and cute he was. Takaru broke into a cold sweat. He tightly shut his eyes and begged his protector Bii to intervene. But if the magical guardian is silent, it means the creature poses no threat. A dense aura pressed from all sides. Piui joyfully squeaked in response. The tension was rising with every second. The young man was openly afraid to see the one who spoke with that authoritative yet affected feminine voice. "Open your eyes! You can hear me!" demanded a voice close to my ear. Takaru blinked and was stunned. Before him posed a colossal, muscular elf woman with bright makeup. The little dragon was happily splashing around in her hands. She proudly called herself the mistress of the forest. The young man comically fell to the ground at such a sight. His brain refused to believe that this giant was the very spirit. The scene has faded. Later, everyone had gathered in the cozy wooden house. Takaru shrugged in surprise. The huge Liber Arena was sitting right in front of them, but no one else could see her. The leader of the Draconoids sighed nervously, acknowledging that it was even for the best. The spirit smugly explained she moved here because of the incredibly dense mana in these lands. Hearing this, Brolight narrowed her eyes angrily. Suddenly, she attacked the invisible guest, calling her a monster. Brolight threw a harsh accusation in her face. It was pathetic to call herself the mistress after fleeing from her native forest. Liber Arena burst into anger, reproaching in response that it was Brolight who had been sitting petrified in the form of a dragon all this time. Sparks of hatred flew in all directions, and Tucker had to panic to separate the two angry women. Brolight instantly calmed down and, with a gentle smile, praised her friend for protecting the lake. Liber Arena proudly added that the children who understood her message correctly still protect those lands. Takaru was stunned by these words. The memory struck like lightning, the same ancient inscription on the stone. A stone slab surfaced in memory, into which the spirit once poured all its strength before departing. Libera Arena's face twisted with rage as she recalled the foolish elders who had distorted everything. Takaru simply smiled softly, fully understanding the essence of the conflict. The ear of the spirit twitched sharply. An interested smile played on her lips. She leaned closer, intriguingly demanding to be told everything in more detail. The luxurious doors opened, and the team stepped into the grand hall of the Elven Palace. The young elf proudly presented the baby with dark skin. The baby was sleeping peacefully. The Elven Queen shuddered at the feeling of wild magical power. Shock was frozen on her face. The elder suddenly jumped up to the parents, demanding explanations. He gasped in shock. How could this even happen? The old man fiercely raged about the violations of village laws and the tarnished lineage. The mother's sister rushed to defend. The child is completely healthy, but the old man stubbornly rejected the rotten genes, blindly clinging to the purity of blood. Takaru sighed and asked for help from Puni. Liber Arena squinted discontentedly. Only she could untangle this chaos. Acknowledging this, she brought her palms together. A magical sphere flared between her fingers, and she businesslike demanded 10 potatoes with soy sauce. Takaru ordered everyone to close their eyes. A blinding flash tore through the hall. The elders fearfully shielded themselves with their hands from the cutting light. In the heart of the glow, a gigantic silhouette emerged. From the light came a thunderous voice that reproached the elders for their blind worship of the ghosts of the past. The smoke cleared, and before the crowd stood a giant, dark-skinned elf in luxurious adornments, the spiritual mistress. Takaru smiled. Now everyone had seen the true form of the Liber Arena. The sisters were stunned with horror and awe. The baby cried out loudly from the sudden noise. The fearsome mistress became flustered and awkwardly tried to soothe the baby, reproaching the elders for their grim faces. She admitted that she once truly commanded her ancestors to preserve the lineage, but she never punished for shutting oneself off from the outside world. Then she suddenly turned to the grandfathers, her eyes flashing with a demonic glare, and shouted for them to be silent. The whole council immediately fell to their knees. Takaru nervously smiled, impressed by the speed of her authority. While the parents were rocking the child to sleep, the mistress prepared to deliver the verdict. She harshly ordered to throw out all nonsense about noble blood. Instead, she commanded to cherish the life that is here and now. Tears of emotion sparkled from the eyes of the Elven Queen. The mistress looked tenderly at the baby. To be born such a strong, full-of-life child, she called it a true miracle. Takaru decided to leave and let the elves handle their own affairs. The boy headed for the exit, and Libera Arena reminded him about the potatoes again. Soon the elves gathered around a large table. They plunged into lively discussions about the future of their village. A giant world tree majestically towered over the settlement. The Trinity calmly arranged a tea party. Takaru caught the attention of his friends. He suggested setting off to Belkame as early as tomorrow, and in surprise, the dragon choked on its tea. Liber Arena asked about Brolight in surprise. The boy replied that the sister had already been found, and the village had been saved from destruction. He explained that he does not want to forcefully drag the girl along with him. The dragon thoughtfully scratched its chin. Takaru believed that her native home was more important to her now. Above all, he wanted to respect her choice. Meanwhile, Brolight was still performing before the queen. The morning of a new day has come. The Elven Summit gathered on the platform for the wires. The happy mother sincerely thanked and asked to come visit the baby again. Brolight laughed cheerfully. I know, I know. She pointed to the new cart and ordered Takeru not to even think about escaping. The sister gently nudged Brolight to say goodbye properly, but she shyly waved it off. The dragon asked if Takeru was sure. He nodded. She had come to her own decision. The sisters gently reminded Brolight that it was time to say goodbye. Takaru threw a brief farewell, and the girl confusedly asked him to stay a little longer. With tears, she begged him to stay for at least a few days, but the boy reminded her about the report on the assignment. The elf girl couldn't take it anymore and burst into loud tears. Takaru tried to calm her down. The dragon and Liber Arena warmly assured that they would remain friends forever. The girl was choking on her tears. "Until we meet again," she shouted after them. The heroes descended through the giant roots of the World Tree. They left the elven forest. Finally, the walls of the native Belkame appeared on the horizon again. A drop hit the surface with a dull sound, sending perfect circles across the water. In the reflection appeared Takeru, who carefully held his winged companion by the tail. The boy stood in the dwarf Glutus's armory and stared in shock at the table. Before him lay luxurious scissors, elegant as if carved from bone. Takaru took them in his hands. The blades turned out to be weightless. He clicked them in the air. A sound so pure rang out that even the creator of the instrument was surprised. Both the blacksmith and the boy were astonished by the unusually clear ringing of the blades. The dwarf squinted slyly and laid a thick metal log on the table. It was a solid steel ingot. Takeru was upset, fearing he would break the fragile thing, but the blacksmith was angry at the distrust in his craftsmanship. The boy surrendered and brought the blades to the metal. A flash, and the scissors cut the bar in half like melted butter. Takaru was caught. He made no effort, and the tool in his hands mysteriously changed color. The little dragon stared spellbound at the shiny metal. The boy instantly activated the assessment skill. The system issued a result. Before him was a relic of the highest rank, which chose its own master. Mithril and enchanted water resonated with the owner's magic, temporarily altering the weapon's form. Now the change of color has gained meaning. The name Takaru Scissors seemed too mundane to him, but the specifications were impressive. He awkwardly asked the blacksmith if he could really accept such a treasure. The dwarf waved it off. For simple herb gathering, this is the perfect tool. Then Glutus pulled a massive wooden box from under the counter. "And if it comes to shedding blood, take this." He abruptly opened the lid. Inside, there was a set of predatory mithril daggers lying on velvet. Takaru nervously asked if the master had used all his rare metal for this. The dwarf averted his gaze and muttered that he couldn't let the perfect ore gather dust. The boy was taken aback by such a generous gift. He smiled sincerely and thanked warmly. The old blacksmith blushed and turned away. Takeru hid his weapon and got ready to leave when suddenly he was called. Glutus quietly muttered something to himself. The boy blinked in surprise. From behind the blacksmith's glasses, a pair of embarrassments slipped away. He awkwardly asked to come by more often. The smiling young man stepped out of the store onto the sunlit street. The beastly person from the neighboring bench asked if he had finished his business yet. She waved to him. Takeru was walking through the city and thinking that it was better not to show the new blades in public. Then he headed to the guild. Soon the boy was already searching for materials in the dense forest. The blade of the new scissors cut through the flower stem. The perfect cut preserved the freshness of the plant, instantly increasing its value. Takaru wiped the sweat from his forehead with satisfaction. Thus, a whole month has passed. Time flowed slowly. Somewhere far away loomed the giant world age of the elves. In a luxurious palace, two women were having a quiet conversation. One of them was gently playing with the baby. The woman was touched as she admired the charming baby. A friend anxiously asked if this decision was really the right one. The elf girl lowered her gaze. Then she lifted the child to the light and firmly declared that she would change their village. She laughed carefree. Her conversation partner sighed with relief. The elf girl thoughtfully lowered her eyes. Stars lit up above the giant tree. In the morning, the sun illuminated the sharp mountain peaks. Takeru, along with the lizard man Brolit, was fending off the horned beast. The little dragon struck by lightning. The monster's body was still smoking when the boy began to gather materials. Brolit inquired about the plans for the next quest. Takeru recalled the unbearable heat of the last few days. His eyes lit up with the idea of going to the sea. The lizard man supported the idea, suggesting the port city of Danush for tasting fresh sashimi. Their partner refused to go due to her own tasks, but suddenly pointed into the thicket. The earth trembled dully. The steps were getting closer. A gigantic horned worm suddenly burst out from the ground. Takaru flinched, but on the back of the monster stood a familiar elf girl waving her hand cheerfully. The boy pinched his nose from the terrible stench of the monster, while the girl joyfully talked about her arrival. The village elders themselves ordered her to see the world and become Takaro's assistant. The young man was silent. He could only smile nervously. Broly just shrugged, as if to say that the girl had been part of the team for a long time, while Takeru hesitated. Broly joyfully announced that the next stop is the sea. The elf girl clapped her hands excitedly. Takeru sighed and smiled warmly. The united team set off towards adventures. The sky above them was shining. Gildius Clayston was born a mighty lizard man with noble blood and rare blue scales. The family had high hopes for him from the very first day. He did not disappoint. He swiftly finished the academy and became a royal knight, combining sharp intellect with brute strength. During training, Gildius easily overpowered his opponents, but real service quickly knocked the arrogance out of him. The country lived without wars for decades, and the straightforward warrior felt increasingly cramped among the capital's hypocrisy. Ordinary mercenaries easily cut down the forest monsters. Border patrols lazily chased small bandits, while his colleagues stuffed their pockets with bribes and entertained themselves with courtesans. Gildius quietly hated his senseless existence. In despair, he immersed himself in training and fought his way to the final of the royal tournament. There, the lizard man was defeated by a high-ranking adventurer, but his desperate style impressed the young crown prince. Gildius was appointed as the personal guard of the boy, and this job finally filled his life with true meaning. However, the royal court was a nest of vipers. In a few months, the faction of the second prince set up an ambush, and the envious guards deliberately allowed the assassins into the chambers. Betrayal from within and a sudden attack by a whole gang of conspirators broke the defense. Even the indomitable strength of Clayston had its limits. When the blades fell on the prince, the lizard man unhesitatingly threw himself under them with his own body and fulfilled his oath to the very end. Complete darkness. A blurred shadow flitted through the darkness. Someone's fangs gleamed for a moment. Now a deep scar stretched across the entire back of Gildius. Crushed by the feeling of guilt, he quietly left the castle forever. In the following years, the former knight wandered foreign lands as an ordinary mercenary. The guild leader recognized his strength, awarded him a high rank, and the lizard folk settled in a quiet town, until I noticed a strange, tall young man with a winged familiar in the local bath. From beneath the wet black hair of the lizard man, piercing blue eyes looked out. The steam filled the room. This weirdo just used incredible magic to clean the huge bath to a shine all by himself. The administrator tiger person confirmed in surprise. The boy did not take a single coin for it. Gildius frowned. He sat in the hot water next to a stranger and bluntly stated that such work costs at least 2 silver coins. Did you do everything yourself and not even ask for payment? The warrior sincerely did not understand. The young man smiled carefreely. I just wanted to relax in the clear water. And then he blinked in fear. Wait, did I just take the job from the local cleaner? Gildius froze. The boy awkwardly laughed. The stern lizard man couldn't hold back. He threw back his head and burst into a thunderous, genuine laugh. For the first time in many years, the tension lifted from his shoulders. The boy's simple sincerity made the hardened warrior laugh heartily. Meanwhile, in the port city of Danush, locals were actively trading fresh fruits right from the boats. Somewhere far away in the field, the rumble of wheels has long been heard. A carriage raced down the path. She was pulled by a snow-white Pegasus, raising clouds of dust. The cart moved surprisingly quickly and smoothly. Suddenly, the horse begged the passengers in a human voice not to make it take off into the sky. It turned out that this miracle carriage was specially ordered by the group from the masters of the elven settlement. Thanks to the magical stone, the crew constantly levitated slightly above the ground. The absence of vibrations made the journey absolutely comfortable even for the draft horse Punisan. From the outside, the carriage seemed ordinary, but spatial magic transformed its interior into a true palace. Inside, it was full of artifacts, from luxurious chandeliers to exquisite furniture. Even the entrance mat automatically cleaned shoes of dirt. Everyone received their own room. Blorite sprawled on the bed among the living trees and vines. Clayston sat within the harsh stone walls, thoughtfully examining his trident. And for Punisan, a cozy stall with soft hay was arranged, as she was resting in the form of a horse. Takero's room looked like a luxurious hotel suite with a massive bed and a chest. The boy inhaled the salty scent and hopefully asked if they had already arrived at the sea. The trees parted, revealing a sunlit horizon. Takeru and his little dragon stared ahead in fascination. The carriage smoothly drove to the edge of the cliff. Before them lay an endless, sparkling ocean, squeezed between high cliffs. The little dragon joyfully flew around, admiring the sparkling water. Claystone and sleepy Blorate came out of the room, sweetly stretching after a long sleep. The elf girl stood frozen in awe at the scale of the sea. Claystone pointed his finger into the distance at the port city of Danushe. This was the main western trade hub, known for its regular fishing tournaments. The city amazed with its bright stone houses and tall palm trees along the shore. What particularly intrigued Takeru was that the locals had no habit of eating raw fish at all. Soon they parked the carriage right on the sandy beach by the water. The boy calmly untangled the rope, preparing to set up camp. Suddenly, he blinked in surprise at what he heard. Blorite was sitting on the side, complaining about hunger and demanding the promised sashimi. Meanwhile, a real chaos was unfolding in the shallow waters. Friends were throwing giant fish onto the shore in whole piles. The elf grabbed her daggers and jumped towards the next prey. She sharply pushed away from the stone. In the air, Blorite menacingly aimed at a huge fish. 2 precise strokes of the blade sliced through the air. The dagger penetrated deeply into the thick scale. Blood splattered from the cut in all directions. The girl deftly picked up the halved carcass, and with a swing, she threw it to the giant mountain of already caught fish. Takeru shouted in panic, asking if they had gathered to exterminate all life in this ocean. He begged to stop, as there was already too much food even for them. But Blorite was just joyfully hopping over the stones, delighted by the variety of new fish species. Suddenly, Claystone tensed up and sharply ordered the boy to wait. The water around the dragonfolk swirled ominously. A powerful splash raised a towering wall of spray. Takeru sighed heavily, deciding to first analyze the catch he already had. He reached out his hand, and holographic windows with data instantly appeared above the fish. These were incredible delicacies: bluefin tuna, armored swordfish, and sea bream, which were perfect for sashimi. In the boy's head, a luxurious menu had already formed: sashimi for lunch, carpaccio with fruit vinegar, and fried fish with salt for dinner. Meanwhile, a giant white shark crashed onto the shore with a deafening roar. Takeru lost the gift of speech from the size of this monster that Claystone pulled out by hand. He asked with concern if the dragon human had been injured during such a fight. Claystone knelt in the water before the dead shark and trembled. Bitter tears flowed down his cheeks. He held the fragments of his beloved spear in his hands. Takeru was busily working in the spacious kitchen. The wide knife glided gently through the thick piece of fish. A cloud of thick steam burst from under the lid of the pot. The wooden spoon scooped a portion of rice. Pieces of fresh sashimi were placed on top of the garnish. A few drops of juice completed the dish. Takeru proudly brought out the trays with luxurious portions of kaisenden. In the girl's eyes, excitement sparked. The squeak of the satisfied little dragon broke the silence. The first spoonful made the elves squint with pleasure. They immediately asked for seconds. Takeru turned around, calling to the table for Clay. His smile suddenly faded. A huge lizard sat by the wall, completely crushed by grief. Takeru recalled how in a recent battle with a shark, Clay's spear hopelessly bent. The young man honestly admitted that he had never seen such a strange malfunction before. A heavy silence hung in the air. An empty bowl stood lonely on the table. Takeru carefully took the damaged weapon in his hands. Clay quietly apologized for the trouble. The system immediately issued an analysis. The ancient list of Hestus lost the blessing of the spirits and fell in rank. Takeru was puzzled as he read the lines. He asked his friend about the previous owner of the weapon. The lizard replied that Hestus was a great hero of the past. Upon discovering that the spear had been around for several centuries, the young man nearly dropped it. Ordinary stone weapons should have long since crumbled to dust. Clay did not understand the reason for such shock. The lizard jumped, realizing the full value of its artifact. The elf was surprised that such a strong thing could bend. Takeru suggested coming up with a way to repair it together. The girl realized that it was impossible. The young man blinked. She explained that the weapon held together only due to the remnants of the spirit's magic. Without a blessing, an ordinary spear of the lizard folk simply could not withstand the power of the dragonkin. Takeru reassured Clay that the malfunction was not due to improper use, but he still blamed himself for his excessive strength. The little dragon chirped joyfully, giving the master an idea. Takeru inquired about the origin of the weapon. Clay admitted that it was a gift from his godfather, the chief of his native village. village. The young man immediately suggested visiting there. He hoped to find a clue for the repair in the settlement. The lizard froze. Shame choked his throat. How would he show up at home with a broken relic? Takeru replied that a sincere desire to fix everything is more important than fear. His warm smile gave the warrior confidence. Klee nodded uncertainly. The girls suddenly exclaimed that they hadn't had a chance to try all the local delicacies yet. However, they quickly agreed to help their friend first. Takeru slyly winked, recalling the special cuisine of the lizard people. The elf girl's eyes gleamed greedily. Her friend immediately supported her enthusiasm. Both dramatically declared that they were ready to do anything for the sake of friendship. The glue shed a tear of emotion while Takeru silently marveled at women's mercantilism. They decided to set off the next morning. The clouds lazily floated across the sky. The carriage rolled through the streets of the noisy coastal city. The map showed 5 days of travel to the village of Hestarutoye. The cart raced lively along the seaside. The magical horse pulled them with incredible speed. We stayed overnight at the foot of the majestic waterfalls. Fresh fish sizzled over the flame. The girls enjoyed devouring dinner. Takeru glanced sideways stealthily. The glue sat aside, gloomy and silent. The young man calmed the anxious little dragon. The closer they got to the target, the more Clay withdrew into himself. Takeru suspected that the matter was not just about the broken list. Gazing at the stars, he promised himself to protect his friend from possible insults from the locals. The carriage slowly ascended the steep hill. The horse neighed, announcing the arrival. An incredible settlement sprawls on high cliffs, connected by suspension bridges. The streets were bustling with the life of lizard people. Even the kids were carrying fish larger than themselves on their shoulders. Giant carcasses were drying right in the wind. The company stopped in front of a narrow wooden bridge. Everyone quickly got outside. Takeru habitually hid the luxurious carriage in the spacious storage. He cheerfully commanded to set off, but suddenly stumbled. The glue was tightly wrapped in the cloak up to his eyes. From under the hood came a pitiful plea to be left alone. At that time, they had no idea what secret had made the burly warrior hate his homeland so much.